The late afternoon sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm golden glow over the small trailer park on the edge of town. I often found solace in the quiet, contemplative moments just before dusk, when the world seemed to hold its breath. It was during one of these moments, the air thick with the scent of pine and the distant sound of cicadas, that I found myself once again at Uncle Rupert's trailer. Uncle Rupert had been gone for 3 years now, his departure abrupt and unexplained, leaving behind a life filled with curiosities and oddities that sparked both intrigue and unease. His trailer sat at the very end of the dirt road, surrounded by overgrown grass and a sense of abandonment that seemed to echo the mysteries of his life. Rupert had been a collector of unusual items, a fascination that bordered on obsession. His trailer was filled with artifacts from distant lands, ancient relics, and peculiar trinkets that he claimed held stories of their own. Yet, among all his treasures, there was one particular find that always drew my attention: a box of blank VHS tapes. I visited Uncle Rupert's trailer out of a sense of duty to maintain the place in his absence, and perhaps in some small way to keep him alive in my memory. As I dusted the shelves and swept the floor, my eyes inevitably fell upon the tapes. They were ordinary in appearance, their labels yellowed with age, and sat in a nondescript cardboard box, tucked neatly under his desk. On a whim, driven by curiosity or perhaps a deeper sense of unfinished business, I decided to take the tapes home with me that day. My house, an old Victorian on the outskirts of town, was as much a refuge as it was a relic in its own right. Its creaky floorboards and drafty windows were comforting in their familiarity. That evening, as the sun descended into the embrace of night, I sat in my living room with the tapes stacked beside the television. The air was still, the only sound the faint ticking of the clock that hung above the mantel. I inserted the first tape into the VCR, half expecting nothing more than the gentle hiss of static. Yet, as the screen flickered to life, I was met with an image that defied expectation. The screen showed a room, dimly lit and unfamiliar, a place I had never seen before. The camera was stationary, aimed at a single wooden chair placed in the center. There was no sound, only the soft hum of the television as I watched, transfixed. Minutes passed, perhaps even an hour, and yet the scene remained unchanged. There was something unsettling about the stillness, the emptiness of the room, and the anticipation that something, anything, might happen. It wasn't until the tape abruptly ended, the screen cutting to black, that I realized how tense I had become. I removed the tape, my hand trembling slightly, and placed it back into the box. The strange recording left a lingering unease, a sense that I had witnessed something not meant for my eyes. Yet, despite the discomfort, my curiosity was piqued. Over the following nights, I made my way through the tapes, each presenting a different room, a different chair, but always the same unnerving silence and stillness. The recordings were mundane in their simplicity, yet they carried a weight that pressed heavily upon my mind. I found myself watching them obsessively, searching for patterns, for meaning, in the randomness of it all. As the days stretched into weeks, the boundary between my waking life and the world, captured on those tapes, began to blur. The images haunted my thoughts, creeping into my dreams, where I found myself wandering through those unknown rooms, always drawn to the solitary chair at their center. It became a fixation, an obsession that I could neither understand nor shake. The tapes had a hold on me, a pull that was both inexplicable and irresistible. It was on a particularly somber evening, the sky overcast and threatening rain, that the first disturbance occurred. I was sitting in my study, the tapes lined up neatly beside me, when I noticed an anomaly in one of the recordings. There, in the corner of the screen, a shadow flickered, an ephemeral figure that seemed to move independently of the static surroundings. The shadow was fleeting, barely perceptible, yet its presence was undeniable. It was the first time the tapes had deviated from their unchanging monotony, and it filled me with both dread and excitement. I rewound the tape, my eyes glued to the screen, but the shadow refused to reveal itself again. It was as if it had vanished into the ether, leaving behind only a sense of unease that clung to the air. The discovery of the shadow marked a turning point, the beginning of an escalation that I could neither anticipate nor control. The tapes, once a source of passive curiosity, became an all-consuming force in my life. I spent hours analyzing them, replaying segments, searching for signs of the shadow's return. Sleep eluded me as I pored over the recordings, my mind a labyrinth of theories and suspicions. The presence of the shadow suggested a consciousness, a malignant awareness that lurked just beyond the edge of perception. Yet, despite my growing apprehension, I felt compelled to continue, driven by a need to understand the mystery that had ensnared me. The boundary between reality and illusion began to fray, my waking hours haunted by the specter of a presence I could not name. The rooms on the tapes became more familiar than my own, their silent chairs a symbol of something that eluded understanding. My thoughts were consumed by the shadow, its brief appearance a puzzle I was determined to solve. As days melded into nights, I found myself losing track of time, my life an endless cycle of waking and watching. The tapes held a hypnotic power, drawing me into their world with a grip that tightened with each passing day. I became a prisoner of my own obsession, trapped in a loop of fear and fascination. It was during this period of escalating tension that I noticed the first signs of intrusion within my own home. It began with small, seemingly innocuous occurrences: a misplaced book, a door left ajar. At first, I dismissed these as oversights, products of a mind preoccupied with the tapes. Yet, as the incidents multiplied, their nature became more deliberate, more insidious. I would find chairs moved from their usual places, always positioned in ways that echoed the recordings. The unsettling familiarity of these arrangements sent shivers down my spine, a stark reminder of the connection between the tapes and my own reality. Each discovery heightened my anxiety, the eerie sense that my life was being orchestrated by an unseen hand. My once peaceful home had become a landscape of dread, a mirror of the world captured on those tapes. Sleep brought little respite as my dreams continued to echo the waking nightmares I experienced. The shadow, once confined to the tapes, began to drift into my reality, a dark silhouette glimpsed in the periphery of my vision. I would catch fleeting glimpses out of the corner of my eye, a presence that vanished whenever I turned to face it. It became a constant companion, a reminder of the thin veil that separated my world from the one on the tapes. The escalation reached its peak one stormy night, the wind howling outside as I sat alone in the living room. The atmosphere was charged with electricity, a prelude to the storm that raged beyond the windows. I was watching the tapes again, my gaze fixed on the familiar room with its solitary chair, when the power flickered, plunging the house into darkness. In the silence that followed, I felt a chill run down my spine, an awareness that I was not alone. The shadow, no longer confined to the screen, manifested before me, a dark figure that seemed to absorb the very light from the room. It stood beside the television, its outline indistinct, yet deeply unsettling. My heart pounded in my chest, each beat echoing like a drum in the stillness. I was frozen, caught between the urge to flee and the compulsion to confront this apparition. The shadow did not move, did not speak, yet its presence was suffocating, an oppressive force that seemed to fill the room. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the power returned, the room flooding with light and warmth. The shadow was gone, leaving behind only the lingering fear that clung to my soul. The encounter marked the climax of my ordeal, a confrontation with a force that defied comprehension. In the days that followed, I withdrew from the tapes, their once irresistible allure replaced by a deep-seated dread. I could no longer bring myself to watch them, to invite the shadow back into my life. I focused on reclaiming my home, restoring a sense of normalcy that had been so thoroughly disrupted. Yet, despite my efforts, the fear persisted, a constant undercurrent that colored my every thought. The tapes remained a silent threat, their presence a reminder of the darkness that lurked just beyond the edge of understanding. I often contemplated destroying them, ridding myself of their influence once and for all. Yet something held me back, a fear that doing so might unleash something far worse. And so they remained, hidden away in a locked cabinet, a secret that whispered of unfinished stories and unanswered questions. The shadow had retreated, but the fear it inspired lingered, a haunting reminder of the thin line between reality and the unknown. I moved through my days with a cautious awareness, always attuned to the possibility of its return. My life resumed its outward semblance of normalcy, yet I remained forever changed, marked by the encounter with the tapes and the shadow they had unleashed. As the seasons turned and time marched inexorably forward, I learned to live with the fear, to accept it as a part of me. It became a silent companion, a reminder of the mysteries that existed beyond the veil of perception. Though the tapes gathered dust, untouched and unexamined, their presence was a constant in my life, a symbol of the unknown that lay just beyond the reach of understanding. I often wondered about Uncle Rupert, about the secrets he had uncovered, and the knowledge he had taken with him. In the quiet moments, when the world seemed to hold its breath. I felt a kinship with him, a shared experience that connected us across time and space. The blank tapes, with their cursed allure, had opened a door to a world I could never fully comprehend, a world that remained just out of reach, waiting for the curious and the unwary. And so, I continued on, haunted yet hopeful, my life a delicate balance between the light of the known and the shadows of the unknowable. The tapes and the shadow were a part of me now, a story that echoed through the corridors of my mind, a reminder that some mysteries are best left unsolved. There is something inherently comforting about the familiar hum of daily life that quietly unfolds within the walls of a family home. Ours was an ordinary house, nestled in a suburban neighborhood where little seemed to change from one year to the next. Its rooms were filled with the echoes of laughter and the soft murmurs of everyday conversations. Rituals were observed with the diligence of tradition. Breakfast at 7, television blaring in the evening, and stories exchanged over dinner that tied the past to the present in a seamless thread. Our basement, however, stood apart from this daily rhythm. It was an untouched realm, cloaked in darkness and forgotten by time, its secrets buried beneath layers of dust and neglect. When I was young, I would occasionally dare a glance down the creaky stairs, my imagination painting shadows into monsters. But as I grew older, the basement became just another part of the house that existed in the periphery of my consciousness, a place I rarely ventured, yet knew was there. It was a rainy Saturday afternoon when the first disturbance came, breaking the monotony of my routine. My mother had asked me to retrieve an old heirloom she was certain was stored away downstairs, a request that seemed simple enough at the time. Armed with a flashlight and a vague description of what I was looking for, I descended into the basement, each step creaking like a distant memory trying to resurface. The air was cool and musty, the smell of forgotten things leaching into my nostrils as I surveyed the cobwebbed landscape before me. Boxes were stacked haphazardly, their contents a mystery. I began my search, moving aside relics of past decades, until I stumbled upon something unexpected. A stack of old VHS tapes, their labels yellowed and peeling. They were nestled in a corner, hidden beneath a moth-eaten cloth. I picked up one of the tapes, squinting to make out the faded writing. It simply read, "Family Memories." Curiosity piqued. I gathered the tapes and carried them upstairs, momentarily forgetting my original task. There was no VCR in the house anymore, a fact I quickly remedied with a visit to a local thrift store. By the evening, I was seated in front of the television, a mix of nostalgia and anticipation swirling within me as I inserted the first tape. The screen flickered to life, the familiar static giving way to a scene of my parents' wedding. Joyful faces filled the screen, their youthful exuberance captured in grainy detail. I watched, enraptured, the memories flowing like a forgotten river suddenly bursting its banks. These weren't just forgotten moments. They were pieces of our history, snippets of a life that seemed both intimate and distant. As I played through the tapes, a pattern emerged. Interspersed with the joyful celebrations, and mundane family gatherings were brief, unsettling clips. Moments that seemed out of place, a darkened room where a shadow moved unnaturally, faces contorted in silent screams, and distorted audio that sent a shiver down my spine. These clips were brief, mere seconds long, but their presence lingered like an unwelcome guest. At first, I dismissed them as errors, perhaps the result of magnetic interference or degradation over time. But as I continued watching, it became clear that these were no accidents. Each tape held its own set of disturbing images, woven into the fabric of our family's recorded history with deliberate intent. Who had filmed these, and why had they been mixed in with our memories? It was a mystery that gnawed at the edges of my mind, refusing to be dismissed. The tapes were not merely cursed media, but seemed to carry a heavier weight, a connection to something lurking just out of sight. Determined to uncover the truth, I spent the following days immersed in research, delving into the history of our house, the tapes, and the people who once inhabited this space. What I discovered both intrigued and unsettled me. The house had belonged to a man named Thomas Ellison, a filmmaker of sorts, though not in the traditional sense. Ellison was fascinated by the concept of capturing the human soul on film, a pursuit that bordered on obsession. He believed that by filming people during moments of intense emotion, he could reveal their true essence, peeling back the layers to expose something raw and primal. Ellison's work was largely unrecognized, his films relegated to obscure showings and private viewings. But those who knew of him spoke of a magnetic presence, a man whose charm was only overshadowed by the darkness that seemed to seep into his work. His films were not simply records of life, but were said to capture something much more sinister, something that could not be seen with the naked eye, but only through the lens of a camera. The more I learned, the more I began to understand the nature of the tapes. They were remnants of Ellison's attempts to capture the soul, his attempts to bottle the intangible. But something had gone wrong. The dark energy he sought to capture had instead captured him, weaving itself into the tapes like a parasite feeding on forgotten memories. Armed with this knowledge, I returned to the basement. A sense of unease settled into my bones. The tapes were a conduit, a gateway through which the past bled into the present. I needed to know what Ellison had captured, what had been left behind in his wake. I needed to find the truth within the frames of those cursed tapes. As I sorted through the tapes once more, I found one I hadn't noticed before. Its label was blank, a stark contrast to the others. With a mixture of dread and anticipation, I played it, the screen filling with static, before settling into a scene that made my blood run cold. It was a view of our living room, the camera angle familiar, as if someone had filmed from just outside our window. My heart pounded as I watched the figures move within the frame, my family unaware of being observed. The scene shifted, the camera now in a darkened room that seemed somehow familiar. I realized with a jolt that it was our basement, but not as I had ever seen it. The darkness seemed alive, shifting and pulsating with a malicious intent. And there, in the center of the room, was a figure, its features obscured, yet unmistakably human. Ellison. It had to be him. He stood silent and still, his presence a haunting reminder of his obsession. As the scene unfolded, the figure slowly turned, fixing its gaze directly at the camera. Or was it at me? The hairs on my neck stood on end, a primal instinct warning me of the threat that lay in that gaze. The screen went black, the tape ending abruptly, leaving me with a chilling sense of being watched. It was as if Ellison's spirit had reached through the screen, tying itself to me, whispering secrets I could neither hear nor understand. The shadows in the room seemed to stretch, elongating into the corners where the light dared not go. In the days that followed, the boundaries between the past and present blurred, the darkness from the tapes seeping into the fabric of our home. Unexplained noises echoed through the halls at night. Shadows moved independently of their sources, and the air grew heavy with a presence that was impossible to ignore. Despite my fear, I continued to delve into the tapes, convinced that the answer lay within them. But with each viewing, the line between observation and participation faded, and I found myself wondering if I too was being drawn into Ellison's twisted game. Was I merely an observer, or had I become a part of the story captured on those tapes? The climax of this psychological unraveling came one night when the house was silent, the darkness pressing in from all sides. Awakened by a sense of urgency, I was drawn back to the basement, feeling compelled to confront whatever it was that Ellison had left behind. As I descended the stairs, my flashlight flickered ominously, casting my shadow against the wall in distorted relief. The basement seemed different, as if the very walls had shifted to accommodate the unseen presence that now dominated the space. At the far end, a figure stood waiting, its outline indistinct, yet I could feel its gaze upon me. Taking a deep breath, I stepped forward, the air growing colder with each step. The figure remained still, a silent sentinel guarding the secrets that lay within. It was then that I realized the truth. The tapes were not just a record of the past, but a means of communication, a way for Ellison to reach out from beyond and draw others into his dark world. With a final burst of courage, I reached out, my fingers brushing the surface of the last tape, and in that moment, I felt a connection snap into place, a tether binding me to the darkness. The figure moved then, its form dissolving into shadow, and I understood that I was gazing into the abyss of my own making. The basement returned to silence, my breath the only sound in the oppressive stillness. I gathered the tapes, my hands shaking, and knew that I must rid myself of their influence. I would bury them deep, far from the reach of curious eyes, where they could no longer whisper their terrible truths. But as I turned to leave, a chilling thought crept into my mind. Could the darkness be truly contained? Or had it found a new host in me, ready to spread its insidious touch? The question lingered, unanswered and unanswerable. As I made my way back up the stairs, the weight of the tapes a reminder of the legacy I could not escape. In the days and weeks that followed, life returned to its semblance of normalcy, the tapes hidden away, yet their presence felt in the quiet moments when shadows seemed to flicker in the corner of my vision. I would find myself pausing, listening for the whisper of a camera's click or the creak of a floorboard where none should be. The fear had settled deep within me, a constant reminder that the past is never truly forgotten, nor can it be fully erased. It lives on, captured in the frames of old tapes and the recesses of memory, waiting for the right moment to resurface and claim its due. And so, we live on, our days punctuated by the ordinary, yet shadowed by the extraordinary. The tapes remain hidden, but their specter lingers, a silent testament to the folly of seeking answers that were never meant to be found. In the end, the only certainty is the knowledge that the past is always watching, waiting to be unearthed by those who dare to look too closely. Life in the suburbs had always felt like a sequence of uneventful snapshots. Each frame was predictable, each day a rerun of the one before. I had settled into the monotony of it all without much resistance, greeting the dawn with a routine that hummed softly as background noise in my life. My home was a picturesque house nestled among others just like it, each with its own sun-dappled lawn and a mailbox standing at attention by the curb. It was a place where the hustle of the outside world seemed an echo in the distance, muted and irrelevant. My job as a video editor helped maintain this rhythm. I worked from home, my days spent splicing together moments, crafting narratives from fragments of reality. It was solitary work that I thrived on, each project a new puzzle that left little room for the unexpected. My evenings were spent in front of a different screen, partaking in the gentle comfort of familiar television shows or the occasional film. It was during one of these evenings, while browsing through an online auction site for old film equipment, that I stumbled upon a listing that piqued my curiosity. An old box of videotapes, unmarked and covered in a layer of dust. The seller claimed they had been found in the attic of a recently purchased home. Intrigued by the mystery and the potential of undiscovered footage, I placed a bid. A week later, a cardboard box arrived on my doorstep, the past contained within it. The tapes were a mix of formats, some VHS, others the smaller mini DV cassettes. As I began to sift through them, I was struck by the absence of any labeling or identification. There was a certain allure to their anonymity, a promise of tales untold, locked away and waiting for someone to unearth them. I set an old VHS player in the corner of my living room, the CRT television my portal into whatever world these tapes would reveal. The first few were mundane, snippets of family gatherings, vacations, and the occasional child's birthday party. The faces were unfamiliar, but their laughter universal, each frame a testament to moments treasured and preserved. Then there was the tape that changed everything. Its surface was no different from the others, but as the static cleared, I was greeted by a sight that felt all too personal. The camera appeared to be fixed in place, focusing on a room much like mine. The furniture, though different, was similarly arranged. A couch against the wall, a television, a coffee table cluttered with the debris of everyday life. The room was dimly lit, shadows pooling in the corners like ink. I watched with growing unease, the sense that I was intruding on something not meant for my eyes becoming ever stronger. There was no movement, No sign of life, only the oppressive silence pressing in from all sides. I nearly stopped the tape, but something compelled me to continue, a whisper of curiosity that refused to be silenced. Minutes passed without incident, a still life captured in time, until the screen flickered. At first, I thought it a glitch, the age of the tape perhaps compromising its stability. But then the image returned, subtly wrong. The perspective had shifted, though the camera had not moved. It was as though the room itself had warped, its angles sharper, the shadows longer and more pronounced. And then there was a figure. It stood in the corner, indistinct and shrouded in darkness. It was a silhouette, devoid of detail, yet undeniably human in shape. I felt a chill race up my spine, a primal instinct urging me away from the screen. But I remained, transfixed by the figure that did not move, did not breathe, only existed within those confines. As suddenly as it had appeared, the figure was gone, the room returning to its previous state of eerie calm. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding, my heartbeat a steady drumbeat in my ears. The remainder of the tape was uneventful, the room empty, the shadows merely shadows once more. Disturbed but intrigued, I found myself unable to let the matter rest. I returned to the box, pulling out tape after tape, searching for any further traces of the figure. Some tapes were blank, others filled with more mundane recordings. I began to lose myself in this quest for an answer, my work neglected, the days blurring into nights. It was during one of these long nights, the clock ticking relentlessly towards dawn, that I stumbled upon another tape of the same room. This time, the figure appeared sooner, its presence more defined. I could make out the suggestion of features, a face that seemed to shift and change, like smoke caught in an updraft. It did not move, yet I felt its gaze, a weight pressing down on me from the screen. Sleep eluded me that night. The figure's image burned into my mind. Each shadow in my own home seemed to stretch towards me, reaching with invisible fingers. I told myself it was only a trick of the mind, a fabrication born of fatigue and imagination. Yet when dawn broke, it brought no relief. I needed answers. Desperation drove me to seek the assistance of a friend and fellow filmmaker, Alex, whose experience with experimental films seemed fitting for the task at hand. I invited him over, hoping his fresh perspective would shed light on this peculiar phenomenon. Alex was captivated by the tapes, his interest piqued by their eerie nature. We spent hours reviewing them, dissecting every frame. He theorized that it could be an intricate hoax or perhaps an avant-garde project left unfinished. Yet, like me, he felt the inexplicable pull towards the figure, an enigma begging to be unraveled. As days turned into weeks, our obsession grew. We compared notes, analyzed footage, even attempted to track down the previous owner of the tapes, though our efforts yielded no results. The mystery deepened, the figure's presence more frequent and defined with each new tape we discovered. The climax came unexpectedly during a night like so many before it. We had just finished reviewing yet another tape, the figure now almost familiar in its form. As Alex prepared to leave, we both heard it, a faint whispering that seemed to emanate from the television itself. We froze, eyes locked on the screen where the image remained static, the room unchanged. The whispering grew louder, a symphony of voices, each distinct yet inseparable from the others. We leaned in closer, straining to understand their message, when the screen flickered violently, the image distorting before our eyes. The figure, now unmistakably human, stepped forward, its face still obscured, but its intent clear. We stumbled backwards, the air thick with a sudden, oppressive weight. The television switched off. With a resounding finality, the room plunged into darkness. We sat in stunned silence, the implications of what we had witnessed settling over us like a shroud. In the days that followed, Alex and I distanced ourselves from the tapes, an unspoken agreement to leave the mystery unsolved. The tapes remained in the box, untouched, their secrets locked away once more. Yet, the fear lingered, a shadow that refused to be dispelled by light or logic. I found myself glancing over my shoulder, the corners of my vision always seeking the figure that had stepped from the screen. The world seemed subtly altered, a reality tinged with the supernatural. The tapes a reminder of the unknown that lurks just beyond the veil of the everyday. As time passed, the edge of fear dulled, though it never faded entirely. I returned to my routine, the familiar rhythms of life offering comfort amidst the lingering unease. The tapes remained a testament to that brief descent into mystery. A chapter closed, yet never truly forgotten. And sometimes, when the night draws long and shadows stretch across the walls, I feel its presence once more. A fleeting glimpse, a whisper in the dark, reminding me of the tapes and the secrets they hold. In those moments, I understand that some stories are not meant to be told, some mysteries destined to remain unsolved, leaving only echoes in their wake. I had always taken quiet solace in the familiar confines of my flat, nestled comfortably atop an old brick building in the heart of a city that never seemed to rest. The muted hum of traffic outside was a constant companion, a reassuring lullaby sung by the world beyond. The walls of my living space were lined with memories and knickknacks, photos of past travels, books I'd yet to read, and cushions that bore the gentle imprint of my repose. A place of refuge and routine, the flat was a sanctuary against the chaos of life, a place where time could stretch and yawn without the pressure to progress. On a particular evening, as the sun's last golden rays began to retreat behind the skyline, I found myself indulging in a simple pleasure, sorting through the half-forgotten boxes that lingered in my storage closet. It was a task I had avoided, one I now approached with a curious nostalgia, hoping to unearth something of interest, or at least reclaim some semblance of order. The boxes were mostly filled with the detritus of years gone by, clothes that no longer fit, old magazines, and forgotten gadgets. Among these, tucked away in a corner, was a package I didn't remember placing there. It was unremarkable in appearance, wrapped loosely in brown paper, with my name scrawled across its surface in a handwriting I did not recognize. There was no return address, no indication as to its origin or sender. Curiosity piqued. I took it to the living room, where the dim light cast long shadows against the walls. I sat in my worn armchair, the package resting on my lap, weighing it thoughtfully in my hands. It was light, with a solidity that suggested something substantial inside. With a sense of quiet anticipation, I peeled away the paper, revealing a plain, unmarked VHS tape. A relic from another era. The tape was an artifact from a time when home movies were captured in physical form rather than digital, when the whirring of a cassette was the preamble to a captured memory. A strange sense of familiarity washed over me, mingled with the indefinable eeriness of the unknown. I wondered who might have sent it and why. My old VHS player, a forgotten staple of my entertainment center, sat beneath the television, more ornament than utility these days. I hesitated only briefly before sliding the tape into the machine, the mechanism clunking into life with a mechanical groan. The screen flickered, and then the image resolved into view. At first, the footage was mundane, the shaky lens of a handheld camera panning across an ordinary living room, much like my own. The room was sparse, but warmly lit, the kind of space that suggested cozy evenings and quiet contentment. I watched as the camera settled on a figure seated on a couch, a man in his 40s, with a kind face that seemed vaguely familiar. He spoke directly to the camera, his voice low and steady. "If you're watching this, then perhaps you've found it as I did." His gaze was intense, as though he could see beyond the screen, beyond time itself. I can't explain how it came to me, only that it did. And now, it is yours. A chill prickled along my spine, the kind that accompanies an unbidden realization. Was this man speaking to me, or was it a prelude to something more sinister? The camera's perspective shifted, now focused on a window. Outside, the scene was familiar, a cityscape not unlike my own, with towering buildings and the distant sweep of headlights. The footage continued in this manner, alternating between scenes of the man's quotidian life and cryptic monologues addressed to whoever might be watching. As the tape played, I felt increasingly drawn into his world, as though the boundary between reality and recording was blurring, the walls of my flat subtly shifting to match those on the screen. The man spoke of things that were unsettling in their simplicity, moments that seemed innocuous, yet were laced with a tension that belied their surface. "Pay attention to what you see," he would say, his voice a soft insistence that raised goosebumps on my arms. "Look beyond the obvious." It was then that the first true disturbance occurred. As the camera once again panned across the familiar setting, a shadow flitted across the screen, just a brief flicker, almost imperceptible, yet enough to draw my focus, my heart quickening in response. The man paused, eyes darting to the periphery of his vision, a fleeting unease passing over his features. I rewound the tape, playing the scene again, but the shadow remained elusive, a phantom of memory and light. A sense of intrusion crept over me, as if unseen eyes were watching, as if the boundaries of my flat were less secure than I had always believed. The tape continued, the narrative weaving a tapestry that was at once personal and alien. Days seemed to pass on the screen, though how much of it was true time and how much an illusion, I could not say. The man began to speak of dreams, of visions that haunted his nights and seeped into his waking hours. He spoke of feeling watched, of an inexplicable presence that lingered just out of reach. As he spoke, I felt an odd resonance, as if his experience were a reflection of my own. In the days since the package's arrival, I had felt a growing sense of unease within the walls of my flat, a disquiet that settled like dust in the corners of my mind. At night, I found myself waking to shadows that danced in the corners of my bedroom, the soft creak of floorboards suggesting a presence that should not be there. The tape was nearing its end, the man's messages becoming more urgent, his voice tinged with a desperation that was impossible to ignore. "It's here," he said, eyes wide with a fear that was palpable even through the screen. "It's always been here, waiting." The camera trembled, as though in the grip of unseen hands, the image distorting before it cut to black. For a moment, I sat in silence, the room around me thick with an oppressive stillness. The tape, now spent, lay inert in the player, its secrets discharged and yet unrevealed. A sense of inevitability settled over me, a realization that the boundaries between my world and that of the tape had dissolved. The shadows in my flat seemed to pulse with a life of their own, a silent testament to the unseen presence the man had spoken of. In the ensuing days, my life took on the texture of a waking dream, each moment imbued with a sense of otherness that defied explanation. My flat, once a sanctuary, now felt like a labyrinth of flickering shadows and whispered secrets. Each creak of the floor, each flicker of light, seemed orchestrated by an unseen hand. I tried to continue with my routine, but the sense of being watched never abated. It was as if the flat itself had become a character in this unfolding drama, its walls bearing witness to the unseen story that played out in silence. Nights became a trial, sleep a series of fractured episodes punctuated by the sensation of being observed. In those moments of half-sleep, I found myself standing at the window, staring out at the cityscape, so reminiscent of the one on the tape. It was then that I saw it. The figure standing across the street, unmoving and indistinct in the half-light. A silhouette that mirrored my own, a silent watcher that seemed to echo the man's warnings. I watched it for what felt like eternity, waiting for a movement, a sign of recognition. But it remained still, a shadow among shadows, a presence that defied the boundaries of reality and dream. It was then I realized that the man on the tape had not been speaking merely to me but to the very essence of the space we shared, a dialogue across time and place that transcended the ordinary. The climax came not with a bang, but with a whisper, a soft susurration that filled the room as the figure across the street turned away, dissolving into the night. In that moment, I understood that the package, the tape, the man, all were part of a continuum that connected us, a thread woven through the fabric of existence. I retrieved the tape from the player, its weight in my hands, a reminder of the journey it had set in motion. I considered destroying it, severing the connection it had forged. but a deeper understanding stayed my hand. The tape was not just an artifact of fear, but a testament to the shared human experience of isolation, of connection, of the unseen threads that bind us. In the days that followed, the presence in my flat seemed to dissipate, the sense of being watched retreating into the periphery of my awareness. Yet, the shadows remained, a lingering reminder of the boundaries I had crossed, the truths I had glimpsed. And so, life continued, the flat returning to its semblance of normalcy, its walls once again a refuge against the world outside. Yet, the memory of the tape lingered, a ghost of a story untold, a reminder that reality is but a fragile construct, easily fractured by the unknown. I kept the tape, tucked away in the same storage closet where it had first been found. A talisman of sorts, a reminder of the mysteries that lurk in the spaces between. And though the tape's journey had ended, its echoes remained, a whisper in the quiet moments of solitude, a reminder that the unseen world is never truly far away. I remember my grandmother's house, not just as a place, but as a living memory, a vessel for nostalgia and shadowed corners. Nestled in an ancient neighborhood at the edge of town, the house breathed with the charm of yesteryears. It was a sprawling Victorian affair, with gabled roofs and peeling paint that spoke of a dignity worn by time. The garden, once a riot of colors and fragrances, had grown wild, the flowers tangled with weeds, as if nature itself had woven a shroud over the past. Visiting her was a ritual of serenity, a pause in life's ceaseless race. Every summer, my parents would drop me off at her doorstep, and I would spend weeks ensconced in her gentle presence. The days moved sluggishly, filled with the scent of baked bread and the soft sound of her knitting needles clicking together. In the evenings, we would sit by the fireplace, where she'd tell me stories of when the world seemed larger and time stretched like the horizon itself. Her house was a place of comfort, except for the attic. It loomed above our heads, an ever-present shadow, sealed by a door that groaned with age. I was forbidden to enter, warned by whispered tales of ghosts and echoes of those long gone. The attic was the heart of mystery, a repository of forgotten things. The summer I turned 13, my grandmother fell ill. Her once vibrant spirit was subdued, leaving the house with an unsettling quiet. My parents decided it was time to clear out some old things, a practical endeavor intruding on the reverie of my childhood refuge. It was amidst this upheaval that I found the tape. The attic, as I finally discovered, was exactly as one might imagine, dust-laden and filled with the detritus of lives lived. Boxes were stacked precariously, their labels faded, and the air was thick with the scent of mothballs and old paper. In one such box, tucked beneath a pile of yellowed newspapers, was a VHS tape wrapped in clear plastic. It was unmarked, save for a small piece of masking tape with my grandmother's neat script, "For when it's time." The discovery was innocuous enough. A relic from the age of video rentals, its presence was a curiosity rather than a cause for alarm. Intrigued, I pocketed the tape, intent on exploring its contents later. That evening, after my parents had retired and my grandmother was asleep, I crept into the living room and inserted the tape into the VCR. Static filled the screen, that familiar and comforting fuzz of gray and white noise. For a moment, I wondered if the tape was blank, but then the image coalesced. It was a home video, the colors washed out and the edges blurred. I recognized the living room, a younger version of it, before the carpet had faded and the wallpaper stained with time. There was a young girl there, perhaps 5 or 6 years old, playing with a dollhouse. Her hair was dark and curly, her face obscured by shadow. The camera lingered on her, and I waited for something to happen, but nothing did. The scene persisted, the girl's movements slow and deliberate, as if time itself was languishing. I fast-forwarded, the remote clutched tightly in my hand. The screen flickered, and the image changed. Now the room was empty, the camera fixed on the window, where rain streaked the glass in long, silver trails. There was something profoundly unsettling about the image, the way the rain seemed to whisper against the glass, as if speaking a language just beyond comprehension. I felt a chill creep over me, a prickling at the base of my neck. The sense of unease was inexplicable but undeniable, and yet I could not look away. The screen flickered again, and this time, the perspective had shifted. The camera was in the hallway, pointed at the attic door. The frame was off-kilter, as if the camera had been set down carelessly, and the door was ajar, revealing a sliver of darkness beyond. I could hear the faintest of noises, a soft rhythmic thumping, like a heartbeat pulsing beneath the floorboards. I leaned forward, my breath shallow, the remote forgotten in my lap. The sense of trespass was overwhelming, as if the tape was a window not just into the past, but into a secret never meant to be revealed. The thumping grew louder, and I realized it wasn't a heartbeat, but something else. Something that sounded like footsteps. My pulse quickened, and I pressed stop. The silence that followed as profound as a scream. I sat there, heart pounding, the room around me dark and suddenly unfamiliar. The shadows seemed deeper, the night outside pressing in, and for the first time, my grandmother's house felt like a stranger. The next morning, I returned to the attic, the memory of the tape fresh and insistent. The daylight should have dispelled the unease, but as I climbed the stairs, I felt the air grow cooler, as if the sun's reach stopped just short of the threshold. I pushed the door open, its creak like an old wound reopening. The boxes remained, silent sentinels of times past, but the atmosphere felt altered, charged with a subtle malevolence. I moved cautiously, the floorboards groaning beneath my weight, until I reached the spot where I had found the tape. There, set between two boxes, was the dollhouse. It was the same one from the video, its paint chipped and faded, the furniture within arranged with meticulous care. I reached out, my fingers brushing the roof, when a voice broke the silence. "Why did you watch it?" The voice was soft, almost a whisper, but it froze me in place. I turned, expecting my grandmother, but the attic was empty. The light from the single window illuminated the dust in lazy swirls, but there was no one else there. I backed away, my heart a drumbeat in my ears, and stumbled down the stairs. I didn't mention the tape to anyone, the experience too strange and personal to share. My grandmother recovered slowly, but her vitality never quite returned, and the house remained under the shadow of that summer. As the years passed, I visited less frequently, the demands of adult life pulling me away. The memory of the tape faded, becoming one of those curious relics of childhood, half remembered and softened by time. But then, one night, as I lay in my own bed miles away, I heard a sound. It was the faintest of noises, a rhythmic thumping, like footsteps on the stairs, drawing closer. I held my breath, the darkness pressing in, as the sound ceased just outside my door. The doorknob turned slowly, and I felt a chill so profound it seemed to seep into my bones. The door opened a crack, revealing nothing but the shadows of the hallway beyond. I lay paralyzed, the silence a living thing, until the door closed again, and the footsteps retreated into nothingness. I never found the source of the noise, but I knew then that whatever lingered in my grandmother's house had followed me. The tape's malevolence, once dormant, had awakened, its presence like a shadow cast across the light of my days. I moved soon after, hoping distance would dispel the fear, but it remained, an unwelcome companion. The footsteps would come and go, unpredictable as the wind, leaving behind a chill that seeped into my dreams. The house was sold, my grandmother's things dispersed, but the tape was never found again. Perhaps it was lost among the boxes. Perhaps it found its way into another's hands, a new story waiting to unfold. But for me, its echo lingers, a reminder that some doors, once opened, can never truly be closed. Time has blurred the sharp edges of that summer, but the sense of unease remains, a whisper in the quiet moments, a shadow at the edge of sight. I live my life with one eye on the darkened corners, the spaces where reality thins and something else presses through. Perhaps it is imagination, or perhaps it is the echo of a forgotten truth, one that lingers just beyond reach, waiting for the moment when it's time to be seen again. The town of Elder Hollow lay nestled in the crook of a lazy river, surrounded by a thick cloak of oak and pine that seemed to guard it from the outside world. A place where the past still whispered through the cracks of time-worn buildings and cobblestone streets. Life here unfolded with a certain predictability. The sun rose and fell at the same time every day, casting long shadows over the old mill by the river, and the church bells tolled every hour as they had for 100 years. The residents of Elder Hollow were content with their routines, finding comfort in the familiar rhythm of life. It was in this setting of quiet normalcy that I found myself after a rather tumultuous few years in the city. My name is Michael, and I had retreated to Elder Hollow, seeking solace and perhaps a little peace of mind. I rented a small house at the edge of town, a modest structure with a gabled roof and a porch that creaked underfoot. The house, like the town, had a history. It had once belonged to an elderly couple, the Andersons, who were known for their love of antiquities, particularly old films and vintage cinema memorabilia. The first few weeks passed uneventfully. I found work at the local library, a quiet job that suited my temperament. I spent my free time reading or walking through the woods, savoring the tranquility I had longed for. I even made a few acquaintances at the local diner, where the waitress, Sarah, never failed to greet me with a warm smile and a hot cup of coffee. It was one evening, as the days began to shorten and the air took on the crispness of approaching winter, that I first stumbled upon the tapes. I was rummaging through the attic, seeking an extra blanket, when I found a dusty cardboard box tucked away in a corner. Inside, neatly stacked, were a collection of VHS tapes, labeled with simple dates spanning the late 1970s to the early 1990s. Curiosity piqued, I carried the box downstairs, setting it on the coffee table in the living room. The tapes were oddly compelling, each bearing a handwritten date in neat cursive. I had always been a film enthusiast, and the prospect of discovering forgotten gems was too tempting to resist. So I dusted off an old VCR I found in a closet and began to watch. The first few tapes were as I expected, old movies, some familiar, others obscure. But then I noticed something peculiar. Occasionally, between the reels of classic cinema, there were snippets of what seemed to be home videos. These brief segments were unsettling in their randomness. A few seconds of a woman sitting at a dining table, her expression unreadable, a hand reaching towards the camera as if to block the lens, a flickering image of the Andersons' living room, eerily unchanged from my own. As the days passed, the tapes began to take on an increasingly sinister tone. The home video clips grew more frequent and more bizarre. A shadow moving across the wall of an empty room. A child's voice singing a lullaby. The words distorted and echoing. The sound of footsteps on creaking floorboards, yet no one visible on screen. The more I watched, the more I felt as though something was watching back. A presence lurking just beyond the flickering images. I tried to dismiss it as my imagination, a byproduct of isolation and too much time spent in the company of ghosts from the past. But the feeling persisted, a gnawing unease that settled in the pit of my stomach and refused to leave. I found myself drawn to the tapes, compelled to watch them even as they filled me with dread. One night, as wind howled outside and rain lashed against the windows, I inserted a tape labeled simply with the date March 5th, 1986. The screen flickered to life, revealing a grainy image of the Andersons' living room. The camera was angled towards a mirror on the wall, its surface reflecting the dimly lit room. I watched as the image wavered, the shadows deepening, and then I noticed movement. At first, it was just a flicker, something shifting in the corner of the mirror. I leaned forward, squinting at the screen. There, within the depths of the reflection, was a figure. A woman, her face obscured by shadows. She stood motionless, staring towards the camera, or perhaps through it, her presence palpable and unnerving. I could feel my heart pounding in my chest, a cold sweat breaking out across my skin. The air in the room seemed to thicken, growing heavy with an unseen weight. I reached to stop the tape, but my hand hesitated, frozen by a mix of fear and fascination. The figure in the mirror shifted slightly, and for a brief moment, I caught a glimpse of her eyes, dark, hollow, and filled with something indescribable. The screen flickered, the image distorting, and then the tape ended abruptly. I sat there, staring at the static, my mind racing. Who was she, and why was she on the tapes? I spent the night in restless contemplation, my thoughts spiraling into a tangled web of half-formed theories and creeping dread. The following day, I sought answers. I visited the town archives, poring over old newspapers and records, searching for any mention of the Andersons or their obsession with film. Sarah, noticing my distracted demeanor, inquired about my research. I told her of the tapes and the apparition in the mirror, half expecting her to dismiss my tale as nonsense. Instead, she listened intently, her brow furrowing with concern. "You should speak with Mrs. Callahan," she suggested. "She used to be friends with the Andersons. Maybe she knows something." And so, armed with new hope, I made my way to Mrs. Callahan's home, a charming cottage adorned with flowers and a picket fence. She was a kindly woman, her eyes bright with a youthful curiosity despite her years. I explained my discovery, my words tumbling out in a rushed torrent. Mrs. Callahan listened quietly before nodding, a distant look in her eyes. "Ah, the Andersons," she said softly. "They were quite the pair. Loved their films, yes, but there was something else." She paused, as if weighing her words. "They were part of a small group, a sort of film club, I suppose. They believed that cinema could capture more than just the physical world. They thought it could record echoes of the past." Her words sent a shiver down my spine. I pressed for more information, but Mrs. Callahan simply shook her head. "I don't know much more than that," she admitted, "but I do remember Shirley Anderson mentioning something about a house where time seemed to stand still." As I left Mrs. Callahan's cottage, a sense of unease settled over me like a shroud. The notion of a house where time stood still, where the past lingered in the shadows, resonated with a truth I could not ignore. The Andersons had indeed captured something on those tapes, something beyond the veil of the ordinary. Back at the house, the tapes awaited. I resumed my viewing, driven by a need to understand, to connect the fragments into a coherent whole. The footage grew increasingly surreal, the boundaries between reality and imagination blurring with each frame. I began to lose track of time, my days and nights merging into a continuous cycle of watching and wondering. The figure in the mirror reappeared often, her presence becoming more defined, more real. I started to sense her presence even when I wasn't watching the tapes. A subtle shift in the air, a flicker at the edge of my vision. She was there, always watching, always waiting. As the days wore on, the sense of foreboding intensified. I began hearing whispers, faint and indecipherable, carried on the wind that swept through the trees outside. Objects in the house seemed to move on their own, a book falling from the shelf, a chair slightly askew. I felt as though I were living in two worlds, the tangible and the spectral, each bleeding into the other. The climax of this strange ordeal came one stormy night. I had just finished watching another tape, my mind weary from the relentless parade of haunting images. I stood in the dimly lit kitchen, staring out at the rain-soaked landscape, when a sudden chill swept through the room. raising the hairs on the back of my neck. Turning slowly, I found myself face to face with the woman from the tapes. She stood in the doorway, her form ethereal yet undeniably present. Her eyes, those hollow orbs of darkness, fixed on me with an intensity that rooted me to the spot. We stood there, caught in a moment that defied all logic, the world around us slipping into silence. I wanted to speak, to ask her who she was, what she wanted, but the words died in my throat. Instead, she moved, gliding past me with a grace that seemed otherworldly. She paused before the mirror in the living room, her reflection merging with her image until they were one and the same. In that instant, I understood. The tapes, the house, the whispers, they were all connected, threads woven into the fabric of a story that transcended time. The Andersons had not just captured echoes of the past. They had opened a doorway, a portal through which the past could reach into the present. And then, as suddenly as she had appeared, the woman was gone, leaving only the faintest echo of her presence lingering in the air. I stood there, alone once more, the weight of the truth settling over me like a heavy cloak. In the weeks that followed, I tried to return to my routine, to find solace in the mundane, but the house and the town of Elder Hollow had changed for me. The tapes remained, silent witnesses to a mystery that would never be fully unraveled. I considered leaving, but something held me back. A sense of connection to a story that was now part of my own. The fear lingered, a shadow that followed me through the days, whispering reminders of the unknown that lay just beyond the edge of sight. The house, with its creaking floors and dusty corners, had become a place where the past and present coexisted, a sanctuary for spirits caught in the in-between. I learned to live with the haunting, to accept the presence that shared my home. Sometimes, late at night, I would sit by the flickering glow of the VCR, watching the tapes again. The woman in the mirror would appear, her gaze steady and knowing, a reminder that some stories are never truly over. In Elder Hollow, time moved differently, the boundaries between what was and what is forever blurred. The tapes, the haunted echoes of a forgotten past, remained a testament to the mysteries that lay beneath the surface, waiting to be discovered by those willing to listen. And so, life continued in the small town, the river flowing endlessly by, carrying with it the secrets of a world that was both familiar and strange. I had come seeking peace, but found instead a deeper understanding of the unseen, a glimpse into the shadows that danced at the edge of reality. In the hushed corridors of the Marriott, where the echo of footsteps against polished tiles sang a soft harmony of solitude, I found myself enveloped by the semblance of normalcy. As an employee responsible for maintaining the pristine condition of the rooms, I took solace in the routine, each day blending seamlessly into the next, offering comfort in its predictability. The hotel itself was a marvel of understated elegance, its design a dance of modernity and tradition. Each room held a story, a transient moment in the lives of strangers passing through. I learned to appreciate the stillness, The quiet moments before the guests arrived, where the rooms were empty canvases, waiting to be filled with the laughter, whispers, and secrets of visitors. It was during one such quiet afternoon that I first noticed a small disturbance in my day-to-day life. I had just finished up in room 412, a corner suite with a magnificent view of the city skyline. The sun was beginning its descent, casting a warm glow through the large windows. As I turned to leave, something caught my eye. A slip of paper partially tucked under the bed. Curiosity piqued, I bent down to retrieve it. It was a note, hastily scrawled and slightly crumpled. Its message was direct, unsettling in its brevity. I know what you've done. My fingers lingered on the paper, tracing the letters as if they held secrets in their curves and angles. I felt a chill despite the room's warmth, but I dismissed it as a prank or perhaps an accident, an errant piece of luggage or a discarded thought from a previous guest. I crumpled the note further and let it fall into the wastebasket, convincing myself that it was of no consequence. Yet, as I moved through the hotel, a disquieting presence seemed to shadow me. I noticed subtle changes, door handles that seemed to turn of their own volition, whispers carried by drafts in hallways where no one stood, and the nagging sensation of being watched. It was as if the hotel itself had become a living entity, breathing silently, observing my every step. The next day, as I entered room 412, a faint scent of perfume lingered, unfamiliar, yet disturbingly intimate. The room was immaculate, save for a single red rose lying on the bed. Its petals, dark and velvety, were striking against the crisp white sheets. There was no accompanying note, no indication of who might have left it. The guest records showed that the room had not been booked since my last visit. A gnawing unease settled in the pit of my stomach. I considered confiding in a colleague, but found myself unable to articulate the strange occurrences without sounding irrational. Instead, I continued with my duties, wary but determined to maintain a facade of calm. As days passed, the incidents grew bolder. I found personal items relocated, lights flickering with intentional precision, familiar music drifting through the air with no discernible source. It was as if someone, or something, was orchestrating these events to unsettle me, to draw me into a game whose rules I did not understand. The climax of this unnerving experience came one night as I was ending my shift. The hotel was quiet, the guests tucked away in their rooms, leaving the corridors empty and echoing with silence. As I approached the elevator, a figure emerged from the shadows. A man, his silhouette sharp against the dim lights. His face was partially obscured, but I recognized the intensity in his eyes, a gaze that penetrated my defenses and laid bare my vulnerability. He stepped forward, his movements deliberate and slow. "You can't ignore me forever," he said, his voice a low rumble that seemed to reverberate within the walls. "You know why I'm here." I did not reply, my voice frozen within my throat. Instead, I backed away, an instinctive retreat into the relative safety of the corridor. But he advanced with a relentless determination, his footsteps echoing ominously. I turned and fled, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm in my chest. The hotel's familiar layout twisted and turned into a labyrinthine nightmare as I sought refuge. Doors closed, locks clicked, yet I felt his presence, a shadow that stretched and morphed, always just at the edge of my awareness. Finally, I burst into the sanctuary of the staff lounge, my sanctuary now tainted with fear. I locked the door behind me, collapsing onto a chair as I tried to steady my breaths. The room was quiet, the hum of the air conditioning a gentle lullaby that failed to comfort. It was there, in the solitude of my fears, that I found the final piece of the puzzle. A letter lay on the table, my name scrawled across it in the same bold hand as the note I had found earlier. I opened it with trembling hands, the words within unraveling the mystery that had engulfed me. The letter was from a former lover, their words a confession of jealousy and torment. They had been watching, orchestrating the events that had upended my life, fueled by a twisted love that sought not my happiness, but my fear. The realization was both a relief and a horror. The knowledge of their identity, a burden that now weighed heavily upon me. As I sat there, the letter in hand, I realized that the true horror was not in the pursuit itself, but in the lingering shadow it cast over my life. The hotel, once a place of comfort and routine, had become a stage for my deepest fears. Though the physical threat had been unveiled and could be addressed, the psychological impact remained. In the following days, the hotel returned to its quiet elegance, the disturbances ceasing as abruptly as they had begun. Yet the fear lingered, a specter that haunted the periphery of my thoughts, whispering of vulnerability and betrayal. I continued my work, the corridors and rooms now imbued with memories of shadows and whispered threats. The Marriott, with its polished marble floors and glistening chandeliers, remained unchanged to the casual observer. But to me, it was now a living reminder of the thin veil that separates normalcy from the horrors that lurk beneath its surface. In the stillness, I learned to listen to the creaks and whispers, the subtle shifts in air that spoke of the unseen, and to carry the weight of fear with a quiet resilience. It began as any ordinary evening might unfold at a remote Motel 6, nestled 6 miles away from the closest sign of civilization, a small town that no one ever really visited unless they had business there. The motel sat like a forgotten relic at the side of the highway, a beacon for weary travelers who had no better option. The neon sign flickered intermittently, casting a dull glow on the desolate surroundings. The sky was a deep shade of indigo, speckled with stars that seemed to twinkle more vividly out here, away from the pollution of city lights. I worked the night shift, a routine I had grown accustomed to over the years. It was a quiet life, a predictable one, which suited me just fine. Most nights were uneventful, punctuated only by the occasional night owl looking for a room or the sound of tires crunching gravel as a latecomer pulled into the lot. The solitude of the job was a comforting cocoon, a refuge from the chaos of the world beyond. The motel itself was nothing remarkable. A series of plain, single-story rooms laid out in a narrow U-shape around a cracked asphalt lot. Each door bore the scars of time, flaking paint and rusted hinges, but inside The rooms were clean and serviceable, if not a bit outdated. The air carried a faint scent of bleach and old carpet, a familiar aroma that had become synonymous with my nights here. The guests that night were few. An older couple from Wisconsin had checked in earlier, their car laden with luggage and road maps. They had been heading south, likely in search of warmer climes. There was also a businessman, his nasal voice still echoing in my mind from the series of phone calls he had made upon arrival. And finally, a lone traveler, a young woman with weary eyes, who had signed in just before dusk. As the clock ticked toward midnight, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves of the sparse trees that lined the edge of the property. I sat behind the reception desk, a book in hand, the pages illuminated by the soft glow of a desk lamp. The world outside seemed wrapped in a peaceful silence, the kind of tranquility that often accompanies nights spent far from the bustling heart of modern life. But then, as if on cue, the serenity fractured. The lights flickered once, twice, and then went out entirely, plunging the motel into an oppressive darkness. I blinked, momentarily disoriented, the sudden absence of light disarming in its totality. I fumbled for my phone, using its screen to cast a weak beam into the void. The power outages were not entirely uncommon in these parts, especially given the antiquated infrastructure that serviced this stretch of the highway. Yet there was something about this blackout that felt different, a sinister quality that gnawed at the edges of my consciousness. I could hear a faint rustling, the sound of movement, but the darkness swallowed any further clues. I decided to step outside, hoping to find some clue as to the source of the disturbance. As I pushed open the door to the office, the night air rushed in, cool and invigorating. The stars overhead seemed brighter now, as if compensating for the absence of artificial light. I walked along the length of the building, the beam of my phone tracing the outlines of the parked cars, the details rendered ghostly in the pallid light. It was then that I noticed the first signs of strangeness. The air was heavy, charged with a palpable tension that set my nerves on edge. As I approached room 7, where the older couple had checked in, I heard something, a guttural, animalistic sound that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I paused, unsure whether to knock or retreat. My hand hovered over the door, indecisive, when suddenly it flew open. The man from Wisconsin stood there, his eyes wild and unfocused, his demeanor unrecognizable from the kindly gentleman who had checked in earlier. He let out a snarl, a feral sound that sent me stumbling backward in shock. His face was contorted in an unnatural grimace, the veins in his neck bulging as if under immense pressure. He lunged toward me, but before he could reach, the woman, his wife I presumed, appeared behind him, her movements jerky and erratic. Panicked, I scrambled back, almost dropping my phone in the process. The light from the screen cast eerie shadows across their faces, highlighting the transformation that had overtaken them. They seemed less like people and more like creatures driven by some primal, destructive instinct. I retreated further, my heart pounding in my chest, the thumping deafening in the silence. Instinct propelled me back to the office, where I locked the door behind me. my breath coming in shallow gasps. I grabbed the emergency flashlight from beneath the counter, its beam more robust than my phone's. In the seclusion of the darkened office, I tried to make sense of what I had just witnessed. It was as if the blackout had triggered something in the guests, something monstrous and inexplicable. With the flashlight in hand, I ventured back outside, determined to check on the other guests. The businessman was my next stop. His room was further down the line, and I approached cautiously, my senses heightened by the adrenaline coursing through my veins. The door was ajar, swaying slightly as I neared, and from within, I heard the telltale sounds of chaos, furniture being overturned, the unmistakable thud of something heavy hitting the floor. I hesitated at the threshold, shining the light into the gloom. The room was in disarray, the contents scattered as if a tornado had swept through. The businessman was nowhere to be seen, but as I scanned the area, I caught sight of a figure huddled in a corner, rocking back and forth, his hands clawing at his face. "Sir?" I called, my voice steady despite the fear constricting my throat. He looked up, his eyes catching the light, and I saw the same madness lurking there. He let out a low growl, more beast than man, and started to rise, his movements disjointed and unsettling. I backed away slowly, unwilling to provoke him further. As I retreated, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, the oppressive darkness pressing in from all sides, alive with silent menace. The young woman was my final check. Her room was the furthest from the office, its door firmly closed. With each step, I felt the weight of dread settling heavier, the atmosphere thick with an unseen presence. I knocked gently, half hoping there would be no response. But there was. A low, keening wail emerged from within, a sound so raw and filled with despair that it cut through the quiet night like a knife. I pressed my ear to the door, listening intently. It was a voice, her voice, pleading for something in a language I couldn't understand. The words were foreign, ancient, each syllable resonating with power and an aching sorrow. I felt a chill race down my spine, and I backed away, the sound still echoing in my mind. Whatever was happening, this place, this motel, had become a nexus of something dark and inexplicable, an epicenter for a force beyond comprehension. Retreating to the office once more, I considered my options. The phone lines were dead, the usual hum of electricity absent, replaced by a silence that felt almost sentient. The thought of getting into my car and driving away was tempting, but a sense of duty held me back. These guests, no matter what they had become, were my responsibility. I spent the remainder of the night in a state of hypervigilance, the flashlight my only companion. Every creak and whisper of the building around me was amplified, each sound a potential threat. I felt as if I were standing on the precipice of a great and terrible secret, one that the motel had kept hidden for far too long. As dawn's first light crept over the horizon, the oppressive atmosphere seemed to lift slightly, the rising sun pushing back the shadows. I ventured outside once more, the world returning to its familiar state of ordinariness. The guests were nowhere to be seen, their rooms empty when I checked. It was as if they had simply vanished with the night, leaving no trace of their presence. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched, the lingering sensation of eyes upon me as I went about my tasks. Despite the daylight, I felt no relief, only a deep, abiding unease that settled in my bones. The motel, with its faded walls and echoing corridors, seemed to mock me, a reminder of the night's events and the secret it held. In the days that followed, I searched for answers, combing through local legends and whispered stories about the area. There were tales of ancient curses, of lands haunted by the restless spirits of those wronged long ago. But none offered a concrete explanation, only fragments of a larger puzzle, pieces that refused to fit neatly together. The motel continued to operate, its doors open to the world, yet I knew that it would never be the same for me. The events of that night had left an indelible mark, a shadow on my soul that would follow me for all my days. And though the guests never returned, their absence was a presence all its own, a constant reminder of the darkness that lies just beneath the surface of our reality. I remained vigilant, wary of the creeping night and the secrets it might reveal. Every flicker of the lights, every distant rumble of thunder was a harbinger of the unknown, a reminder that the motel was more than just a place of rest. It was a gateway, a threshold to something beyond understanding, a place where the line between human and beast blurred, where sanity teetered on the brink of oblivion. In the end, I realized that some mysteries were not meant to be unraveled, some secrets best left undisturbed. The motel stood as a silent sentinel, watching over the highway, its secrets intact, its story unfinished. And I, a guardian of sorts, waited in the shadows, ever watchful, ever wary, knowing that one day the darkness might return, bringing with it the echoes of that cursed night, a night that would haunt me forever. I remember the first time I laid eyes on the Motel 6. It was a lonely outpost among fields and sparse trees, standing like a sentinel 6 miles from the nearest town, where the highway dared to lose itself in the expanse of solitude. The sign, bold and lit with flickering neon, announced its presence more out of necessity than desire. It seemed to beckon me, promising a brief respite from a journey I was eager to end. Upon entering the lobby, I was struck by the unexpected warmth it exuded. It was not the sterile, impersonal space I had anticipated, but rather it was worn with an air of weary charm. The clerk, a gentleman with a soft voice and an apologetic smile, informed me with practiced monotony that the rooms were clean, offering everything one might need for a night's stay. I took the key, number 13, dangling from a faded plastic fob. The room was as advertised, with its functional furniture and a bedspread patterned in an outdated floral design. I set down my bags and allowed myself to collapse onto the bed. The hum of the highway outside was a soft lullaby, a reminder of the world I had momentarily escaped. It was, by all appearances, just another night on the road. I awoke to a stillness that was both comforting and unsettling. Outside, the wind had picked up, rustling through the dry leaves and whispering ancient secrets. I pulled back the curtains, peering into the ink-black night, the parking lot lit only by the dim glow of the distant highway lights. Unease pricked at me, finding solace in the shadowed corners of my room. The first disturbance came unexpectedly, a sudden flicker, followed by complete darkness. The power had gone out. I lay in the bed, the silence now oppressive, my mind racing through rational explanations. Perhaps it was a storm, though there had been no sign of one before I arrived. Outside, the wind continued its mournful song, but now it was accompanied by something else, a distant shuffle, a murmur that seemed to grow closer. Climbing from the bed, I felt my way to the door, cracking it open. The hallway was a cavern of shadows, broken only by the intermittent flash of lightning in the sky. Other doors creaked open, and the occupants, silhouettes of curiosity, stepped into the passageway. We exchanged nervous glances, strangers bound by circumstance and an unspoken fear. A voice, rough and barely civil, cut through the murmur. One of the guests, a man with a coarse demeanor, suggested we investigate, find the source of the outage. Reluctantly, we formed a small group and moved toward the lobby, our path lit by the meager glow of a solitary flashlight held by the clerk. As we neared the lobby, a low growl resonated, deep and primal, sending shivers along my spine. The clerk stopped abruptly, his face a mask of confusion and discomfort. It was then that I noticed the glint in his eyes, a reflection of something dark and hungry. Without warning, chaos erupted. The clerk turned, his face twisted into a snarl, and lunged at the guest nearest him. A scream pierced the air, followed by the frenetic sound of scuffling feet and panicked breaths. I stumbled back, my heart pounding a relentless rhythm against my ribs. The others, caught in a frenzy of confusion and terror, scattered in all directions. Some ran blindly into the night, while others disappeared into the depths of the motel. I found myself alone, the walls closing in, the air thick with dread. Instinctively, I retreated to my room, slamming the door behind me and securing it with every available lock. My mind raced, replaying the events in an endless loop, each iteration more disturbing than the last. The clerk's transformation had been swift, a transition from man to beast, driven by a darkness I couldn't comprehend. I sank to the floor, my back pressed against the door, listening. Outside, the night was alive with sounds, footsteps, snarls, and the occasional cry of pain or fear. Each noise was a reminder of the peril that lurked just beyond the thin veneer of my sanctuary. Time became an elusive concept, each minute stretching into eternity. The darkness was unyielding, a cloak that smothered hope and clarity. I knew I couldn't remain hidden forever, yet the thought of facing whatever monstrosity lay outside paralyzed me. Desperation forced my hand. I crept to the window, pushing the curtains aside just enough to peer into the night. The parking lot was a tide of shadows, shifting and swaying with each gust of wind. I could see movement, a figure, or perhaps several, pacing with predatory grace. Clarity came with the realization. The blackout had awakened something within the guests, a primal instinct buried beneath layers of civility. They had become something other, their humanity eclipsed by a ravenous, feral nature. Gathering courage, I slipped out the window, my feet landing silently on the cool earth. The air was electric, charged with the remnants of a long-forgotten curse. I kept to the shadows, making my way toward the highway, the distant hum a beacon of hope. As I neared the edge of the lot, a flash of movement caught my eye. One of the transformed guests was nearby, their eyes glinting with an unnatural light. I froze, my breath caught in my throat, but they seemed more interested in some unseen quarry, darting into the woods without a second glance in my direction. With trembling resolve, I pressed on, reaching the highway at last. It stretched out before me, a ribbon of salvation, and I began to run, my strides fueled by adrenaline and fear. The sky began to lighten, the first hints of dawn painting the horizon in gentle hues. With each step, the motel faded into the background, its secrets sealed once more by the cloak of day. But even as I reached the safety of the town, I couldn't shake the lingering fear. The Motel 6 had left its mark on me, a shadow that followed in my wake. I could never forget the darkness that had claimed it, nor the transformation that had turned ordinary people into something monstrous. Life returned to its routine, but every night as I lay in bed, I could hear the echoes of that fateful night in the silence. The world was not as it seemed, and the shadows held secrets that defied understanding. The Motel 6 remained, a hushed whisper among travelers, its reputation tainted by the stories that followed. And while others might pass it by without a thought, I knew the truth. There were places in the world that held a dark magic, capable of twisting the human soul into something unrecognizable. Even now, the memory haunts me, a reminder that darkness dwells in the most unassuming places, waiting for the moment to reveal its true nature. And in those moments of stillness, I wonder if the motel still stands, a sentinel of shadows, guarding its secrets from the unwary traveler. The fear lingers, a specter of the night that refuses to fade. It whispers to me, a constant companion, a reminder of the thin veneer that separates our world from the unknown. And so, I live with the knowledge that some doors, once opened, can never be closed, and the darkness that lies beyond is a part of us, waiting to be awakened. The motel was a relic from a bygone era, standing stubbornly on the outskirts of a quiet town that had long since been bypassed by progress. Its neon sign flickered intermittently, casting an unsteady glow that was more haunting than welcoming. I arrived at the motel on a cool autumn evening, seeking nothing more than a night's rest on my journey to somewhere indefinitely better. The reception area was dimly lit, with faded floral wallpaper that peeled slightly at the corners, and a heavy wooden counter that had seen better days. A bell sat on the counter, tarnished and silent, only singing its metallic ring when I tapped it impatiently. The woman behind the counter was as much a fixture as the building itself. She had a weary yet knowing smile, the kind that suggested she'd seen every kind of traveler and heard every kind of story. Her hair was pulled back tightly into a bun, and her eyes, though tired, were sharp. She handed me a key with a brass tag, its number etched deeply, a relic of a time when keys were trusted companions rather than cards or codes. Room 7. The room was modest, with a heavy quilt covering a bed that sagged in the middle. There was a small television, a relic from the early 90s, perched on a rickety stand and a single window that looked out onto the parking lot. Beyond the lot, a dense forest loomed, its trees reaching upward like skeletal fingers, clawing at the sky. The air was quiet, almost oppressively so, with only the distant hoot of an owl and the rustle of leaves disturbed by the wind. After settling in, I found myself restless, drawn to the outdoors by an inexplicable urge. The night air was crisp and filled with the earthy scent of the forest. As I wandered around the perimeter of the motel, I noticed the building's age more acutely. Each creak of the wooden boards beneath my feet told stories of countless travelers who had passed this way before me. That was when I noticed a subtle but distinct change. A draft, almost imperceptible at first, seemed to emanate from somewhere below. It was different from the cool autumn air, carrying with it a stale, almost metallic scent that was out of place in the open air. Curiosity pulled me towards the source of this disturbance. At the far end of the motel, partially obscured by overgrown bushes, was a small weathered door. It was an entrance to what I assumed was a basement or storage area, though it seemed odd for a building like this to have such a feature. The door was slightly ajar, and as I approached, the draft grew stronger, carrying with it a sense of foreboding that settled into the pit of my stomach. Against my better judgment, I pushed the door open wider. It groaned on its hinges, protesting this rare movement. Inside, a narrow staircase descended into darkness. With only the light from my phone to guide me, I cautiously made my way down. The air grew colder, and the metallic scent intensified, mingling with a musty odor that was almost suffocating. The steps were uneven, some missing entirely, and I had to move slowly to ensure I didn't lose my footing. As I reached the bottom, I found myself in a cavernous chamber that seemed too large to exist beneath a simple motel. The walls were lined with old stone, and the floor was packed earth, dotted with puddles of stagnant water. In the center of the room stood an altar, a grotesque structure hewn from dark stone. It was old, older than the motel or the town, perhaps. Symbols that I didn't recognize were carved deeply into its surface, and though I couldn't understand their meaning, they filled me with an overwhelming sense of dread. Around the altar were objects that seemed out of place: antique mirrors, rusted tools, and broken furniture, all arranged with a chaotic purpose. I should have left then, turned and run back up the stairs into the safety of my unremarkable room. But something compelled me to stay, to explore further. As I moved around the chamber, my phone's light reflected off something shiny, catching my attention. It was a mirror, larger and more ornate than the others. Its frame was gilded with intricate designs that seemed to writhe and twist in the dim light. The glass was cloudy and cracked, but it held my gaze. As I stared into it, I felt a strange pull, as if it were drawing me in. Unsettling images began to flicker across its surface. Distorted faces, eyes wide with terror, mouths open in silent screams. The longer I stared, the stronger the pull became, until I felt as if I were falling into the mirror itself. Panicked, I tore my gaze away, my heart pounding in my chest. I backed away from the mirror, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The chamber felt alive around me, the shadows deepening and shifting, whispering secrets in a language I couldn't understand. It was then that I noticed something else, a dark figure standing at the edge of the light. At first, I thought it was a trick of the shadows, but as my eyes adjusted, the figure remained, solid and real. It was tall, its features obscured by a hooded cloak. It stood perfectly still, watching me with an intensity that was almost palpable. Fear rooted me to the spot, my mind racing with possibilities. Was it someone from the motel, a fellow traveler who had stumbled upon the chamber as I had? Or was it something else entirely, something not bound by the natural laws of this world? I didn't have time to ponder these questions, for the figure began to move, gliding silently across the chamber floor towards me. Its presence was overwhelming, a suffocating pressure that made it difficult to breathe. Instinct screamed at me to flee, but my body refused to obey, trapped in the grip of unrelenting terror. The figure stopped mere feet away, its shadow falling over me like a shroud. From beneath the hood, a pair of eyes locked onto mine, glowing faintly in the darkness. They were not the eyes of a human. There was no warmth, no life in them, only an abyssal hunger that seemed to pierce through my very soul. My heart thundered in my chest, each beat echoing loudly in the stillness. The figure raised a hand, its skin pale and smooth, almost luminous in the feeble light. It reached towards me, and I could feel an icy chill radiating from its touch. In that moment, something snapped within me. A primal instinct surged to the surface, breaking the paralysis that held me. I stumbled backward, turning and racing for the stairs. I didn't look back to see if the figure followed, every fiber of my being focused on escape. I crashed through the door at the top of the stairs, slamming it shut behind me. My heart was pounding, adrenaline coursing through my veins as I leaned against the door, struggling to catch my breath. The motel seemed unchanged, a silent sentinel against the night. But I was changed, irrevocably altered by what I had seen. As I returned to my room, every shadow seemed to hold a threat. Every sound magnified in my heightened state of fear. Sleep was impossible, my mind replaying the events in the chamber over and over. I lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling, listening to the whisper of the wind against the window. Morning couldn't come fast enough, but when it did, it brought no respite, only the harsh reality of what I had encountered. I checked out at first light, the woman at the desk offering the same knowing smile as she took the key. Her eyes lingered on me, as if she could see the change that had been wrought within. As I drove away, the motel receded in my rearview mirror, but the unease lingered, a constant companion on the road ahead. That night, beneath the unforgiving glare of my headlights, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, followed by eyes that glowed with an unholy light. Though I left the motel far behind, its shadow clung to me, a reminder of the darkness that lay hidden beneath the surface of the ordinary. Perhaps I should have warned someone, called the authorities, or told the townspeople of the chamber and its dark occupant. But who would believe such a tale? It was easier to dismiss it as a figment of my imagination, a nightmare conjured by the isolation of the road and the eerie atmosphere of the motel. Yet deep down, I knew the truth. There was something there, something that defied comprehension, waiting in the shadows for the next curious soul to wander too far, to delve too deep, and to awaken the horror that lay beneath. And so I drove, with the knowledge that some things are better left undisturbed, their secrets buried in the silence of the earth, where they can do no harm. But in the quiet moments, when the world is still and the mind begins to wander, I remember the glowing eyes and the icy touch, and I am reminded that there are places where the darkness never sleeps. It waits patiently, biding its time, until the day comes when someone, somewhere, will once again hear its call and answer as I did, drawn into a world where nightmares are real and shadows hold the power to consume. Though I have moved on, the memory of that night remains vivid, etched into my mind like a scar. I often wonder about the others who have stayed at the motel since, if they too have felt the chill of the draft or seen the flicker of shadows beneath the ground. Perhaps they have, and like me, they have chosen silence, carrying the burden of their secret with them as they continue their own journeys. Or perhaps the figure beneath remains undisturbed, waiting with eternal patience for the next intruder to stumble unwittingly into its lair. In the end, it matters little. The world is full of such places, hidden from view, where reality blurs with the fantastic and the mundane cloaks the terrifying. All we can do is hope to avoid them, to pass by unnoticed, and to resist the lure of the unknown. Yet, despite the fear and the nightmares, there is a part of me that is grateful for the encounter, for the reminder that there are still mysteries in the world, waiting to be uncovered by those brave or foolish enough to seek them out. As I travel on, I find myself drawn to the strange and unusual, ever watchful for signs of the extraordinary. I have learned to trust my instincts, to recognize the subtle shifts in the air that signal the presence of something otherworldly. And though I carry the memory of that night with me always, it is tempered by the knowledge that I survived, that I escaped the shadows and lived to tell the tale. It is a small comfort, but a comfort nonetheless, in a world where darkness lurks just beneath the surface, waiting for the chance to rise once more. I had heard about the motel on the outskirts of town, a relic from the past where the highway once thrived, before the new bypass rerouted the flow of travelers. In its dilapidated state, the motel stood like a forgotten sentinel, its sign flickering occasionally with a ghostly hum. I was drawn to it, partly due to the rumors that whispered about its dark past, and partly because I needed a place to stay as I wandered aimlessly, a lost soul seeking refuge. The reception area was deserted when I arrived, save for a bell on the counter that seemed strangely out of place in its pristine shine. I rang it, the sound echoing unnaturally in the hollow silence. Shortly, an elderly man appeared from the shadows, his movements slow and deliberate. He had an air about him, as though he carried the weight of 1,000 stories, all untold, all haunting. He handed me a key without asking for my details, his eyes meeting mine briefly. There was something unsettling in his gaze, a flicker of recognition that I couldn't quite place. Room 7. I glanced at the key, its heavy brass catching the light, yet somehow feeling cold in my palm. The room was modest, a relic of bygone days. The wallpaper, once vibrant, now peeled at the edges, exposing the rawness beneath. A television sat in one corner, an ancient model that I doubted worked. The bed, though neatly made, seemed like it had absorbed the sorrow of countless weary travelers. I settled in, trying to shake off the unease that clung to the air like a lingering fog. Later that evening, as I lay in bed, the muffled sounds of voices seeped through the walls. A family, it seemed, with the muted warmth of laughter and the comforting cadence of conversation. It was strange considering I had seen no other guests. I found it oddly soothing, a reminder of normalcy in this forgotten place. But then came the first disturbance. The sounds grew louder, more distinct, as though they were moving through the walls. My curiosity piqued. I pressed my ear against the faded wallpaper. I could hear them clearly. A father, a mother, a child. Each voice distinct, yet oddly toneless, as if reciting lines from a script. The night's embrace was restless, my dreams fragmented and elusive. Images of faces, unfamiliar yet hauntingly close, flitted through my mind. I awoke with a start, sweat clinging to my skin despite the chill in the air. The voices were gone, leaving only the oppressive silence that seemed to amplify the motel's desolation. The next day, I explored the grounds, hoping to unravel the mystery that had wrapped itself around me. A strange compulsion urged me to understand the motel's secrets. The other rooms, though identical in architecture, seemed locked in time, untouched by the decay that had claimed the exterior. I felt watched, as if unseen eyes followed my every step. That evening, the voices returned, more insistent, clawing at the silence with a fervor that sent shivers down my spine. I ventured outside, drawn by a force I couldn't comprehend. As I crossed the threshold of the room, the air felt thick, charged with a static energy that prickled my skin. The courtyard was strangely illuminated, bathed in a light that seemed to come from nowhere. There, I saw them, the family, spectral figures that shimmered at the edge of perception. They moved with a peculiar grace, their features blurred and indistinct, yet their presence undeniable. I watched, entranced, as they reenacted scenes of domestic life. Their movements fluid yet devoid of true warmth or emotion. A ghostly tableau that played out with a haunting familiarity, as if they were trapped in an endless loop, compelled to relive moments of a past long forgotten. Each night the performance repeated, growing more vivid, more desperate. The father's voice, once calm, now carried an edge of pleading. The mother's laughter held a hint of hysteria, and the child's playful tones twisted into cries of despair. I tried to speak to them, to break the cycle, but my voice was swallowed by the oppressive atmosphere, leaving me powerless in the face of their torment. The escalation was subtle, insidious. Shadows lengthened, stretched into corners, untouched by light. Objects in my room began to move of their own accord, a subtle shift here, an inexplicable displacement there. I felt the motel's influence creeping into my thoughts, weaving itself into my very being. One night, as I lay in bed, paralyzed by a sense of impending doom, I felt a presence beside me. It was cold, an unnatural chill that seeped into my bones. I dared not turn my head, fearing what I might see. Yet, I knew instinctively the family had found me, reaching out from their spectral prison. The climax came with a force that shattered the illusion of my solitary existence. I was trapped, caught in the web of their cursed existence. The walls of my room seemed to pulse with life, the voices crescendoing into a cacophony of despair that threatened to consume me. I was no longer an observer, but a participant in their twisted dance. In that moment of heightened terror, I understood the truth. The family was not merely trapped. They were guardians of a malevolent force that sought to escape the confines of the motel. I felt its dark intent clawing at the edges of my mind, seeking entry, seeking freedom. In a final act of desperation, I reached out, my fingers brushing against the cold, intangible forms of the family. A surge of energy coursed through me, a flash of clarity amidst the chaos. I pleaded with them, not with words, but with the raw emotion of my will. To free them was to bind the force, to seal it away for another generation. As the dawn broke, the motel seemed to exhale, the pressure lifting as if a storm had passed. I found myself alone, the room untouched by the night's events, yet profoundly altered. The key lay on the bedside table, its weight no longer oppressive, but comforting in its familiarity. I left the motel behind, my steps lighter, yet my heart heavy with the knowledge that the cycle would continue. The family, trapped in their spectral vigil, had entrusted me with their secret, their burden. I carried it with me, a silent witness to the motel's haunting legacy. And though I have moved on, the lingering fear remains, a shadow at the edge of my consciousness. I sense it in quiet moments, in the space between heartbeats, a reminder that some places are cursed not by choice, but by the echoes of those who came before. The motel was modestly nestled at the edge of a dense forest, with its back to a sprawling cave system that stretched for miles beneath the earth. It was a place that could easily be forgotten by travelers, situated on a road less traveled, where the asphalt seemed to narrow as if being swallowed by the surrounding wilderness. My name is Sam, and for the past 5 years, I've managed this peculiar establishment. It was a job that found me rather than the other way around, as if the universe had conspired to lead me here. The motel was a relic from the 1960s, with its pastel colors and retro signage that flickered in the twilight. To most, it appeared to be merely a quaint stopover, but for those who stayed longer, there was an unsettling charm, one that lingered with an inexplicable gravity. I was the only caretaker, a role that had become an indefinite calling. The previous caretaker had disappeared without a trace, a mystery that was whispered among the few locals who cared to remember. Initially, there was nothing overtly strange about the place. My duties were typical: check in weary guests, maintain the grounds, and ensure the rooms were clean. The pay was modest, but the room and board were free, and the solitude was exactly what I thought I needed. The first few months passed quietly, with only the occasional guest trickling through, each with their own stories and reasons for stopping at a motel so removed from the beaten path. But as the days turned into nights, and the nights crept into weeks, I began to notice things, unsettling things. It started with the whispers carried on the wind, so faint that I thought them to be tricks of my imagination. They would ebb and flow like the tide, rising in intensity at dusk and fading at dawn. Sometimes I could almost make out words or phrases, but just as I grasped their meaning, they would elude me, slipping back into the shadows where they belonged. My dreams changed too. They became vivid, unsettlingly so, filled with images of the cave system behind the motel. In these dreams, I would wander through the labyrinthine tunnels, lost and yet guided by an unseen force that seemed to know me intimately. I would wake drenched in sweat, my heart pounding with the certainty that something from those dreams lingered in the waking world. The first true disturbance came one stormy night when the motel was vacant, save for a single guest. An older gentleman, Mr. Carl, had checked in earlier, seeking refuge from the heavy rain. He was a quiet man with distant eyes, the kind of guest who kept to himself and left no real impression. That night, as the rain lashed against the windows and thunder rolled through the valley, I heard it. The unmistakable sound of footsteps echoing down the hallway. I left my room to investigate, the corridor dimly lit by the flickering fluorescent lights. As I approached Mr. Carl's room, I noticed the door was ajar, swinging slightly with each gust of wind that seeped through the cracks. Inside, the room was empty, except for a single note on the bed, written in a hurried scrawl. "You're always welcome." I searched the premises, calling out to Mr. Carl, but he was nowhere to be found. The rain continued its relentless assault, drowning out any answers the night might have whispered to me. The authorities were of little help, noting the transient nature of our guests and the likelihood that Mr. Carl had simply left in the middle of the night. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered, gnawing at the edges of my mind. As weeks turned into months, similar occurrences unfolded. Guests would arrive and depart, but a few would leave behind the same note. "You're always welcome," penned in different handwritings. Each time, they vanished without a trace, leaving their belongings and the echoes of their presence behind. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, as if they were building towards something. I began to feel the eyes of the forest upon me, their gaze heavy and unyielding. The dreams became darker, filled with shadows that slithered and writhed like living things, beckoning me deeper into the caves. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the world in a dusky glow, I received an unexpected visitor. A young woman, her eyes wide with a mix of fear and curiosity, stood at the threshold of the motel. She introduced herself as Claire, a journalist investigating the history of the area. She had heard rumors of the motel's strange happenings and was eager to uncover the truth. Claire was relentless in her pursuit, her presence a whirlwind of questions and determination. Together, we pored over old records and local tales, piecing together the motel's storied past. It seemed that the land it occupied had been sacred to the indigenous people, a place of power linked to the cave system. Legends spoke of ancient rituals and guardians bound to protect the secrets within. The more we uncovered, the more the motel seemed to take on a life of its own. The whispers became voices, distinct and echoing with a primal authority. The shadows grew bolder, stretching across rooms and revealing glimpses of another world just beyond our understanding. And then, one fateful night, the escalation reached its peak. It began with a tremor that shook the very foundation of the motel, a rumbling that seemed to emanate from the depths of the caves. The lights flickered and died, plunging me and Claire into darkness. Outside, the forest was alive with movement, as if the trees themselves were converging upon us. Guided by instinct and a compulsion I could not resist, I found myself drawn to the entrance of the caves. Claire followed, her flashlight casting jittery beams that danced against the cavern walls. The air was thick with anticipation, each step echoing with the tension of an unseen presence. Deep within the labyrinth, we discovered a chamber, its walls carved with ancient symbols that pulsed with an eerie luminescence. In the center stood a figure, cloaked in shadows yet undeniably human. It was Mr. Carl, or rather, what he had become. His eyes were vacant, his expression serene as he gestured to join him. "This is the price," he intoned, his voice a blend of many, resonating with the cadence of the earth itself. Eternal life, bound to this place. The realization washed over me like a cold wave. The motel was more than just a structure. It was a gateway, a prison, and a promise of immortality at a cost. The caretakers were chosen, bound to the land and its secrets, forever part of its tapestry. Claire's face mirrored my own horror as she backed away, the shadows reaching for her with tendrils of longing. It was then that I understood the choice before me. To remain was to accept the eternal binding, to become one with the whispers and shadows, to be forgotten by the world above. To leave was to break the cycle, but at what cost? As the dawn light crept into the cave, the whispers softened, retreating to the edges of perception. Claire and I stumbled out into the light, the weight of what we had seen pressing down upon us. The motel stood unchanged, its facade a deceptive mask for the ancient power within. Days passed, and the quiet returned, but it was a fragile peace, undercut by the knowledge of the lurking presence. Claire left, her story untold, perhaps realizing some truths were better left buried. I remained, the motel now a cocoon of solitude that both comforted and suffocated. Each day was a reminder of the choice I had made, the whispers ever present, their invitation eternal. The forest watched with eyes unseen, waiting for the day I would answer their call. And so, the motel stands, a beacon on the edge of the world, always welcoming those who seek its refuge. But for those who linger too long, the price is steep, a secret bound in stone and shadow, echoing through time. It was a house like any other on the street, nestled among a row of aging, crumbling structures that had long ceased to hear the laughter of children or the soft hum of family life. It had the forlorn look of a haunted place, not from its facade, which was no more decayed than its neighbors, but from the silence that wrapped around it like a shroud. The other houses on the street, even in their neglect, whispered of memories and warmth. But this house seemed to swallow sound. I moved in on a gray autumn day, the sky overcast and heavy with unshed rain. As I placed the last of my boxes in the front room, I could not shake the feeling that I was not alone. It was an absurd notion, of course. The house had been vacant for years, a relic of better times when the neighborhood was alive. I had found it advertised for a price so low, it seemed a mistake. Yet the records were all in order, and the keys were mine. An escape, I thought, from the life I wished to leave behind. The first few days passed uneventfully. I spent my time unpacking, turning the forgotten rooms into something resembling a home. The noises of the old house, the groans and creaks of wood settling, were familiar to me from my childhood, when I lived in my grandmother's similarly aged abode. But then, on the third day, I became aware of the wardrobe. It stood in the corner of the bedroom, a massive antique piece that I had assumed was simply part of the house, too cumbersome to remove. Dark wood, intricately carved with designs that twisted into shapes almost recognizable, but ultimately strange. I had not paid it much heed before, but as I lay in bed, a cold draft seemed to seep from its seams, chilling me to the bone in a way the autumn air never could. I dismissed it, resolving to check for gaps or openings the following day. That night, I dreamed of her, a pale lady, gaunt and ethereal, her eyes sunken and devoid of life, standing silently beside the wardrobe. Her presence was not overtly threatening, yet there was an undeniable malice in the silence that enveloped her. I awoke with a start, my heart pounding, the room dark and silent. The wardrobe loomed like a specter in the moonlight, filtering through the curtains, and I could not shake the feeling that the pale lady had been watching me as I slept. In the days that followed, the sense of unease grew. The house began to feel less like a sanctuary and more like a trap, each room holding its own secrets. Doors that I was certain I had closed were found ajar, and items shifted out of place as though moved by unseen hands. Most disturbing, however, were the whispers, low, incomprehensible murmurs that seemed to emanate from the very walls, often late at night when the world outside was still. I would lie awake, straining to understand them, yet they always eluded me, fading into the stillness of the room. I tried to rationalize these events, attributing them to the overactive imagination of someone in a new and unfamiliar setting. Yet, deep down, I knew that something was wrong. The dreams of the pale lady persisted, each one more vivid than the last, until her presence was as real to me as the bed upon which I slept. It was on a particularly cold, silent night that I awoke to the sound of the wardrobe door creaking open. Paralyzed by fear, I lay there, listening to the slow, deliberate movement of wood against wood. The pale lady stood there, real now, emerging from the darkness within the wardrobe. her eyes fixed on me with an intensity that burned into my soul. I could not move, could not speak, as she drifted closer, her form both solid and ephemeral, like a shadow made flesh. In that moment, I felt a chill settle over me, a cold deeper than any winter night, penetrating to my very core. The encounter left me shaken, the boundary between dream and reality blurring until I could no longer tell where one ended and the other began. My attempts to explain these phenomena to myself faltered, and I began to avoid the bedroom, sleeping fitfully on the living room couch. But the pale lady was not confined to the wardrobe. She appeared in mirrors, her reflection, a ghostly echo of my own, always watching, always waiting. The whispers grew louder, clearer, forming words that slipped through my mind like smoke, intangible and fleeting. Desperation drove me to research the house's history, trawling through archives and old newspapers. What I discovered sent a chill through me, deeper than any I had known. The house had belonged to a woman named Eliza, a recluse whose sudden disappearance had become the stuff of local legend. Neighbors spoke of strange happenings, of seeing her pale form in the windows long after she was gone. The wardrobe, they said, held a secret, a gateway to her world of shadows and silence. Armed with this knowledge, I resolved to face the pale lady, to confront her and end the torment. It was a fool's hope, but it was all I had left. On the night of the new moon, when the world was cloaked in darkness, I returned to the bedroom, standing before the wardrobe. The air was thick with tension, electric with expectation. I reached out, my hand trembling, and pulled the door open. Inside, there was nothing but shadows, a yawning abyss that seemed to draw the very light from the room. Yet, as I peered into its depths, the pale lady emerged, her presence no longer a specter of my imagination, but a tangible reality. "Why do you haunt me?" I whispered, my voice barely audible over the pounding of my heart. Her lips parted in a smile, cruel and knowing, as she reached out, her fingers brushing against my arm with a chill that burned. In that moment, I understood. She was not merely a ghost, but a part of the house itself, bound to it by ties of anger and despair. Her whispers were not words of malice, but a plea for release, for an end to the torment that bound her to this place. The wardrobe was her prison, and I was the key to her freedom. As I stood there, the understanding blossomed into resolve. I would help her, though it terrified me to my very core. I reached into the wardrobe, feeling the darkness close around me, and in that instant, I felt her presence fade. The oppressive weight lifting as though a storm had passed. The house sighed, the creaks and groans of its ancient timbers settling into a new, peaceful rhythm. The following morning, the air felt lighter, the oppressive silence replaced by a calm I had not known since moving in. The pale lady was gone, her presence no longer lingering in the corners of my vision or the edges of my dreams. Yet, the memory of her stayed with me, a reminder of the thin veil between our world and the next, and the echoes of those who linger, waiting for release. Though the house was peaceful now, I could not shake the feeling of being watched, of eyes observing from the shadows. The neighborhood, too, seemed to come alive once more, the decay of its buildings softened by the return of whispers, this time of life and laughter. New families moved in, drawn by the low prices and the promise of renewal, unaware of the secrets the streets held. I held my peace, content to let the past remain buried, knowing that some stories are better left untold. As for the wardrobe, it remained in its corner, its presence no longer menacing, but a reminder of the house's history, of the pale lady who had once called it home. I could never bring myself to remove it, as if doing so would erase the memory of her entirely. In the quiet moments of the night, I would sometimes imagine her smile, no longer cruel but free, as she roamed the endless corridors of her own choosing. And yet, on some nights, when the wind howled and the shadows stretched long and thin, I would find myself listening for the whispers, wondering if somewhere out there, in the realm of shadows and dreams, the pale lady watched still, her story entwined with mine, an unending dance of silence and release. I remember the day we moved into the house vividly, though the details sometimes rearrange themselves in my memory. The house was a quaint suburban home, the kind you'd find in an illustration of the perfect neighborhood. White picket fences lined the street, and the lawns were immaculate. Children played in the yards, their laughter echoing through the crisp morning air. Our house stood slightly apart, flanked by tall oak trees that whispered secrets on the wind. It was the kind of home that seemed to promise a new beginning, a fresh start, away from the bustling city life we had left behind. At first, life settled into a comfortable routine. My husband, Mark, and I busied ourselves with the mundane tasks of setting up our new life. Boxes were unpacked, furniture arranged, walls painted with the colors of our choosing. There was something soothing about the ritual of building a new home, a sense of purpose that grounded us. Evenings were spent on the porch, watching the sun dip below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold. Our conversations were filled with plans for the future, hopes and dreams we dared to whisper to the stars. It was a Sunday afternoon when the first disturbance occurred. I was in the kitchen, the aroma of freshly brewed coffee, mingling with the scent of rain-soaked earth, filtering through the open window. The sound of the front door creaking open caught my attention. No one should have been there. Mark was out running errands, and I was alone. I stepped into the hallway cautiously, calling out his name, but my voice was met with silence. Standing before the door, I noticed something peculiar. A small pair of muddy footprints trailed across the hardwood floor, leading from the entrance to the staircase. They seemed too small to belong to an adult. A chill ran down my spine as I followed the trail, each step raising the hairs on the back of my neck. The footprints ended abruptly at the foot of the stairs, as if the owner had vanished into thin air. I shook my head, convincing myself that it was merely a trick of the rain and my imagination. But deep down, a sense of unease began to take root. An inexplicable feeling that something was amiss. Days passed, and though I tried to forget the incident, it lingered at the edge of my thoughts, a shadow that refused to be banished by the light of day. The house, once a place of refuge, began to feel unfamiliar. Strange occurrences became more frequent, Objects shifted from where I had placed them. Lights flickered inexplicably, plunging rooms into brief moments of darkness. I heard whispers at night, soft murmurs that seemed to seep through the walls, just beyond the edge of comprehension. At first, Mark dismissed my concerns, attributing them to stress or the unsettling nature of moving to a new place. But I could see the doubt creeping into his eyes, a fissure in the facade of his reasoning. Then came the day when I saw the child. It was a rainy afternoon, the kind of day that swallowed sound and blurred the edges of the world. I watched from the kitchen window as a little girl wandered into our backyard. She was dressed in an old-fashioned white dress, her hair a cascade of curls, wet and clinging to her face. There was something off about her appearance, a translucence that unsettled me. She stood there, unmoving, staring at the house with a gaze that seemed to pierce through time. I called out to her, my voice hesitant and trembling. She did not respond, did not flinch or turn away. Instead, she raised her hand, pointing a finger toward the attic window. Her eyes locked onto mine, and in that moment, a wave of cold washed over me, as if I had been submerged in icy water. I blinked, and she was gone, leaving nothing behind but a sense of disquiet that refused to fade. I rushed outside, searching for any trace of the girl, but the yard was empty, the grass undisturbed. I returned inside, trying to quell the panic rising within me. That evening, I finally told Mark about the girl. He listened, his expression a mix of concern and incredulity. We decided to inspect the attic together, hoping to find some logical explanation. The attic was a claustrophobic space, filled with the clutter of forgotten memories left behind by previous occupants. Dust motes danced in the beams of light, filtering through the small window, casting ghostly shadows on the walls. We searched through the boxes and old furniture, but found nothing unusual. Yet, as we turned to leave, Mark paused, his gaze fixed on a corner of the room. There, tucked away beneath an old trunk, was a small, intricately carved wooden box. Inside the box lay a collection of photographs, faded and yellowed with age. They depicted a family, a mother, a father, and their daughter. The little girl from the photographs was unmistakably the same child I had seen in the yard. Her face, though smiling in the pictures, held an eerie familiarity that sent shivers down my spine. I glanced at Mark, seeking reassurance, but his expression mirrored my own fear and confusion. The discovery only deepened the mystery. Who was she, and why did she seem to haunt our home? The days that followed were a blur of anxiety and sleepless nights. I found myself drawn to the attic, poring over the photographs, searching for clues that might unravel the enigma. Each image seemed to carry a story, a fragment of a past that refused to be silenced. My perception of reality began to unravel. The whispers grew louder, more distinct, their words forming an incoherent chorus that invaded my thoughts. I heard my name among their murmurs, a haunting chant that followed me through the house. The line between dream and reality blurred, as if the house itself was a living entity, breathing and pulsing with a life of its own. Mark began to worry, his concern for my well-being outweighing his skepticism. He insisted I see a doctor, fearing I was succumbing to some psychological affliction. But deep down, I knew there was something more to these experiences, something that could not be explained by mere delusion. I felt a connection to the girl, a bond that transcended time and reason. The climax came on a stormy night, the wind howling through the trees like a chorus of lost souls. I awoke to find the house shrouded in darkness, the power out once more. The whispers were deafening, a cacophony that echoed through my mind. I stumbled out of bed, drawn by an unseen force toward the attic. The stairs creaked beneath my feet, each step a resonant drumbeat in the silence of the house. I reached the attic door, my hand trembling as I turned the knob. The room was illuminated by the flickering light of a candle, casting long shadows that danced along the walls. In the center of the room stood the little girl, her figure solid and real in the dim light. She gazed at me with eyes that seemed to hold the weight of the world, a sadness and longing that transcended her years. She opened her mouth, and for the first time, I heard her voice, soft and ethereal. "Help me," she whispered, the plea resonating within the depths of my soul. Before I could respond, the candle flickered and died, plunging the room into darkness. I felt a rush of air, a presence sweeping past me, and then silence. When the lights returned, the girl was gone, leaving behind only the lingering scent of roses and the echo of her words. I stood there, breathless and trembling, the reality of what had transpired sinking in. The house was not merely haunted by memories, but by the spirit of a child trapped between worlds, seeking release. The photographs, the whispers, the visions, they were all pieces of a puzzle I was destined to solve. In the days that followed, the atmosphere in the house shifted. The whispers faded, the shadows retreated, and a sense of peace settled over the place. I continued my search, uncovering fragments of the family's history, piecing together the story of their tragic past. The girl, it seemed, had died in a fire, her life cut short by a moment of fate's cruelty. Yet, despite the resolution, a lingering fear remained. The line between reality and the unseen world had been breached, revealing a realm of possibilities that defied logic and reason. I often found myself glancing toward the attic, half expecting to see her standing there, waiting with those haunting eyes. The house, once a refuge, had become a keeper of secrets, its walls echoing with the memories of lives long gone. As I sit on the porch, watching the sun sink below the horizon, I reflect on the events that have unfolded. The wind carries with it the scent of roses, a gentle reminder of the girl whose presence lingers still. I am left with a sense of wonder and unease, a knowledge that the world is far more complex and mysterious than I had ever imagined. In the quiet moments, I hear her voice, a soft whisper on the breeze, a plea for help that resonates within me. And though I am haunted by the past, I find solace in the knowledge that I am not alone, that there are others who, like me, seek to unravel the mysteries hidden within the shadows. The girl's story, though a part of my life now, will not define me, but I will carry the memory of her with me, a reminder that some truths are buried deeper than we care to delve, and that some spirits, though lost, are never truly forgotten. Growing up, Bedtime stories were a cherished ritual in our household. Each night, as the sun dipped below the horizon and shadows began their slow creep across the room, my father would pull an old wooden chair beside my bed. The chair groaned beneath his weight, a familiar symphony of creaks that carried with it an odd comfort. Clutching a worn, leather-bound book, he would weave tales that sent my imagination spiraling into faraway lands where heroes and villains battled in a dance as old as time. Our home, nestled near the bustling I-95, was a sanctuary. The constant, distant hum of traffic acted as a lullaby, a reminder of the world beyond our walls. Yet, it was within these walls that my world truly existed, a world filled with love, warmth, and a sense of security that I had taken for granted. It was in this cocoon of normalcy that the disturbances began. They were subtle at first, barely noticeable enough to register, let alone disrupt. I would hear whispers, faint and elusive, threading through the night air like a breeze that rustled the leaves but left no trace. Dismissing them as figments of a tired mind, I hardly spared them a thought. However, when the whispers grew louder, resembling the soft murmurs of a child's voice, unease began to replace my nonchalance. The voice, ethereal and gentle, seemed to weave itself into the fabric of my nightly routine. It spoke not in sentences, but in fragmented phrases, a jigsaw puzzle whose pieces danced just out of reach. The realization that I might not be alone in my room was a chilling one. Yet I clung to rationality, attributing the sounds to the old house settling, or perhaps even the distant traffic. One evening, as autumn leaves swirled in the crisp night air, the whispers took on a new intensity. I lay in bed, the book of bedtime stories resting against my chest, when the voice became more defined, clear enough to recognize the distinct tone of a child's plea. The words were simple, laced with an edge of desperation. "Help me." A shiver traced its way down my spine, and I pulled the covers tighter around me, my heart thundering in my chest. The room felt colder, as if the very air around me had been sucked away, leaving behind a void that gnawed at the edges of my sanity. I wanted to call out for my father, to seek the comfort of his presence, but a strange paralysis gripped me, rendering me silent and still. Days turned into weeks, and the child's voice became a constant companion. It was always there, hovering at the periphery of my consciousness, no longer confined to the night. Even during the day, I would find myself pausing mid-task, straining to capture the fleeting words that seemed so urgent, yet so unfathomable. Desperation gave way to curiosity, and I began to question the source of this spectral presence. Our house, with its creaking floors and weathered walls, had stood for generations. It whispered tales of its own, tales that my family had never thought to unearth. Thus began my search for answers, a quest that led me to the dusty corners of the attic, where relics of the past lay dormant. Among the cobwebs and forgotten trinkets, I discovered a photo album, its pages yellowed with age. Leafing through it, I found photographs of people I did not recognize, their faces frozen in time. Then, there she was, a little girl with a hauntingly familiar face, her eyes wide with an innocence that seemed at odds with the sorrow etched into her features. Her name was Emily, and as I flipped through the pages, a story emerged, a tragedy that had been woven into the very foundation of our home. Emily had lived here decades ago, her life snuffed out by an accident so sudden that it left a void, a fragment of her spirit lingering, trapped within the confines of these walls. Understanding dawned with the weight of a hammer's blow. The voice that had become my nightly companion was none other than Emily's, her spirit reaching across the chasm of time, her pleas for help echoing through the years. The realization was both terrifying and profoundly sad. She was a child, lost and alone, yearning for release from her spectral prison. With this newfound understanding, I resolved to help her. My father, ever the storyteller, was skeptical at first, dismissing my accounts as the imaginings of a mind too steeped in fiction. However, as I recounted Emily's tale and showed him the photographs, the disbelief gave way to a somber acceptance. We decided to hold a small ceremony, a gesture of closure for the soul that had been tethered to our home for far too long. We gathered in my room, the shadows pooling in the corners, silent observers to the unfolding scene. My father, with a voice steady yet tinged with emotion, recited words of farewell, a prayer for peace for the child who had been denied it for so long. As the final words faded into silence, a chill swept through the room, an almost imperceptible shift in the air. And then, a warmth blossomed, enveloping us like a gentle embrace. For a fleeting moment, I thought I heard a soft, contented sigh, the sound of a spirit finally at rest. Life returned to its familiar rhythm, the whispers receding into memory, leaving behind a sense of serenity. Yet, the experience left an indelible mark on me, a lingering fear nestled deep within my psyche. It was a reminder of the thin veil that separates our world from the unknown, a veil that, once lifted, can never truly be lowered again. Even now, years later, as I lay in bed listening to the distant hum of traffic on I-95, I sometimes catch myself straining to hear the voice that once haunted my nights. The fear is still there, lurking in the shadows, a quiet acknowledgement of the unseen world that exists alongside our own, a world where the past is not always past, and where spirits like Emily's continue to weave their stories into the fabric of the living. The house I grew up in was as ordinary as they come, a simple two-story, built with the unassuming charm of the late 70s, its walls whispering tales of the past. Located in the heart of suburbia, surrounded by neat hedges and friendly neighbors, it was the kind of place where nothing extraordinary was ever supposed to happen. Yet, it became the stage for one of the most unsettling chapters of my life. My younger sister, Emily, had been mute since birth. Doctors never found a physical cause, and for years, her silence became a part of our family's rhythm. We communicated in gestures, expressions, and the occasional written note. Her eyes spoke volumes, and her laughter was silent, yet infectious. We never felt the absence of her voice as a lack, but rather as a unique melody in the symphony of our family life. The evening it all began was unremarkable. We were gathered around the dinner table, the soft clatter of cutlery punctuating our small talk. Emily sat opposite me, her usual serene self, nodding along to the conversation with her gentle smile. It was when we had just finished dessert that I noticed it. Emily's gaze was fixed, unblinking, on something beyond us. Her eyes, usually so full of life, were now wide, almost as if she were seeing something we could not. I followed her line of sight, but there was nothing unusual. Just the old grandfather clock, its pendulum swinging in its eternal rhythm. A shiver crept down my spine, but I brushed it off as a draft sneaking through the window. Later that night, as the house settled into its usual silence, I lay in bed, unable to shake the feeling of unease. The room was dark, the only light coming from the street lamp filtering through the curtains. It was then I heard it, a soft whispering, like the rustling of leaves or the distant murmur of a forgotten conversation. I strained my ears, trying to catch the source, but it seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. Convinced it was just my imagination, I shut my eyes tightly, willing myself to sleep. But the whispering grew louder, more insistent, until it became impossible to ignore. I sat up, heart pounding, and realized it was coming from Emily's room next door. I crept out of bed, my bare feet silent on the wooden floor, and paused outside her door. The whispering was clearer now, a hushed conversation between voices I couldn't quite discern. My hand hesitated on the doorknob, a strange reluctance washing over me. When I finally opened the door, the whispering stopped abruptly. Emily was sitting upright in bed, eyes open but unseeing, her mouth moving silently as if she were speaking in a dream. I watched, frozen, as a single word slipped from her lips, a word I never expected to hear. Alone. The sound of her voice, after years of silence, was jarring, almost otherworldly. I stood there, unsure whether to feel elation or dread. Emily's eyes fluttered, and she seemed to return to consciousness, looking at me with confusion. The following morning, the atmosphere in the house was strange. My parents hadn't heard what transpired, and without any explanation, I found myself hesitant to share. Emily had no recollection of the night, her demeanor unchanged, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was askew. Days passed, and the whispering began to seep into our daily lives. It was subtle at first, like a background noise I couldn't quite pinpoint. Emily, however, seemed unaffected. She continued with her routines, our silent exchanges as normal. Yet I noticed a change. Her moments of distant staring became more frequent, her eyes following invisible movements in the room. One evening, as I was reading in the living room, I heard the whispers again, now more distinct. They seemed to rise and fall, a symphony of unintelligible voices weaving through the air. I set my book aside, drawn towards the sound like a moth to a flame. It led me to the kitchen, where Emily stood in front of the window, her silhouette illuminated by the moonlight. "Emily," I called softly, afraid to break whatever trance she was in. She turned to me, her eyes meeting mine with a clarity that sent a chill through me. Then she spoke again, her voice a soft, ethereal echo of itself. They're here." The words hung in the air, heavy and foreboding. I felt a chill sweep through the room, an invisible presence wrapping around us. Emily blinked, and the moment was gone. Her expression, once more that of innocent confusion. I couldn't ignore it any longer. Something was happening to Emily, something beyond my understanding. That night, as I lay awake, I made a decision. I needed to know what was afflicting my sister, what had awakened her voice after all these years. Over the next few days, I began to notice a pattern. The whispering intensified at night, a chorus of unseen voices filling the house. Emily's behaviors became more erratic. She would often stand in the middle of a room, staring at nothing, her lips moving soundlessly as if in conversation with the air. I began to research, diving into books and folklore, hoping to find answers. Every lead seemed to point to one thing: a haunting, a spirit world brushing against ours, using my sister as a conduit. The thought was both terrifying and strangely comforting, an explanation for the inexplicable events. One night, I decided to confront whatever was haunting us. I waited until the whispering began, its cadence familiar yet unsettling. I followed the sound to Emily's room, standing in the doorway, watching as she sat on her bed, her eyes fixed on the wall. "Who are you?" I demanded, my voice trembling but firm. "What do you want with my sister?" For a moment, the whispering ceased, the room enveloped in a heavy silence. Then Emily turned to me, her eyes reflecting a depth I had never seen before. She spoke, her voice both hers and not hers, layered with an echo that seemed to come from another realm. "We are the lost," she said. "We seek a voice, a way to be heard." Her words struck a chord within me, a resonance of despair and longing. I stepped closer, compelled by a mix of fear and empathy. "And why Emily?" I asked, my voice a whisper. "She has the silence we need," came the reply, her voice now a harmony of otherworldly tones. "A canvas for our echo." As the words settled, Emily blinked, her eyes clearing, and she looked at me with a vulnerability that broke my heart. She opened her mouth to speak, but nothing came out. Her silence had returned. The next day, the house felt different. The whispering had receded, leaving behind an oppressive quiet. Emily was withdrawn, her interactions minimal, and I felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. I knew I had to do something, but what? I didn't know. In my desperation, I reached out to an old friend, someone who had dabbled in the paranormal. They suggested a ritual, a way to cleanse the house of any lingering spirits. I was skeptical but willing to try anything for Emily's sake. That evening, with candles flickering and incense burning, I led Emily to the living room. We sat cross-legged on the floor, the air thick with anticipation. My friend guided us through a series of chants, their voice a calming presence amidst the unknown. As we chanted, the air around us began to shift, a gentle breeze rustling the pages of an open book. The whispering returned, softer now, a hesitant melody weaving through the incantations. I felt a presence, a gathering of lost souls seeking solace. Emily's eyes closed, her expression one of peace, and I watched as a soft light seemed to envelop her. The whispering grew fainter, a distant echo fading into the night. Finally, there was silence. When Emily opened her eyes, there was a clarity, an understanding that hadn't been there before. She smiled, a wordless thank you, and I felt a weight lift from my heart. The presence had dissipated, leaving behind only a memory. In the days that followed, the whispering ceased entirely. Emily's behavior returned to normal, her silent laughter once more a part of our lives. Yet, I could never forget the voices or the look in her eyes when she had spoken those chilling words. I often wonder what might have happened if I hadn't intervened, if the lost souls had found their permanent voice through Emily. The thought lingers in the quiet moments, a reminder of the thin veil separating our world from theirs. Even now, as I sit in the old family home, the shadows lengthening with the setting sun, I sometimes think I hear a whisper, a faint, far-off echo of the past. And I am reminded that while the presence may be gone, its memory remains, quietly haunting the corners of our lives. It's the kind of neighborhood where everything is manicured to perfection, lawns trimmed to a precise inch, hedges sculpted into geometric shapes, and the occasional garden gnome peeking from flower beds. Our home, nestled comfortably within this enclave of suburban tranquility, had always been a place of solace. The two-story house with its white picket fence and sun-drenched porch seemed to radiate a warmth that matched my family's easygoing nature. Life here was routine, comforting in its predictability, until the day everything shifted. Life carried on with its usual rhythm, and the hours of the day ticked away in predictably comforting patterns. Morning coffee with the newspaper, afternoons spent working in the garden, and evenings filled with the gentle hum of family chatter. It was during one such evening, when the sun dipped below the horizon and shadows lengthened, that the first disturbance occurred. The phone rang, a shrill, unexpected note that cut through the hum of dinner preparations. I answered it, expecting the familiar voice of a friend, or perhaps a telemarketer. Instead, I was greeted by silence, a heavy, almost tangible void on the other end. I repeated my greeting, but only the static responded, crackling softly like a distant fire. Shaking my head, I hung up, attributing it to a misdial or a poor connection. Yet, it happened again and again. Each night at precisely 7:03 p.m., the phone would ring, and each time, the silence on the other end grew denser, more oppressive. It was an absence of sound that seemed to whisper secrets, taunting me to listen closer. My family dismissed it as a technical glitch, but a gnawing unease settled in my stomach, refusing to be ignored. The days began to blur as the calls continued, a persistent thorn in the side of our daily life. I found myself obsessively watching the clock, anticipating the inevitable ring. Then, one evening, as the digital display ticked over to 7:03, the call came again. But this time, it wasn't silence that greeted me. It was a voice, faint and distant, like a whisper carried on the wind. A voice I recognized, yet could not immediately place. "Let me in," it said, the words stretching like a sigh. My heart thudded, and I gripped the receiver tightly. "Who is this?" I asked, my voice trembling despite my efforts to sound composed. But the line went dead, leaving me alone with the echo of those words. I couldn't shake the feeling that the voice was familiar, a ghost from a past I had long buried. My nights became restless, haunted by memories and shadows that danced just out of reach. It was during one of these sleepless nights that I remembered. It was the voice of my younger sister, Emily, who had died in a car accident nearly a decade ago. The realization hit me like a tidal wave, pulling me under into a sea of grief and confusion. How could it be her? I spent the next few days in a daze, my mind a whirlwind of disbelief and longing. Despite the impossibility, each evening I found myself waiting by the phone, yearning to hear her voice once more. The calls continued, and each time, her plea was the same. "Let me in." It was as if she were trapped, reaching out from some unseen place, begging for a passage I could not grant. I tried to reason with myself, convince myself that it was merely a cruel trick of the mind, but deep down, a part of me believed. Desperation drove me to investigate. I rifled through old boxes of family photos and letters, searching for anything that might explain the impossible. It was during one such search that I found Emily's journal, tucked away in a forgotten corner of the attic. The pages were filled with her neat handwriting, recounting the mundane details of her days, mixed with dreams and aspirations that were forever unfulfilled. And then, there it was, a single entry, dated just weeks before her death, that chilled me to the bone. She wrote of strange dreams, of feeling watched, and of a mysterious presence that lingered at the edge of her vision. The words mirrored my own growing unease, a reflection of my own descent into the unknown. The idea that Emily was reaching out from beyond became an obsession. I mustered the courage to speak to the voice during the next call, my heart pounding in my chest. "Emily, is that you?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. The response was immediate, a single word that reverberated through me. "Yes." Overwhelmed with emotion, I promised to find a way to help her, though I had no idea how. I began researching anything that might offer a clue: books on the supernatural, forums filled with tales of spirit communication. I even contacted a medium, hoping they might bridge the gap between this world and whatever lay beyond. The medium, a woman with wise eyes and a calm demeanor, listened to my story with an understanding nod. She suggested a seance, a way to reach out to Emily and understand her message. Hesitant but hopeful, I agreed, feeling as though I had nothing left to lose. The night of the seance was thick with anticipation. We gathered in the living room, the medium, my family, and I, forming a circle around the coffee table where a single candle flickered. The medium began to chant softly, her voice a soothing lullaby that filled the air. I closed my eyes, focusing on Emily, willing her presence to reveal itself. Time seemed to stretch, each second an eternity of silence and flickering shadows. Then, the temperature dropped, a chill that seeped into my bones. I opened my eyes to find the candle flame dancing wildly, casting eerie shapes on the walls. The medium's voice rose, calling out to Emily, inviting her to speak. And she did. Her voice, clear and unmistakable, filled the room, though her form was unseen. "I'm trapped," she said, her tone tinged with fear. "Help me." The medium asked questions, gently coaxing Emily to share her story. She spoke of a darkness, a presence that had attached itself to her in life and continued to bind her in death. It fed on her fear, growing stronger with each passing year, until she found a crack through which to call out: our phone line. The medium guided us through a ritual meant to sever the ties that held Emily captive. We followed her instructions, our voices joining together in a chant that resonated with hope and desperation. As the final words were spoken, the candle flame flared brightly before extinguishing, plunging the room into darkness. For a moment, everything was still. Then a sense of peace enveloped me, a lightness that had been absent for too long. The medium smiled, reassuring us that Emily was free, her spirit finally at rest. The calls ceased, and life slowly returned to its familiar patterns. But the experience left an indelible mark, a lingering fear that occasionally whispered from the shadows. Though the connection to Emily had been broken, the boundaries between our world and the next felt thinner, more fragile. Even now, as I sit on the porch watching the world go by, I sometimes imagine I can hear her laughter, carried on the wind that rustles the trees at the forest's edge. I wonder if she's truly at peace, or if she watches over us, a guardian unseen. Our home remains a sanctuary, a refuge from the chaos beyond its walls. Yet, there are nights when I still find myself drawn to the phone, listening for a ring that no longer comes, and a voice that will forever haunt the corridors of my mind. The fear, though quieter now, remains, a shadow that stretches with the setting sun, a reminder of the things that lingered just out of sight, waiting for the moment when they, too, might be heard. I had always been fond of the basement. It was a retreat, a cool and quiet sanctuary beneath the bustling life above. Our house, an old Victorian, creaked with the stories of yesteryear, but the basement was my escape from the noise, both literal and metaphorical. It was my domain, where I could indulge in hobbies and lose myself in the pages of old books, the dim light from a single bulb casting long shadows that danced on the stone walls. For years, it was a place of comfort, immune to the changes that life brought. Even as the world above shifted and twisted in the relentless march of time, the basement remained steadfast, an anchor in the stormy seas of life. I found solace there, surrounded by the smell of damp earth and the distant hum of the furnace, a living entity in its own right. But that was before the calls began. It started on a rainy October night, the kind of night where the world outside felt distant, the patter of rain against the windows a soothing lullaby. I was deep in the heart of a well-worn mystery novel when the phone rang. The sound was unexpected, jarring against the rhythmic backdrop of rain. I frowned, glancing at the clock. It was well past midnight. Who would call at this hour? The phone, an old landline installed before we moved in, was a relic that seldom rang. With a reluctant sigh, I set the book aside and moved to answer the call. The moment I picked up the receiver, a chill ran down my spine. There was no voice, no words, just a low, crackling static that seemed to seep into the marrow of my bones. I waited, heart thumping in my chest, but the static continued, relentless and unnerving. I hung up, dismissing it as some technical glitch, but the unease lingered, a shadow in the back of my mind. The following night, the phone rang again, this time with an urgency that could not be ignored. Again, I answered, and again, the static greeted me. But there was something more now, a faint whisper beneath the crackle. It was as if someone was trying to speak, their voice lost in a sea of interference. I strained to hear, pressing the receiver close, but the words remained elusive, just beyond comprehension. An unsettling feeling settled over me, a sense of being watched, of not being alone. Night after night, the calls persisted. Each time, the static grew louder and the whisper more insistent. My dreams, once a refuge, became haunted landscapes where shadows danced and whispered secrets I could not understand. I became obsessed with the calls, waiting for the phone to ring, eager yet fearful of what I might hear. My waking hours were consumed by thoughts of the voice, the whisper that seemed so desperate to reach me. I began to notice changes in the basement, small things at first, a draft where there had been none, a flickering of the light bulb that seemed almost deliberate. Then, larger things. A book moved from its place, the unmistakable sound of footsteps on the stairs when I was alone. I felt a presence, something watching from the shadows, its intentions unclear, but unmistakably focused on me. One night, as the clock ticked towards midnight, the phone rang again. This time, the static was gone, replaced by a voice both familiar and strange. It spoke my name, a whisper that sent a shiver through my soul. "Help me," it said, the words clear yet distant, as if spoken from another world. The voice was filled with a sorrow so profound it was almost tangible. I felt a connection, a pull towards something I could not see but felt deeply. I began to research the house, delving into old records and newspaper clippings. What I found chilled me to my core. The house had once belonged to a man named Edward, a recluse who had vanished without a trace over 50 years ago. Rumors spoke of a tragedy, a heartbroken lover who had met a grim fate within the very walls I now called home. The basement, my sanctuary, had been his as well, a place where he had spent his last days, waiting for a call that never came. The pieces began to form a picture, a ghostly tale of love and loss, of a soul trapped in a liminal space, unable to move on. The calls were a cry for help, a plea for acknowledgement and closure. I felt a strange sense of duty, a need to help this lost soul find peace. The basement, once a place of comfort, had become a bridge between worlds, a portal through which the past reached out to the present. Determined to free Edward from his purgatory, I set about trying to communicate with him. I spent nights in the basement, talking to the shadows, hoping my words would reach him. I played old records, music from his time, hoping the familiar sounds would comfort him. Each night, the atmosphere grew heavier, charged with an energy I could not explain, but felt in every fiber of my being. The calls became less frequent, replaced by subtle signs that I was not alone. Objects moved without explanation. The light flickered with a will of its own, and the air felt thick with unspoken words. I knew Edward was listening, that he was close, but something held him back. Some unfinished business, some unresolved pain kept him tethered to this world. The climax came on a stormy night, much like the one when the calls first began. The phone rang, but this time I did not answer. Instead, I spoke aloud, my voice firm yet gentle. I told Edward that it was time to let go, to move on from the pain that bound him. I promised to remember his story, to keep it alive so that he could find peace. As I spoke, the room grew cold, a chill that seeped into my bones, but I did not waver. For a moment, there was silence, a stillness so profound it felt as if the world had stopped. Then, a presence filled the room, a feeling of warmth and gratitude that washed over me like a benediction. I knew then that Edward was free, that he had finally found the peace he sought. The phone, silent now, was no longer a conduit for his cries, but a symbol of closure, of an end to a story long forgotten. In the days that followed, the basement returned to normal, the shadows receding back into their corners, the light bulb steady in its perch. But the sense of presence lingered, not as a haunting, but as a gentle reminder of the past, of a life once lived within these walls. The phone, once a source of dread, was now a relic of a story that had come full circle. Yet, the experience left its mark on me. The fear, the uncertainty, the sense of being watched. They lingered, echoes of a time when the boundary between worlds had blurred. I found myself listening for whispers in the night, watching for movements in the shadows, my senses attuned to the unseen. The basement, though no longer haunted, held a new significance, a place where the past and present had collided and transformed me in ways I was only beginning to understand. The call that haunted me was not just a plea from a forgotten soul, but a reminder of the thin veil that separates our world from the next. It taught me to look beyond the surface, to listen to the silences and to find meaning in the whispers of the past. Edward's story had ended, but the lessons it imparted stayed with me, a testament to the mysteries that dwell in the spaces we cannot see, but only feel. I still remember the sweltering heat of that summer in Phoenix, the sun relentless and unyielding. It was the kind of heat that seemed to warp time, slowing the hours, stretching them into an endless expanse of shimmering asphalt and cicada song. I was living with my parents then, a teenager caught in the liminal space between childhood and the adult world, where stories of mystery and danger were an abstraction, a figment of someone else's imagination. But that summer etched a different narrative into my life, with the disappearance of Uncle Brian. Uncle Brian was my father's younger brother, a man of peculiar habits and an aura of perpetual mystery. He was an eccentric, a collector of oddities and obscure knowledge, the kind of person who would regale you with tales of ancient civilizations and conspiracy theories over a cup of coffee. His presence was both comforting and unsettling. Like an old leather-bound book you couldn't quite bring yourself to trust. He lived alone in a small, cluttered apartment on the outskirts of the city, filled with books and artifacts from his travels. It was early June when we first noticed his absence. My father and I had planned to visit Uncle Brian, a ritual we performed every few weeks, more so to check on him than anything else. His apartment was unusually quiet when we arrived, the silence almost palpable. We knocked and then knocked again, but there was no answer. My father, never one to worry unnecessarily, shrugged it off, mumbling something about Brian probably being out or engrossed in a new project. But a week passed with no word from him, and then another, until my father's unease began to bleed into our everyday lives. It was around the third week of Uncle Brian's absence that I first noticed something strange. The house across the street from us, which had been vacant for years, suddenly had new occupants. I wouldn't have paid them much mind, except for their peculiar behavior. Two men, always dressed in impeccably tailored black suits despite the unbearable heat, seemed to watch our house with an unsettling intensity. When I mentioned them to my parents, they dismissed my concerns, attributing it to the overactive imagination of a teenager prone to creating ghost stories out of mundane events. Yet, as days turned into weeks, the men remained. They were always there, standing by the window or sitting in a car parked strategically across the street. It was an eerie tableau, the kind that you'd expect to find in the backdrop of a noir film. My unease grew, a shadow that clung to the edges of my awareness. I began to notice other oddities too, small things like the sudden static that interrupted our phone conversations, or the letters we never received. My father finally decided to file a missing persons report for Uncle Brian. The police were indifferent, treating it as just another case in a city where people often vanished like dreams upon waking. I could see the frustration building in my father, a tight coil of anxiety that wrapped itself around him, squeezing tighter with each passing day. As for me, I found myself drawn to Uncle Brian's apartment, a moth fluttering towards the flickering light of unanswered questions. I visited the apartment secretly, slipping away when my parents were occupied. The door was locked, but the old window on the side was loose, allowing me to slip inside. The room smelled of dust and forgotten memories, a time capsule of Uncle Brian's life. I wandered through the clutter, running my fingers over the spines of books, the cool surfaces of strange artifacts. My heart raced with the thrill of discovery and fear, as if I were trespassing in a forbidden world. The first real clue I found was a journal, hidden beneath a stack of yellowing newspapers. Its pages were filled with Uncle Brian's meticulous handwriting, detailing his research into various conspiracies and urban legends. But one entry stood out, scrawled in a hurried, almost frantic manner. It spoke of men in black suits, shadows that had haunted him, watching his every move. He described feeling trapped in a web of surveillance, where every action was observed, every word recorded. The last line was a chilling confession. They know everything. I am no longer safe. I stumbled back, the journal slipping from my grasp. My mind was a whirlpool of confusion and dread. The men across the street, could they be the ones Uncle Brian had written about? As I left the apartment, the weight of the journal's revelations pressed heavily on my chest. I felt like a character in one of Uncle Brian's stories, caught in a labyrinth of intrigue and danger. Days passed, each one taking on an increasingly surreal quality. I found myself watching the men in black, trying to decipher their purpose, their intentions. They never spoke, never interacted with anyone. Their presence was like a silent scream, an anomaly in the fabric of our everyday life that refused to be ignored. The escalation of events came suddenly, without warning. One night, as I lay in bed, a series of loud bangs echoed through the neighborhood. I rushed to the window, my heart pounding. The men in black were no longer across the street. They were on our lawn, standing in perfect formation, like spectral sentinels. My parents, now fully aware of the strangeness that had seeped into our lives, came rushing to my side. We watched in horrified silence as the men moved closer to the house, their expressions hidden beneath the shadow of their hats. My father, driven by a mixture of fear and anger, flung open the front door and demanded to know what they wanted. The men didn't respond, didn't even acknowledge his presence. They simply stood there, their silence more terrifying than any response could have been. I don't recall how long we stayed like that, frozen in a tableau of fear and defiance. But eventually, the men turned and walked away, disappearing into the night like phantoms. My father slammed the door shut, a look of determination etched into his features. "We have to find him," he said, his voice a whisper in the heavy silence. The next day, driven by a newfound resolve, we delved deeper into Uncle Brian's life. We visited old haunts, spoke with his friends and colleagues, piecing together fragments of his world. The more we learned, the stranger it became. Everyone we spoke to mentioned the same thing. Uncle Brian had been increasingly paranoid, convinced he was being watched. He had spoken of a discovery, something significant, though no one knew what it was. It was during one of these visits, in a dusty corner of a second-hand bookshop, that we encountered a man who introduced himself only as Mr. X. He was an enigmatic figure, his eyes hidden behind dark sunglasses, his demeanor both unsettling and intriguing. He claimed to have known Uncle Brian well, and more importantly, he claimed to know what had happened to him. According to Mr. X, Uncle Brian had stumbled upon something he shouldn't have. They had been watching him even before he realized it. The men in black were real, he said, agents of a shadowy organization that operated beyond the reach of ordinary law. They had deemed Uncle Brian a threat, and in their world, threats were dealt with swiftly and permanently. When we asked about Uncle Brian's discovery, Mr. X was evasive, speaking in riddles and half-truths. But one thing was clear. Whatever Uncle Brian had found, it was enough to make him disappear. "He's alive," Mr. X assured us, "but he's not free." The encounter left us with more questions than answers, a lingering sense of dread that clung to us like a fog. As we returned home, the men in black were once again stationed across the street. Their presence, once an anomaly, had become a constant, a macabre watchdog that reminded us of our helplessness. The climax came on a storm-laden night, the air crackling with electricity. I awoke to the sound of footsteps echoing through the house. Heart pounding, I crept downstairs and found them. Two of the men in black, standing in our living room as if they had always belonged there. They didn't speak, but their intent was clear. They were here for something or someone. My parents, awakened by the noise, joined me, their faces pale but resolute. There was a moment of silence, a heartbeat in which time itself seemed to halt. And then, as if on cue, the men turned and left as silently as they had come. It was a warning, a reminder of their omnipresent reach. In the days that followed, I found myself haunted by the events of that summer. The men in black continued their vigil, and Uncle Brian remained missing, a ghost in the periphery of our lives. We never saw Mr. X again, and any attempts to trace him led to dead ends and unanswered questions. Life in Phoenix eventually returned to a semblance of normalcy, but the shadow of those events never fully dissipated. The fear lingered, a specter that loomed over our existence. I often found myself staring at Uncle Brian's journal, its pages a chronicle of his descent into the unknown. There were nights when I thought I caught glimpses of him, a figure in the distance watching over us, a guardian, or perhaps a prisoner of the truth he had uncovered. The men in black remained, their presence a constant reminder of the mysteries that lay beyond our understanding. They were both the beginning and the end of Uncle Brian's story, a chilling testament to the reality that some things were beyond our grasp. As I reflect on those days, I realize that the greatest horror was not in the disappearance itself, but in the silence that followed, the unanswered questions and the knowledge that we were, in some way, watched over by forces beyond our control. The world was a bigger, stranger place than I had ever imagined, and Uncle Brian, wherever he was, had glimpsed its true nature. Even now, I sometimes catch sight of them, the men in black standing in the shadows, silent sentinels in a world of secrets. They are a part of our lives now, a reminder that the unknown is always closer than we think, just a breath away from our reality. And with that knowledge comes a fear that never truly goes away, an echo of Uncle Brian's discovery that lingers like a whisper in the dark. In the gentle embrace of suburbia, our family home sat nestled among others that were nearly indistinguishable in their meticulous construction and polished facade. The front yard was a neatly trimmed patch of green, bordered by shrubs that my father pruned with the same precision he expected from us. To an outsider, everything appeared perfect, soothing in its predictability, reassuring in its stability. Yet, beneath the pristine surface, there lurked shadows deeper and more insidious than any passing cloud. My father's rules were the axis on which our world turned. He was a man of structure, of habitual rigidity. Breakfast was always at 7, dinner promptly at 6. The newspaper was read in silence, and interruptions were met with a glacial stare that could freeze the soul. His presence was commanding, a palpable force in every room he entered. My mother, on the other hand, was a ghost of her own making, flitting from task to task, her voice a mere whisper, lost in the echoes of our Father's commands. For the longest time, I believed this was how all families operated. It was only when I found myself spending more time at a friend's house, where laughter was welcomed and not silenced, that I began to sense the first tremors of an unsettling realization. There was something deeply wrong with our normal. I first noticed the disturbance on a particularly calm Thursday evening. The day had been uneventful, much like any other. I sat in my room, an island of solitude amid the ocean of our family home. My sanctuary was filled with books and the soft glow of a lamp that cast reassuring shadows on the walls. It was here that I escaped into worlds where adventure was welcome and danger was thrilling, as opposed to the quiet dread that lurked outside my door. As the evening sun dipped below the horizon, I found myself drawn to the window. It was a habit I had developed over time, watching the transition from day to night as if the shifting light might bring with it a revelation. On that particular evening, as I gazed out, I noticed something peculiar. Across the street in the Johnsons' home, there was a figure in the window, standing still and watching. At first, I thought it was one of the Johnsons, or perhaps a guest. But something about the way the figure stood, perfectly still and obscured by shadow, made my skin prickle with unease. I turned away, dismissing it as a trick of the light or my imagination running wild. Yet the feeling lingered like a phantom touch. I glanced back again, expecting to find an empty window. Instead, the figure remained, unmoving, as if waiting for something, waiting for me. Over the next few days, the figure became a fixture in the window, an unsettling constant in the periphery of my world. I tried to ignore it, convincing myself it was none of my concern. But curiosity, mingled with a growing sense of dread, gnawed at me until I could no longer stand it. One evening, driven by a need to understand, I ventured outside. The cool night air, a stark contrast to the warmth of the house I left behind. I crept across the street, heart pounding in my ears, until I stood beneath the window where the figure had been. The house was dark, save for the soft glow from the window above. I stood there for what felt like hours, debating whether to knock or slink back to the safety of my room. Before I could decide, the light flickered and died, leaving the window a void of blackness. The figure, it seemed, had vanished. Returning home, I found my father waiting, his expression a mask of disapproval. He said nothing, but the air between us crackled with unspoken reprimand. It was a warning, one that I understood all too well. Curiosity was a dangerous thing. Despite this, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Over the following weeks, the figure appeared intermittently, sometimes absent for days, only to return when I least expected it. Its presence was a puzzle that begged to be solved, and I was a moth drawn to its flame. As the days wore on, strange things began to occur within our own household. My father, once a paragon of stoic control, grew increasingly agitated, his temper flaring over the slightest provocation. My mother, ever the silent supporter, seemed to shrink further into herself, her eyes hollow and distant. The house itself felt different, as if the walls were closing in, the air thick with an invisible tension. One night, the tension snapped. I awoke to the sound of raised voices, a rarity in our home where silence was the norm. I crept from my room, heart pounding, to find my parents in the kitchen, engaged in a hushed yet heated argument. Their words were clipped, angry, but it was the way they moved. My mother recoiling, my father advancing, that sent a shiver down my spine. In that moment, I realized that the figure in the window was not the only thing watching. There was a presence in our home, unseen yet omnipresent, a voyeur of our darkest moments. And it was feeding on us, thriving on the chaos and fear that had begun to seep into every corner of our lives. The escalation was subtle at first, a broken dish here, a raised voice there. But soon it became impossible to ignore. My father's outbursts grew more frequent, his control slipping through his fingers like sand. My mother, once a pillar of quiet strength, was reduced to a shadow of herself, retreating further into the background. I began to notice things, small at first. Objects moved, doors left ajar that were usually closed. It was as if our home had come alive, conspiring against us, plotting its own narrative. I felt watched, not just by the figure across the street, but by something within our very walls. The climax came one stormy night when the power went out, plunging the house into darkness. Lightning flashed, illuminating the world outside in stark relief. It was in one of these flashes that I saw the figure, not across the street, but in our own backyard, illuminated for a brief second before the darkness swallowed it again. Panic surged through me, a visceral wave that propelled me towards my parents' room. I found them there, sitting in the dark, their faces lit by the sporadic bursts of lightning. For the first time, I saw fear in my father's eyes, a reflection of the turmoil within our home. The storm passed, but the unease remained, settling over the house like a shroud. My father became increasingly paranoid, convinced that we were being watched, that someone or something had infiltrated our lives. His outbursts became erratic, his once unyielding facade crumbling under the weight of his own fear. And then, as suddenly as it had begun, it stopped. The figure in the window disappeared. The strange occurrences ceased. On the surface, life returned to its previous state of uneasy calm. But beneath, the fear lingered, a constant undercurrent that kept us all on edge. The experience left its mark, an indelible stain on the fabric of our lives. My father, once a man of unshakable presence, was left a shell of his former self, haunted by the shadows he could not defeat. My mother, though she regained some semblance of her former self, carried with her the weight of unshed tears and unspoken fears. And me? I often found myself at my window, peering out into the night, searching for that familiar silhouette. It never returned, yet its presence was felt in every creak of the floorboards, in every gust of wind that rattled the window panes. I was left with the unsettling knowledge that some things, once seen, can never be unseen. The question that haunted me most was not who or what had been watching us, but why. Why had our home become a stage for such strange and sinister events? Why had the figure chosen us, and why had it vanished without a trace? Perhaps the most disturbing thought of all was that there was no reason, no grand design or malevolent intent. Perhaps in the end, it was simply because it could, because in a world where boundaries are easily crossed and privacy is but an illusion, we are all vulnerable to the gaze of the unseen. And so, we continued our lives amid the calm facade of suburbia, the perfect family in a perfect home. To the world, we were the picture of normalcy, but we knew the truth that lay beneath. We had been seen, our secrets laid bare to an unseen audience, and though the curtain had fallen, the fear remained, a silent specter lurking in the shadows, waiting for its moment to return. The sun had long sunk behind the jagged silhouettes of the trees, and the quiet town of Ravens Hollow settled into its usual evening rhythms. Our home, a modest two-story with ivy creeping up its brick facade, sat nestled near the end of a cul-de-sac, where the children played hide-and-seek during the day, and the streetlights flickered like sentinels by night. Inside, the warm glow of the living room lamp cast soft shadows that wavered gently against the walls. As was customary, the TV murmured in the background, a gentle hum of familiarity as my family gathered around the dinner table. We exchanged stories of the day, the clinking of cutlery a subtle percussion to our laughter. My daughter Lily regaled us with tales of her schoolyard adventures, while my wife, Sarah, responded with her usual amused exasperation. It was an ordinary evening, wrapped in the comfort that comes with routine and the unspoken bonds of family. As the clock ticked closer to 8, the familiar jingle of the nightly news intro floated from the television. It was a ritual of sorts, tuning in to catch the headlines before our evening wound down entirely. This night, however, the screen flickered with an unusual static before the image resolved into the stoic face of the local news anchor. His expression was stern, more so than usual, which piqued my curiosity. The anchor's voice, typically a melodic cadence, now carried an edge I couldn't quite place. Ladies and gentlemen, we interrupt your regular programming to bring you an urgent announcement from the Emergency Broadcast Network, his voice intoned, grave and deliberate. The room fell silent, the air pulsing with a sudden heaviness. Lily's fork paused midway to her mouth, her eyes bright with innocent curiosity. Sarah and I exchanged a glance, a silent conversation passing between us as the anchor continued. We have received reports of a phenomenon that requires your immediate attention. Authorities urge all residents to remain calm and to stay indoors until further notice. Please avoid interacting with any unfamiliar individuals or entities. With those words, the signal cut abruptly to static, leaving an unsettling void in its wake. The room was thick with an unspoken tension, the kind that curls up from the pit of your stomach and settles in your chest. I reached for the remote, switching channels in a futile hope for further clarification. but each station was the same: static, or a similar message repeating like a broken record. "What do you think it means?" Sarah's voice was a thread of anxiety, her fingers drumming an uneven rhythm on the table. I didn't have an answer, only an uneasy feeling that crawled beneath my skin. As the evening wore on, an unnatural quiet descended upon the town. The usual sounds that filled our nights, the distant howl of a neighbor's dog, the rustle of leaves in the breeze, seemed to have been snuffed out. It was as if the world held its breath, waiting. I checked the locks on the doors, a ritual that now carried more weight than ever before. The windows revealed only the deepening dark outside, the street devoid of its usual vitality. It was as if we were the only ones left in the world, the rest slipping away into some parallel silence. Time passed slowly, each tick of the clock a reminder of our suspended state. The television remained our only connection to the outside, its screen now a silent sentinel in the corner of the room. We stayed up later than usual, sleep elusive beneath the cloak of uncertainty. It was during this restless vigil that I first noticed something, a movement, or perhaps a shadow, flickering at the edge of my vision. It was fleeting, a trick of the light, I told myself. Stress had a way of conjuring phantoms from the simplest of things. I dismissed it, willing myself to focus on the trivial comfort of Sarah's voice as she speculated aloud about the broadcast. Yet, as the night deepened, the feeling that we were not alone in our home began to grow. It was a presence, intangible yet persistent, threading itself through the air like an unseen specter. The soft creak of the floorboards, the whisper of fabric brushing against the walls. It was as if the house itself had come alive, echoing with the footsteps of an uninvited guest. We finally retired to bed, though sleep did not come easily. I lay awake, listening to the rhythmic breathing of my family, anchoring myself in their presence. The darkness closed in, thick and suffocating, pressing against my eyelids until fatigue finally overcame the grip of my racing thoughts. I awoke to a new unease, a feeling that the night had shifted in some imperceptible way. The room was still, the shadows long and insistent as the first light of dawn seeped through the curtains. I rose quietly, careful not to disturb Sarah, and made my way downstairs. The kitchen was as we had left it, the chairs askew from our hasty retreat to bed. But the television whispered with a low hum, the screen a dull glow in the dim light. I moved closer, my footsteps soundless on the wooden floor. The static had returned, a mosaic of black and white pulsing across the screen. And then, as if sensing my presence, the image flickered, resolving into something that made my breath catch in my throat. A figure stood in the center of the screen, indistinct and shrouded in shadow. It was neither male nor female, its features obscured by the grainy quality of the broadcast. Yet, there was something disconcertingly familiar about its silhouette, as though it had been plucked from the depths of my own subconscious. The figure did not speak, merely stood there, a silent sentinel in the digital void. I felt its gaze, heavy and knowing, piercing through the screen to settle upon me with a clarity that defied explanation. It was a challenge, a silent demand for acknowledgement. I reached for the remote, my hand trembling as I fumbled with the buttons. The image flickered, but the figure remained, steadfast and immutable. It was a haunting, an apparition conjured by the collective fears of a town on edge. The hours stretched on, the day unfolding with an eerie normalcy that belied the undercurrent of dread. I found myself glancing over my shoulder, caught in that peculiar limbo between disbelief and a growing certainty that something was indeed amiss. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon once more, we gathered in the living room, the unease, a tangible presence between us. The broadcast played again, its looped warning now a chilling lullaby that frayed our nerves to the breaking point. The figure remained a constant, its shadowy form now etched into the fabric of our reality. Lily was the first to speak of it, her young voice cutting through the silence with a clarity that left no room for doubt. "There's someone outside," she whispered, her gaze fixed on the window, where the curtains stirred with a phantom breeze. I moved to her side, peering through the glass into the encroaching dark. At first I saw nothing, only the familiar outline of our street, the empty road stretching out like a forgotten memory. Then, as if conjured by Lily's words, a shape emerged from the shadows. It was the figure from the broadcast, its form unmistakable even in the dim light. It stood at the edge of our yard, motionless, yet somehow thrumming with a silent energy that reached across the distance between us. Fear, cold and electric, surged through me, but with it came a fierce protectiveness. I drew the curtain closed, my voice steady as I turned to Sarah and Lily. "Stay inside. Lock the doors." The night wore on, each minute a testament to our endurance. The figure remained, a constant in the periphery of our vision, neither advancing nor retreating. It was a standoff of wills, a tension coiling tighter with each passing second. Sleep was a distant memory, chased away by the relentless sense of being watched. The house creaked and sighed around us, its old bones speaking in a language of its own. I found myself drawn to the windows, compulsively checking for the figure, verifying its presence like a twisted reassurance. It was during one of these vigils that I realized the figure had shifted positions, its silhouette now closer, poised at the threshold of our driveway. It was a subtle change, yet it set off a cascade of alarm within me. I gathered the courage to step outside, the air crisp and biting against my skin. The figure remained at the edge of the light, its features still shrouded in mystery. I called out to it, my voice carrying an edge of desperation. "What do you want?" Silence answered me, the figure as inscrutable as the static from which it had emerged. Yet, in that moment, a strange clarity washed over me. This was not an apparition of malice, but a harbinger of something beyond my understanding. The night stretched on, a tableau of shadows and whispered fears. I returned inside, the warmth of the house a stark contrast to the chill that lingered in my bones. Sarah's touch grounded me, her presence a balm against the encroaching dread. Morning arrived with a tentative light, the new day bringing with it a cautious hope. I checked the television once more, the screen now blank, devoid of the figure that had held us in thrall. The broadcast had ceased, its warning a distant echo in the waking world. Yet, as we gathered around the breakfast table, a lingering unease remained, woven into the fabric of our lives. The figure's presence, though gone, had left an indelible mark, a reminder of the fragility of normalcy and the thin veil that separated us from the unknown. In the days that followed, life in Raven's Hollow resumed its familiar rhythm, but the shadow of that night clung to us like a second skin. We carried on, aware of the silent undercurrent that whispered beneath the surface of our town. The figure had vanished, but its message lingered, a silent broadcast in the back of our minds, a warning that the world we knew was not as immutable as we believed. And as the sun set each evening, casting long shadows across the street, I would find myself at the window, watching, waiting for the return of the figure, a reminder that in the quietest of towns, the unknown could manifest at any moment, altering the tapestry of our lives with its unseen hand. In the quiet suburb where I lived, everything felt as if it was painted in shades of normalcy. Rows of identical houses lined the streets, their well-kept lawns and cheerful garden gnomes creating an idyllic picture of suburban life. Neighbors chatted over fences, children rode their bikes along the sidewalks, and the air was perpetually filled with the scent of freshly cut grass. It was a place where the biggest excitement had been the annual block party, a tradition as rooted in the community as the large oak trees that dotted our streets. I moved into this neighborhood about a year ago, drawn by its reputation for tranquility and the promise of a slower pace of life. The house I chose was charming, a two-story colonial with a red front door and a porch swing, perfect for sipping iced tea on lazy summer afternoons. My days fell into a comfortable rhythm of work, leisure, and the occasional social gathering with my friendly neighbors. One evening, as twilight draped the sky in hues of purple and blue, I found myself flipping through the channels on my television. The white noise of channels blurring together was a familiar soundtrack to my evenings. I wasn't really watching, mostly letting the chatter wash over me while I read a book. But then, amidst the cascade of familiar networks, something unusual caught my eye. A channel I hadn't noticed before. The screen flickered to life with a strange local broadcast, identified only by an innocuous number. Channel 23. It struck me as odd, since I knew every channel available in our area, being the sort of person who liked to keep things organized and predictable. The broadcast wasn't flashy or polished. It was grainy, almost like an old VHS tape. There was a man sitting at a plain wooden desk, his expression calm but his eyes disconcertingly intense, as if he was looking directly at me. "Good evening, dear viewer," he said with a slow, deliberate smile. "Welcome to Channel 23, your local connection to everything that matters." His voice was soothing, yet strangely compelling, carrying an undercurrent of something I couldn't quite place. It was like velvet lined with nails. Intrigued but slightly unsettled, I continued to watch. The broadcast was unlike anything I had seen. A mix of bizarre local news updates, interviews with unknown figures, and unsettling stories about the very neighborhood I lived in. It didn't just report on events. It seemed to know things, intimate things, about the lives of nearly everyone around me. The next morning, I mentioned the channel in passing to my neighbor, Mrs. Thompson, while admiring her prize-winning roses. Her reaction was not what I expected. Her face blanched, and she looked around as if to make sure no one else was listening. In a hushed tone, she advised me, "It's best not to watch that channel. We've had incidents before. People start seeing things, hearing things. It's not worth the curiosity." Her words lingered with me long after I returned home. What kind of channel could incite such fear? My rational mind dismissed it as superstition, but a seed of doubt had been planted. Yet, as the days passed, I found myself inexplicably drawn to Channel 23. Each evening, the familiar man with the calm demeanor and unsettling gaze would return, sharing more peculiar stories about our community. One night, the broadcast took a more personal turn. The man began recounting an event that had occurred in my own home. He described in unnerving detail an argument I had with a friend over the phone, down to the words I had spoken in the privacy of my living room. The eerie precision of his retelling sent a chill through me. How could he possibly have known? My logical mind struggled to comprehend what was happening. I began to feel as though I was being watched, my privacy invaded by unseen eyes. The sensation was suffocating, and no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't shake the feeling. I started avoiding my windows, drawing the curtains tighter each night. I even considered disconnecting my television, but some part of me couldn't let go of the thread of this strange mystery. As the weeks went on, Channel 23 became more than just a curiosity. It was an obsession. The broadcasts grew more intrusive, detailing not only my life, but those of my neighbors with an eerie clairvoyance. It was as though the channel knew everything about us, feeding on our secrets and fears. For reasons I couldn't explain, I stopped sharing my concerns with anyone. I kept my discomfort to myself, fearing ridicule, or worse, confirmation that my sanity was unraveling. The escalation came subtly at first, in the form of whispers that seemed to follow me from room to room. It was as if the walls of my home had gained a voice, a soft, persistent murmur that mirrored the broadcasts in its omniscience. I would catch snippets of conversations that never happened, yet felt deeply personal and accusatory. The whispers infected my dreams, twisting them into surreal nightmares where I was endlessly watched by a multitude of eyes. The climax began on a stormy night when the wind howled like a wounded animal outside my window. I was sitting in my living room, the glow of the television casting long shadows against the walls. I had intended to turn off the television, to break free from the grip the channel had on me. But as I reached for the remote, the screen flashed with a new broadcast. This time, the man at the desk seemed more animated, his eyes gleaming with an unsettling excitement. "Tonight, dear viewer, we bring you a special feature," he announced, his voice dripping with anticipation. "A glimpse into the heart of fear, the soul of despair." Before I could process his words, the screen shifted to footage of my own home. The camera seemed to float through my halls, capturing every intimate detail with a sickening familiarity. I was paralyzed, unable to look away as images of myself appeared, sitting where I was now, my face a mask of terror. It was as if I was watching a live feed of my own nightmare, filmed by a camera that didn't exist. The images morphed, showing my neighbors in their homes, each of them caught in moments of vulnerability and fear. The broadcast was not just observing us, it was orchestrating our lives, pulling strings with malevolent precision. The realization struck me like a blow, knocking the breath from my lungs. Channel 23 wasn't merely a source of information. It was a puppet master weaving a web of dread and control. In a desperate bid to end the madness, I lunged for the power button, my heart pounding in my chest. But as my fingers grazed the remote, the television flickered, and the screen went black. Silence enveloped the room, heavy and oppressive, but the feeling of being watched lingered, more potent than ever. The following morning, the sun rose as usual, casting warm light across my neighborhood. But something had changed. My world, once vibrant and familiar, now seemed dulled by an invisible shadow. The whispers that had plagued my nights were gone, yet their echo remained, a reminder of the horrors I had witnessed. I no longer watched television, the thought of Channel 23 sending a shiver down my spine. But the lingering fear was impossible to shake. Every sound, every movement in my house felt amplified, as though the very air had become sentient. I began noticing subtle changes in my neighbors. They seemed distant, their eyes holding a haunted look that mirrored my own. Perhaps we all had our brushes with the sinister broadcast, each too afraid or ashamed to admit it. It was an unspoken bond, a shared experience that tethered us in our silent dread. I often wondered if the channel still existed, broadcasting its insidious content to those unwary enough to stumble upon it. But I dared not find out. Some mysteries, I realized, were better left unsolved. Despite my efforts to move on, the feeling of exposure persisted. It was as if the channel had imprinted itself on my soul, leaving an indelible mark. I lived my life in cautious fear, forever glancing over my shoulder, expecting the familiar face of the broadcaster to reappear, his eyes filled with knowing. The neighborhood, once my sanctuary, now felt like a stage, each of us playing our parts under the scrutinizing gaze of unseen cameras. I had become a reluctant actor in a play I couldn't escape, the omnipresent dread, my constant companion. The world outside my window continued to spin in its predictable orbit. But for those of us who had seen the broadcast, the thread of normalcy had been irrevocably severed. And so, we carried on with our lives, shadows of our former selves, haunted by the knowledge that somewhere, someone was always watching. It was a truth we could never unsee, a reality woven into the very fabric of our existence. In the depths of night, when silence reigned, I would lay awake, staring into the darkness, listening for the whispers that never truly left, and waiting for the broadcast that, in my heart, I knew would never end. The day I found the videotape was a day much like any other in our suburban neighborhood. The morning sun filtered softly through the sheer curtains of our living room, casting delicate patterns on the floor that I had once found comforting. My wife, Sarah, was in the kitchen, humming a gentle tune as she prepared breakfast. Our daughter, Mia, sat at the dining table, cheerfully doodling in her sketchbook. It was an ordinary day, serene in its routine, until the mail arrived, and with it, a package that would unravel the fabric of our lives. I noticed it immediately, a small, unassuming box with no return address. It was nestled amidst the usual stack of bills and flyers. Curiosity piqued, I brought it inside, setting it on the table. "What's that?" Sarah asked, glancing over her shoulder with mild interest. "Not sure," I replied, already reaching for a pair of scissors to cut through the tape. Inside, there was a single VHS tape, its label blank, except for the words "Play Me," written in a neat script. It was curious, evocative of something out of a mystery novel. We hadn't owned a VCR in years, having long since succumbed to the conveniences of modern technology. "Who sends a VHS these days?" Sarah mused, wiping her hands on a dish towel as she came to examine the tape. "Maybe it's a prank," I suggested half-heartedly, though I could feel a niggling sense of unease take root in my mind. Despite the benign appearance of the tape, it felt out of place, an anachronism that unsettled me. After breakfast, with Mia off to school, Sarah and I rummaged through the attic until we unearthed the old VCR, dusty and forlorn. We set it up with a sense of curiosity that bordered on excitement. There was something about the tactile nature of the tape, the mechanical whir as it slid into the mouth of the machine, that felt tangible, real, in a way streaming services could never replicate. As the tape began to play, the screen flickered to life with images of a family, our family, sitting together in the very room in which we now sat. The figures moved and spoke with an uncanny familiarity, yet there was something subtly off about them, a hollowness in their eyes, a stiffness to their smiles. It was as if we were watching ourselves through a funhouse mirror, distorted yet eerily recognizable. The scenes played out like a home movie, capturing mundane moments of domestic life. There we were, celebrating Christmas, our faces illuminated by the glow of fairy lights. There was Mia, playing in the backyard, her laughter echoing faintly through the speakers. But as the tape progressed, the scenes grew darker, the atmosphere more oppressive. The family dinners turned silent, the conversations strained, punctuated by long, uncomfortable pauses. The final scene was the most unsettling. It showed us, or our doppelgangers, sitting in the living room, just as we were now, watching a blank screen. The camera panned slowly, almost deliberately, capturing the expressions of the figures, twisted in a grotesque parody of contentment. Then, abruptly, the tape ended, leaving us staring at the static. The room plunged into an uneasy silence. "That was strange," Sarah said finally, her voice barely above a whisper. "It has to be some kind of joke," I replied, though doubt crept into my voice. Who could have made such a thing, and why? The next few days were marked by a growing sense of dread. It was as if the tape had infected our home with its sinister presence. We began to notice things, little details that seemed inconsequential on their own, but together painted a more disturbing picture. The tapping at the window at night, the feeling of being watched, the shadows that seemed to move on their own accord. Mia was the first to mention it. "There's someone in the backyard," she whispered one night as I tucked her into bed. "There's no one there, sweetheart," I assured her, casting a glance out the window. But even as I spoke, I felt it. A prickle at the back of my neck, as if unseen eyes were observing us from the cover of darkness. The following weekend, I decided to investigate. Sarah and Mia were out, and the house felt oppressively silent. I ventured into the backyard, the late afternoon sun casting long shadows across the grass. As I approached the edge of the property, where our neatly trimmed lawn gave way to the wild tangle of the woods, I noticed something strange. There, amidst the foliage, was an old abandoned cabin I had never seen before. The cabin was a ghost of its former self, weather-beaten and overgrown. Vines crept up its sides, and the windows were clouded with dust. A sense of foreboding washed over me as I approached, and yet I was drawn to it, compelled by an inexplicable urge to explore. Inside, the air was musty, the floorboards creaking underfoot. It was empty, save for a few broken pieces of furniture and a layer of thick dust that coated everything. But as I turned to leave, something caught my eye. An old camcorder, sitting incongruously in the corner. It was aimed at the door, as if waiting to capture anyone who dared enter. I took the camcorder home, driven by a mix of curiosity and apprehension. That evening, after Mia was asleep, Sarah and I watched the tape inside it. The footage was grainy, but it was unmistakably of our home, shot through various windows, capturing moments that were both intimate and invasive. There was a sickening realization that whoever had been watching us was not content with just observing, but was documenting our lives in meticulous detail. The situation escalated quickly from there. More tapes began to arrive, each depicting scenes from our life, interspersed with clips of the abandoned cabin. It became clear that someone was orchestrating a twisted narrative, manipulating our reality. Panic began to seep into the corners of our existence, coloring every interaction with suspicion and fear. I became obsessed with the tapes, scrutinizing every frame for clues. The footage seemed to be getting closer, more intrusive, as if the unseen voyeur was tightening their grip. Sarah, on the other hand, withdrew, her usual warmth replaced by a cold detachment. We found ourselves snapping at each other over trivial matters, the strain of our situation driving a wedge between us. One night, as I lay in bed, unable to sleep, the phone rang. It was an old rotary phone, one of the few analog relics we still possessed, and its shrill cry pierced the silence of our bedroom. I answered it with trepidation, my heart pounding in my chest. "Hello?" I said, my voice barely steady. There was a pause, followed by a low, distorted chuckle. "Are you enjoying the show?" a voice asked, its words dripping with malice. "Who is this?" I demanded, but the line went dead, leaving only the dial tone and the echo of that chilling laugh. The climax came when we found Mia's sketchbook, open to a page filled with drawings of the cabin. Her usually bright and colorful illustrations were replaced by dark, unsettling images. Twisted trees, shadowy figures lurking in the periphery, and the cabin, Always the cabin, looming ominously. Mia, where did you see this? Sarah asked, her voice trembling. In my dreams, Mia replied, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. It was then that I knew we had to confront whatever malevolent force had ensnared us. We returned to the cabin, armed with nothing but a flashlight and the desperate hope of reclaiming our lives. The night was oppressive, the air thick with anticipation. Inside the cabin, the atmosphere was charged, the shadows deeper, more menacing. We found a hidden room, concealed behind a false wall. Inside, there were more tapes, stacks of them, each meticulously labeled with dates and notes. It was a shrine to our life, curated by someone with an unsettling obsession. As we stood there, the flashlight flickering, we heard it, the sound of footsteps approaching. We turned, the beam of light catching a figure standing in the doorway, their face obscured by the shadows. Panic surged through me, but before I could react, they spoke. You're ruining the script, the figure said, their voice calm, almost conversational. Who are you? Sarah demanded, her voice cracking with fear. I am the director, the figure replied, stepping into the light. Their face was ordinary, unremarkable, but their eyes burned with a feverish intensity. This is my masterpiece. We backed away slowly, our hearts racing. The figure made no move to stop us, simply watching with an unsettling calm as we fled into the night. The authorities dismissed our claims, attributing our experience to stress and paranoia. We moved away shortly thereafter, leaving behind the house and the cabin that had become a symbol of our nightmare. But the fear lingers. Every time I see a video camera, every time the phone rings unexpectedly, I am reminded of that voice, those eyes. The director's presence remains, an invisible specter haunting the edges of my consciousness. I find myself wondering if, even now, we are being watched, our lives played out for an unseen audience. That's the thing about fear. It plants seeds that take root in the fertile soil of the mind, growing into shadows that cannot be easily dispelled. Even in the light of day, the shadows remain, a testament to the darkness that once touched our lives and the eerie possibility that it might one day return. Growing up in a quiet suburban neighborhood, my world had always been a safe and predictable place. Rows of identical houses lined our street, each with well-manicured lawns and neatly trimmed hedges. It was the kind of place where nothing unexpected ever seemed to happen, where every day unfolded like the one before. My home, a modest two-story house nestled at the end of the cul-de-sac, was no different. Inside, the comforting hum of routine filled the air, and it was easy to believe that we were insulated from anything sinister or strange. It was during a lazy autumn afternoon when the first disturbance crept into my life. The leaves were beginning to turn, painting the neighborhood in shades of gold and crimson. I was rifling through the attic, searching for an old photo album, when I stumbled upon a cardboard box that I had never seen before. It was unremarkable, dusty and worn, but there was something about it that piqued my curiosity. On the side, scrawled in faded black marker, were the words, "Home Movies." I brought the box downstairs and opened it in the dimly lit living room. Inside were several VHS tapes, their labels yellowed and curling at the edges. Most were innocuous enough. Christmas '98, Summer Vacation 00, and so on. But one tape stood out. It was unlabeled, devoid of any indication of its contents. Intrigued, I decided to watch it, expecting perhaps an old birthday party or a forgotten family gathering. I dusted off the VCR that had been sitting unused for years and inserted the tape. At first, there was nothing but static, a grainy hiss that filled the room. But soon the screen flickered to life. The image was shaky, the colors muted and washed out. It appeared to be amateur footage of a house, not unlike my own, the camera panning slowly across rooms that felt eerily familiar, yet unsettlingly foreign. There was no audio, just the persistent hum of the tape itself. As the footage continued, I began to feel a strange sense of unease. The house in the video was empty, devoid of life, yet it felt as though someone or something was there, just out of sight. I watched as the camera lingered on a dimly lit hallway, the shadows stretching long and foreboding. Then, abruptly, the screen cut to black. Puzzled, I rewound the tape, thinking perhaps it was damaged or incomplete. But each time I played it, the same sequence unfolded. The empty house, the oppressive silence, the abrupt end. It was a mystery, one that I couldn't shake from my mind. Over the following days, the footage haunted me. I found myself returning to it, watching it over and over, searching for something I couldn't quite define. Each viewing left me more unsettled than before, as if the tape were drawing me into its world, blurring the lines between reality and the grainy images on the screen. Then, the escalation began. At first, it was subtle, little things, easily dismissed or explained away. I'd hear a creak in the hallway at night, a whisper of movement from an unseen source. Doors I was certain I'd closed would be ajar when I returned. Objects seemed to shift ever so slightly from where I'd left them. But as the days turned to weeks, these disturbances grew more pronounced. I'd wake in the middle of the night to the sound of footsteps echoing through the house. But whenever I investigated, I found nothing. My dreams became plagued by visions of the house from the tape, the shadows within it, twisting and turning in ways that defied explanation. It was during one of these restless nights that I decided to watch the tape again, hoping perhaps for some clarity or peace of mind. As I sat in the darkened room, the screen flickering with the familiar images, I noticed something I hadn't before. There, in the corner of one of the rooms, was a figure barely visible in the shadows. It was as if they had always been there, just out of reach of my perception. The realization was chilling. I watched, transfixed, as the figure seemed to move, almost imperceptibly, within the confines of the video's world. My heart pounded in my chest, my breath shallow and quick. I paused the tape, rewound, played it again, and there it was. The figure, always present, always watching. In the days that followed, my world unraveled. The presence I'd glimpsed on the tape seemed to spill over into reality. I felt it in every room, every shadow, a constant oppressive watchfulness that left me on edge. The air in the house grew thick, stifling, as if charged with an unseen energy. I began to doubt my own senses. Was it possible that the tape was a portal of sorts? A conduit for something beyond comprehension? The thought was absurd, yet I couldn't dismiss it. The more I fought against the reality of what I was experiencing, the more entrenched it became. The climax of this ordeal came on a night like any other. I had succumbed to the grip of the tape, watching it repeatedly in a vain attempt to understand. As I sat in the living room, bathed in the flickering glow of the television, the power went out. The house plunged into darkness, the silence absolute. Then, in the pitch black, I heard it, a soft, raspy whisper, so close it might have been in the room with me. I froze, my heart pounding in my ears, straining to hear. The whisper came again, clearer this time, a voice that was both familiar and utterly alien. "Join us," it said, the words wrapping around me like a cold embrace. "Find the truth." Panic surged through me, and I fumbled for the flashlight I kept on the side table. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating the room. But there was nothing there. No figure, no presence, just the same empty space I'd always known. Yet the feeling lingered, a cloying sense of being watched, of not being alone. The tape had become more than just a mystery. It was a malevolent force that had seeped into my life, entwined with my very being. In the days that followed, I avoided the tape, hiding it away in the attic where I'd found it. But even with it out of sight, the fear remained. Small things continued to happen, a whisper here, a shadow there, enough to remind me that whatever I'd unleashed was still with me. Life returned to a semblance of normalcy, the days passing in a blur of routine. But the tape was never far from my thoughts. It was a secret, a dark undercurrent to the placid surface of my life, a reminder that the world was not as safe or predictable as I had once believed. And so, the fear lingers, a quiet, persistent dread that I carry with me each day. I never did discover the truth behind the tape, nor the identity of the figure within it. But I learned to live with the knowledge that some mysteries are best left unsolved, some doors better left unopened. In the end, I found a certain peace in the uncertainty, a strange comfort in the acceptance of the unknown. Yet, as I walk through the quiet rooms of my home, I can't help but feel the weight of unseen eyes, the faint echo of a whisper in the dark, a constant reminder that the tape still waits for me in the attic, waiting for the day I'll be compelled to watch it once more. I had often heard of the island nestled quietly within the vastness of Lake Michigan, an experimental community so shrouded in secrecy that its existence seemed more like an urban legend than reality. Rumors swirled about a place where the government had once conducted genetic experiments, a laboratory hidden within a seemingly quaint township. Yet, it was not until a brisk autumn day when I received an invitation, an unexpected letter that would unravel the truth behind these whispers. The invitation was handwritten, its ink slightly smudged as if penned in haste. It was a call to visit the island, an opportunity to see the community for myself. signed by a Dr. Elias Marlowe, a name unfamiliar to me. Though perplexed by the invitation, a swell of curiosity pushed me to accept. It was a brief journey by ferry, the mainland quickly disappearing from view as the island loomed ahead, its silhouette sharp against the reddening sky. As I disembarked, the island greeted me with an overwhelming sense of tranquility. The village, with its charming cobblestone paths and picturesque cottages, seemed idyllic. The air was crisp, carrying with it the faint scent of pine and the distant sound of children's laughter. A peace settled over me as I strolled through the community, taking in its serene beauty. Yet beneath this veneer lay something I couldn't quite place, a subtle dissonance that prickled at the back of my mind. Dr. Marlowe, a gaunt man with thinning hair and eyes that seemed always to be searching for something just out of sight, met me at the village center. He spoke with a voice that was both soothing and unsettling, recounting the island's history as we walked. The community, he explained, was once a hub for genetic research, a project initiated decades ago to enhance human capabilities. But as funding dwindled and ethics grew murkier, the island transformed from a research facility into a self-sustaining society. Its residents left to foster the next generations. The children I saw playing in the square were unlike any others. There was an uncanny synchronicity to their movements, a grace that seemed almost choreographed, as if they were in constant silent communication. Their laughter, though genuine, had a peculiar note that sent a shiver down my spine. It was then I noticed their eyes, each pair reflecting an unsettling depth, as though they held secrets untold. As evening fell, Dr. Marlowe led me to a small inn where I would stay during my visit. The rooms were modest, yet comfortable, and as I lay in bed that night, the island's eerie calmness wrapped around me like a blanket. Sleep came fitfully, disturbed by dreams of faces I had never seen, yet somehow recognized, and whispers that faded into the night. The following day unfolded with the same serene facade. I wandered the paths, observing the daily lives of the villagers. They moved with purpose, their routines seamless and unperturbed by an outsider's presence. Conversations were hushed, eyes casting frequent fleeting glances my way. It was as if they shared a collective consciousness, a unity that extended beyond mere community. My exploration led me to the island's outskirts, where the forest loomed thick and imposing. It was there, amid the dense trees, that I first sensed the island's darker undertones. An inexplicable pull drew me deeper into the woods, and it was there I stumbled upon an abandoned structure, overgrown with ivy and neglect. The remnants of what was once a facility lay scattered, rusting equipment, faded notes scrawled in scientific jargon, and faded photographs of children, their faces alight with an unnatural vibrancy. It dawned on me that these were the predecessors of the children I had seen, perhaps the very subjects of the experiments long ceased. The realization settled like a stone in my stomach, the implications of which weighed heavily on my mind. Had these children been bred in captivity, their lives orchestrated by unseen hands, forever bound to the island by an experiment that had outlived its creators? Returning to the village, a new tension thrummed beneath the island's tranquil exterior. The children watched me with an intensity that was both captivating and unnerving, their eyes following my every move. I felt exposed under their silent scrutiny, as if they were assessing my presence, measuring my intentions. Dinner with Dr. Marlowe that evening was an equally unsettling affair. He spoke of the island with a reverence that bordered on zealotry, his words laced with an undercurrent of pride and something darker. He described the community's successes, the children's remarkable abilities, yet deftly sidestepped the ethical shadows cast by the island's past. When pressed, his answers were evasive, deflecting with the practiced ease of someone well-versed in concealing truths. As night descended, I found myself unable to shake the feeling of being an intruder in a world not meant for outsiders. The island, with its picturesque facade, had begun to reveal itself as a gilded cage. Its residents, the birds bred for a song only they could hear. The children, with their strange synchrony and knowing eyes, were the legacy of an experiment that, while abandoned, had never truly ended. It was in the dead of night that the island's true nature revealed itself. Awoken by a sound I couldn't quite place, I found myself drawn once more to the forest. The moonlight filtered through the branches, casting ghostly shadows on the path as I followed an unknown calling. It led me to a clearing where the children stood in a perfect circle, their eyes closed, faces lifted to the sky as if in silent communion. There was a palpable energy that thrummed through the air, a connection that seemed to pulse from child to child, binding them in an unseen web. I watched, transfixed, as they began to hum in unison, a haunting melody that resonated deep within me, stirring emotions I couldn't name. It was beautiful and terrifying, a lullaby and a warning entwined. In that moment, I understood the truth of the island, the legacy of experiments long buried but never forgotten. The children were not mere remnants. They were the culmination, carrying within them the echoes of a past shrouded in secrecy, their very existence a testament to human hubris. The island was their haven, a sanctuary built on the bones of ambition and ethical compromise. As the melody reached its crescendo, I felt an overwhelming sense of peace, a surrender to the inevitability of the island's truths. Yet with it came a lingering fear, a recognition that I had glimpsed something profound and unknowable. The island, with its serene facade and eerie depths, was a world unto itself, a place where the past and present coalesced in a haunting dance. When the night finally gave way to dawn, the children dispersed, leaving me alone in the clearing. The island, now bathed in morning light, seemed almost mundane in its beauty, the shadows of night retreating to the corners of memory. Yet as I retraced my steps back to the village, I knew the island's secrets would remain with me, etched into my mind like an indelible mark. Dr. Marlowe bid me farewell at the dock, his expression unreadable, yet tinged with an understanding that needed no words. The ferry pulled away, the island slowly receding into the horizon, a haunting silhouette that would forever linger in my thoughts. Even now, back on the mainland, the island's essence haunts me, The children, with their ethereal smiles and eyes that saw beyond the veil of normalcy, remain vivid in my mind. The melody of that night, an eternal whisper, reminds me that some truths are not meant to be uncovered, some mysteries best left enshrouded in their own shadows. The air was crisp and carried a metallic tang as I stepped off the boat onto the shore of the Holy Isle, the wind combing through my hair with an insistence that felt almost like a caress. There was a sense of peace that permeated this place, as though the land itself was untouched by time. The sand was cool beneath my shoes, and I could feel the history humming beneath my feet, a pulsing reminder of the lives that had once thrived here. The island was an isolated speck amidst the vast expanse of the sea, its only features a ruined monastery perched atop a craggy hill and the remnants of a castle silhouetted against the pale sky. I had been drawn here by the stories, whispered in corners of libraries and in the cryptic notes of old journals. A ceremony, they said, that was both sacred and sinister, a rite that tethered the island to the world in ways few understood. I was not alone. Several others had made the journey with me, though we traveled separately. I recognized their faces from the ferry, each bearing expressions of quiet determination, or perhaps resignation. We nodded to one another with the silent camaraderie of those who knew they were about to partake in something beyond the ordinary. As I made my way toward the monastery, the path wound through a landscape dotted with wildflowers and gnarled trees, their branches reaching out like wizened fingers. The stone ruins loomed ahead, their presence a testament to the echoes of chants long extinguished from the present, but somehow preserved in the very stones that made up the structure. Inside, the monastery was a labyrinth of shadows and light, the air thick with the scent of damp stone and something else. Incense, perhaps, or the lingering traces of a long-forgotten ritual. I wandered through the aisles, my footsteps muffled by the moss that carpeted the ground. The silence here was profound, a deep, resonant quiet that promised secrets to those willing to listen. It was then that I noticed the first disturbance. A chill crept through the air, not the kind brought on by the sea breeze, but one that emanated from within, a sensation that pricked at the edges of my consciousness. I had the unshakable feeling of being watched, as though the walls themselves had eyes and were observing my every move with a scrutiny that was both unsettling and intimate. I paused before what must have once been an altar, now nothing more than a slab of stone surrounded by crumbling pillars. The feeling of being watched intensified, and I turned sharply, expecting to find someone standing behind me. There was no one, only a trick of the light, perhaps, or the shadows playing games with my mind. As I turned to leave, I caught sight of something etched into the stone, a series of symbols that were almost obscured by the encroaching moss. Curiosity piqued, I leaned closer, tracing the lines with my fingers. The symbols were familiar, reminiscent of those I had seen in the old journals, their meanings lost to the passage of time, but still carrying an aura of significance. Questions churned in my mind as I exited the monastery, the sense of being observed lingering like an unwelcome guest. I decided to head toward the castle, hoping to find answers, or at least some distraction from the unease that had settled over me. The path to the castle was steeper, the grass slippery underfoot. The ruins rose majestically, their walls encased in ivy, the windows dark and vacant. There was a beauty to the decay, a solemn dignity that spoke of ancient glories and forgotten tragedies. Within the castle's boundaries, I found a group of the others who had journeyed here. They were gathered in a circle, their voices hushed and serious. As I approached, they turned toward me, their faces a mixture of relief and anticipation. It was clear they had been discussing the ceremony, the rite that had drawn us all to this desolate place. We spoke quietly, sharing the fragments of knowledge each of us had gleaned. The ceremony was said to be a binding of sorts, a communion with the island's spirit, a spirit that demanded sacrifice, though the nature of such a sacrifice was shrouded in mystery. No one knew for certain what it entailed or who might be chosen, only that it was essential for the island's continued existence. Our conversation was interrupted by the sound of footsteps approaching. A figure emerged from the shadows, an elderly man, whose features were sharp and weathered. His eyes bright, with an intensity that belied his age. He introduced himself as the keeper of the isle, the guardian of its secrets, and the one who would oversee the ceremony. His presence was commanding, and as he spoke, we listened with rapt attention. The ceremony, he explained, was a tradition that stretched back centuries, a pact between the land and those who sought its protection. It was a ritual of renewal, a way to ensure the balance was maintained, though he did not elaborate on what the balance entailed. The keeper's gaze swept over us, measuring, assessing, and I felt a shiver race down my spine. There was something unsettling in his eyes, a depth of knowledge that seemed both ancient and alien. With a final nod, he bid us prepare for the ceremony, which would take place at dusk. As the day wore on, a sense of tension built among us, a silent understanding that something significant was about to unfold. I found myself drawn back to the monastery, seeking solace in its crumbling walls, while the others dispersed to contemplate their own thoughts and fears. It was there, in the fading light, that the true nature of the ceremony revealed itself to me. As shadows lengthened and the sun dipped below the horizon, the symbols on the altar seemed to glow with an inner light, pulsating with a rhythm that matched my heartbeat. The air around me vibrated with an energy that was both exhilarating and terrifying. I was not alone. A presence filled the space, a being unseen yet undeniably there, its essence woven into the fabric of the island itself. I felt its call, a beckoning that resonated deep within my soul, urging me to step forward, to embrace the role that had been chosen for me. The realization struck me with the force of a tidal wave. I was the sacrifice, the chosen one, selected not by chance but by a design that had been set in motion long before my arrival. Panic surged through me, followed swiftly by acceptance, a calm that settled over my fear like a balm. As I stood before the altar, a sense of peace enveloped me, a certainty that this was my destiny, that the island's spirit and mine were intertwined in a dance that transcended time and space. I closed my eyes, surrendering to the moment, feeling the energy flow through me, around me, becoming a part of me in a way that was both intimate and profound. When I opened my eyes, the others were there, their faces illuminated by the dying light. They watched with expressions of awe and reverence, understanding dawning in their eyes as the keeper stepped forward to begin the ceremony. His voice rang out, a chant in a language both alien and familiar, weaving through the air like a silken thread. I could feel the island's spirit responding, its presence a comforting embrace that surrounded us all. The ceremony was a blur of sensation and emotion, a symphony of light and sound that seemed to stretch on for eternity. I felt myself lifted, carried by the tide of energy that surged through the monastery, a conduit between the island and the world beyond. As the final notes of the chant faded into silence, I found myself standing once more before the altar, the symbols now dormant, their glow extinguished. The keeper's gaze met mine, a silent acknowledgement of what had transpired, a shared understanding that words could not capture. In the aftermath, there was a stillness, a moment frozen in time as we stood together, bound by the experience we had just shared. The island felt different, its spirit no longer a distant echo, but a living presence that pulsed beneath the surface, a heartbeat that matched my own. With the ceremony complete, we departed the monastery, our footsteps echoing softly in the twilight. The island seemed to welcome us with open arms. The tension that had hung over us dissipated like morning mist. Yet, as we returned to our lives, the memory of the ceremony lingered, a haunting refrain that played at the edges of my consciousness. The island remained with me, its spirit a constant companion that whispered secrets in the quiet moments, a reminder of the choice I had made and the bond that could never be broken. Even now, I feel its presence, a gentle tug on my soul, a call that beckons me back to the Holy Isle, where the ruins stand watch over the sea and the ancient rite endures, a testament to the enduring connection between the land and those who heed its call. And so, the fear remains, not of the island itself, but of the knowledge it has imparted, a revelation that has forever altered my understanding of the world and my place within it. The island's spirit and mine are one, bound by a ceremony that transcends time, an eternal dance that continues to unfold beneath the stars. The first time I set foot on the isolated island, it was under the guise of a documentary project, an island virtually unknown, skimming through the annals of time undisturbed, perched as a lone sentinel in the vastness of the ocean. The islanders, a small community of peculiar recluses, were the subject of my interest. I carried with me a sense of excitement and anticipation, eager to uncover the whispered secrets of a place untouched by modernity. Life on the island appeared idyllic at first glance. The villagers moved through a rhythm of life as ancient as the land itself, each day marked by the rising and setting of the sun. They welcomed me with a hospitality that was genuine, though reserved, their eyes often lingering a second too long, as if assessing my worthiness. There was a tranquility in the air, a tranquility that belied an undercurrent of tension I could not yet decipher. My lodgings were simple yet comfortable, a small hut that overlooked the vast sea. Each morning I would rise with the sun to the gentle sound of waves lapping against the shore, a sound that gradually became more than just a backdrop. It was a quiet reminder of the island's isolation, its detachment from the world I knew. The villagers went about their rituals with an unspeakable grace, their lives intertwined with the rhythms of nature, the sea, and the winds that whispered through the palms. Life blossomed around me with an air of enigmatic simplicity, punctuated only by the occasional whisper of something lurking just beneath the surface. It was during one of my walks through the village that I first noticed the strangeness, a peculiarity that gnawed at the edges of my senses. In the heart of the village stood a stone altar, weathered by centuries, its presence a testament to an ancient reverence. The villagers called it the Guardian's Rest, a sacred place, they said, protected by the guardian of the hidden world. The first instance of disturbance came unexpectedly, a ripple in the calm facade. A young girl, no older than 6, approached me with a solemnity that seemed beyond her years. Her eyes told of a wisdom that contradicted her youth, as if she held secrets untold. She handed me a small driftwood carving, its form strange and twisted, resembling no creature I had seen before. "For protection," she whispered, her voice barely audible against the whisper of the wind. Confused, I accepted the gift, thanking her with a nod. As she scampered away, I studied the carving, feeling the smoothness of wood shaped by hands, molded by tradition. It was a small token, yet it felt heavy with portent. I tucked it into the pocket of my jacket, a talisman against an unknown threat. Days passed, and the island's veneer of tranquility began to show its cracks. The villagers' behavior grew more insular, their eyes shadowed with a wary vigilance. Conversations ceased when I approached, replaced by furtive glances and whispered exchanges. It was as if the island itself held its breath, waiting for an inevitable occurrence. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the land in hues of crimson and gold, I found myself drawn to the Guardian's Rest. The altar stood silent, an imposing figure against the encroaching darkness. I felt an inexplicable pull, a desire to understand the mystery that clung to the villagers like a shroud. As I stood there, a figure emerged from the shadows, an elder, his face etched with the lines of age and wisdom. "You feel it, don't you?" he asked, his voice a soft rumble of earth and stone. "The island's spirit calls to you." I nodded, unable to articulate the unease that had settled in my bones. "What is this place?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "It is a sanctuary, a boundary between worlds," he replied. "Here, the Guardian watches over us, keeping the darkness at bay. But there are times when the boundary weakens, and the drifters come." "Drifters?" I echoed, the word foreign yet familiar. "Spirits untethered, lost between worlds," the elder explained, his eyes distant, as if seeing beyond the veil of our reality. "They seek to enter, to find solace in the living world." The revelation hung heavy in the air, the weight of it pressing against my chest. It was then that I understood the significance of the driftwood carving, a talisman against the drifters. The island was not merely isolated by geography, but shrouded by a supernatural boundary, a fragile shield against forces that sought entry into our world. The nights grew longer, darkness creeping into the edges of the village like an encroaching tide. The air was charged with anticipation, a sense of waiting for something inevitable, something that could not be stopped. The villagers gathered at the altar in silent vigil, their faces drawn and weary, eyes fixed on the horizon where the sea met the sky. The escalation came suddenly, without warning. A storm rolled in from the sea, fierce and unrelenting, battering the island with winds that howled like tormented souls. The villagers gathered at the Guardian's Rest, forming a circle around the altar, their voices rising in a chant that resonated with a primal power. I stood among them, the driftwood carving clutched tightly in my hand, feeling the raw energy coursing through us, binding us as one. The storm reached a fever pitch, the air crackling with electricity as the boundary weakened, the drifters clawing at the edges of our world. Through the chaos, I saw them, shadows moving against the darkness, figures translucent and insubstantial, eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. They pressed against the boundary, seeking entry, their presence a palpable weight in the air. In the eye of the storm, the islanders' chant rose to a crescendo, a plea for protection, a call to the Guardian. The elder stepped forward, his voice ringing out above the tumult, invoking the ancient power that lay dormant within the land. The altar glowed with an ethereal light, a beacon in the storm, casting the shadows back into the void. The climax came with a sudden stillness, a moment suspended in time as the boundary was restored. The drifters repelled back into the darkness. The island sighed as one, a collective exhalation of relief as the storm abated, the wind dying to a whisper. The villagers dispersed, their faces weary but relieved, the knowledge of their triumph etched into their eyes. Yet the fear lingered, a shadow in the corners of my mind, a reminder of the fragility of the boundary. The island's tranquility was restored, but the memory of the drifters remained, a lingering fear that could not be erased. I carried the driftwood carving with me, a talisman against the darkness, a reminder of the hidden world that lay beyond the veil of reality. As I prepared to leave the island, I understood that the cleansing ritual was more than tradition. It was a necessity, a guardian's duty to protect the living from the lost. The villagers watched as my boat departed, their eyes fixed on the horizon where the sea met the sky, a silent vigil for the world they protected. The island receded into the distance, its secrets safe for another turn of the tide. But as I returned to the world I knew, the fear lingered still, a whisper of shadows in the periphery of my vision. I realized then that the boundary between worlds was thin, and the drifters would always be there, waiting for the moment when they might slip through once more. The sky bore the muted hues of dawn when I first saw the island, a lonely silhouette against the vast expanse of shimmering water. Our small boat, battered from the unexpected storm, creaked and groaned as the waves pushed us mercilessly towards the shore. I had not anticipated such a violent shift in the weather, nor the silent, foreboding welcome of the isle that now loomed closer with every passing second. As I staggered onto the soft sand, I felt a surreal sense of relief mingled with trepidation. The island, with its dense cluster of palm trees and the gentle rustle of leaves, seemed almost tranquil. It bore the deceptive appearance of paradise, untouched by human hands. For a moment, I could almost convince myself that this could be a place of refuge, a temporary sanctuary until rescue came. The first few days on the island were peaceful. I spent my time gathering coconuts and fishing with makeshift spears. The sun was unforgiving, and the nights were cool, but the simplicity of survival offered its own rhythm. I found a small freshwater spring, its discovery a stroke of good fortune, and set up camp nearby under the foliage, where the leaves provided scant shelter from the elements. Yet, despite the island's serene veneer, an inexplicable unease gnawed at me. At times, as I wandered along the shore or delved into the dense underbrush in search of food, I caught glimpses of movement out of the corner of my eye. Shadows that seemed too deliberate, too alive to be swayed solely by the wind. Then came the first disturbance. It was a night like any other, the moon casting a silvery glow over the landscape. I was awakened by a sound, a low, mournful wail that seemed to carry on the wind. It rose and fell in haunting cadence, chilling the nighttime air. Listening intently, I realized it was no mere animal call. Something far more sinister lay at its origin. Sleep proved elusive that night. I lay staring at the canopy of stars, the sound of the ocean a steady rhythm that accented the anxious beating of my heart. In the morning, as the first light of day dispelled the shadows, I set out to explore the source of the noise. My feet carried me deeper into the heart of the island, past ancient trees that towered like silent sentinels, their boughs whispering secrets older than time itself. The terrain grew more rugged as I pressed on, and soon I found myself standing before the entrance of a cave, its gaping mouth a dark promise of mystery. Hesitant, yet driven by a curious compulsion, I entered. The air was cool inside, and my footsteps echoed softly as I moved deeper into the darkness. It was there, in the shadowy depths, that I first encountered the creature. It was unlike anything I had ever seen, a figure of darkness and fluid form, as though it were shaped by the shadows themselves. Its eyes, when they found mine, were orbs of cold, fathomless black that seemed to peer into the very soul. I froze, every instinct screaming to flee, yet my body refused to obey. The creature made no move towards me. It merely observed, a presence both terrifying and oddly tranquil. After what felt like an eternity, it turned, disappearing into the deeper recesses of the cave, leaving behind an air of profound unease. I stumbled out into the sunlight, my mind racing to comprehend the encounter. The days that followed were marked by an escalating tension. I began to notice other signs, strange patterns in the sand, and unfamiliar tracks leading to and from the forest. Each night, the haunting wail echoed, sometimes closer, sometimes distant, a constant reminder of the entity that shared the island with me. Desperation spurred me into action. I crafted rudimentary tools, set up traps, but all efforts seemed futile. The creature, whatever it was, moved with an intelligence that belied its beastly form. It seemed neither hostile nor benign, simply present, a spectral overseer of the island's solitude. The climax arrived on a stormy night, when the winds howled like a chorus of phantoms and the rain fell in sheets. My camp was a miserable refuge against the elements, and the oppressive darkness made the world seem small and confined. A flash of lightning illuminated the figure standing at the edge of the clearing, its form blending seamlessly with the shadows. This time, I did not retreat. Whether it was madness or courage that governed my actions, I stepped forward. The air around me was charged with an electricity that was not entirely of the storm's making. We stood facing each other, the creature and I, two solitary figures bound by the island's enigma. In that moment, clarity washed over me. The creature was not merely a beast, but a guardian of sorts, an ancient spirit intertwined with the very essence of the island. It was then I understood that this encounter was my penance, a test of survival and understanding, a trial of redemption for past sins I had long buried under the sands of forgetfulness. The creature moved towards me, its form shifting like smoke in the wind. It paused, and as its eyes met mine once more, I felt a profound acceptance, a silent acknowledgement of shared solitude. Then it was gone, leaving behind a sense of peace and a lingering question. Was this redemption, or simply a new beginning? The storm passed, and with it, the oppressive weight of fear seemed to lift. The island, though still isolated, no longer felt like a prison. Instead, it became a place of reflection where I could confront the past I had tried to escape. The creature's presence, though unseen, was a constant whisper in the rustle of the leaves and the crash of the waves. As I write this, I know that rescue may come one day, or perhaps it may not. But here, in this tranquil captivity, I have made my peace. The island has become both my sanctuary and my confessor. I am no longer the man who arrived on these shores, but someone new, shaped by the silence and the shadows, forever altered by the creature's gaze. And so, the fear lingers, not in the form of dread, but as a reminder of the unknown that still breathes beneath the island's surface. In every shadow lies a story untold, in every whisper, a secret kept. The creature, a guardian of mysteries, watches still, a silent friend in the solitude of my redemption. My journey to the southern Pacific island began under the pretext of an academic expedition, a noble cause masked by my personal curiosity. The island, unnamed on many maps but known in whispers among archaeologists, was said to contain ruins of an ancient civilization, buried deep within its dense jungles. My colleagues at the university were skeptical, dismissing it as another wild goose chase inspired by myths and half-truths. But my determination was unwavering, fueled by obscure references and a series of increasingly vivid dreams that tugged at my consciousness. My arrival was unceremonious, the small seaplane skimming across the crystalline waters before depositing me on a narrow strip of yellow sand. The island was lush, the air heavy with humidity and the sweet scent of blooming flora. The only sounds were the gentle lapping of waves and the distant calls of exotic birds. a symphony of nature that shrouded the island's secrets in serene beauty. For the first few days, I settled into a routine. My modest camp was established near the shore, a canvas tent my only shelter from the elements. By day, I ventured into the jungle, machete in hand, cutting through the thick underbrush in search of any signs of the ancient ruins. By night, I pored over my notes and sketches, trying to piece together the fragments of evidence I had gathered from a multitude of disparate sources. The forest was a world unto itself, a living entity that seemed to breathe and pulse with an energy all its own. Towering trees, their canopies interwoven like a verdant tapestry, filtered the sunlight into ethereal beams that danced upon the forest floor. Vines hung like serpents from the branches, swaying gently with the breeze. I felt a sense of peace, a comforting normalcy amid the wildness. Yet, beneath this tranquility, there was an undercurrent of something else, an awareness that prickled at the edges of my mind. The first disturbance came on the 5th day. I had stumbled upon a clearing, its grassy expanse dotted with strange stone structures that rose from the earth like the bones of forgotten giants. Weathered and overgrown, these monoliths bore intricate carvings that defied any known language, their glyphs twisting into shapes that seemed almost alive when touched by the sunlight. As I carefully documented the sight, a shiver ran down my spine. A faint laughter, distant yet unmistakable, echoed through the trees. I froze, the pen slipping from my fingers as I strained to listen. The laughter was neither joyful nor sinister, but it carried with it an unsettling familiarity, as if the island itself was acknowledging my presence. That night, I lay awake in my tent, the tropical heat oppressive and stifling. The laughter haunted my thoughts, a ghostly refrain that replayed over and over. I rationalized it as the product of fatigue and isolation, yet a lingering unease gnawed at me. Sleep came fitfully, filled with dreams of shadowy figures dancing amongst the ruins, their laughter mingling with the rustle of leaves. The following days saw an escalation of the island's strange phenomena. As I delved deeper into the jungle, the laughter grew more frequent, more insistent. It seemed to follow me, a shadowy companion that never revealed itself. The forest, once a place of vibrant life, now felt watchful, its presence heavy and omnipotent. The very air vibrated with an anticipation that set my nerves on edge. One afternoon, as I examined a particularly elaborate carving, I felt a prickle of awareness at the back of my neck. Turning slowly, I saw nothing but the dense foliage, yet the laughter rippled through the air, closer now and more pronounced. I called out, a tentative greeting that was swallowed by the jungle's silence. The response was immediate, a burst of laughter that seemed to come from all directions at once, surrounding me in its intangible embrace. Panic threatened to overwhelm me, but I forced myself to focus, to remember the purpose that had brought me here. My nights were restless, plagued by vivid dreams that seemed more real than waking life. In these dreams, I wandered through the ruins, guided by laughter that led me deeper and deeper into the heart of the island. There, a shadowy figure awaited, its features obscured by darkness. Each night, I attempted to reach it, but just as I thought I would succeed, the dream would dissolve, leaving me alone in my tent, drenched in sweat. The climax came on the 10th day. I had ventured further than ever, driven by an inexplicable compulsion. The jungle seemed to part before me, as if guiding me towards a destination I was meant to find. Eventually, I emerged into a clearing larger than any I had seen. In its center stood a towering stone archway, its surface engraved with the same glyphs that adorned the other ruins. The air was thick with expectation, the silence so profound that I could hear my own breathing, quick and shallow. As I approached the archway, the laughter began again, a cacophony that resonated deep within my bones. It was no longer distant, but immediate, enveloping me like a living thing. My heart pounded as I stepped beneath the arch, the world shifting around me as I crossed the threshold. On the other side, the jungle remained unchanged, yet there was a palpable difference. The air felt heavier, the colors deeper and more vivid, and there, standing before me, was the shadowy figure from my dreams. Its form was indistinct, a silhouette against the vibrant backdrop of the jungle, yet its presence was undeniable. The laughter ceased, replaced by a profound silence that seemed to stretch on for eternity. We stood there, the figure and I, locked in a silent communion. I felt an understanding pass between us, a recognition of a bond that transcended time and space. The figure inclined its head, a gesture of acknowledgement, and then slowly faded into the forest, leaving me alone once more. The journey back to my camp was a blur, my mind reeling from the encounter. The jungle, though unchanged, now felt different, as if imbued with a newfound respect for the secrets it harbored. The laughter no longer haunted me, but lingered as a gentle memory, a reminder of the unseen presence that watched over the island. Though I eventually left the island, its mysteries unresolved, the experience remains with me, a lingering fear that resides in the quiet corners of my mind. The ruins, the laughter, and the shadowy figure are as vivid now as they were then, etched into my memory. The island's secrets continue to elude explanation, but the encounter has reshaped my understanding of the world, leaving me with the unsettling knowledge that some mysteries are meant to remain unsolved. The jungle was, in its own right, a breathing entity. Each day, as I trudged through the dense foliage, the cacophony of hidden creatures blended into a symphony of life that both soothed and tormented my senses. I was a soldier in the British Indian Army during the Arakan campaign in Burma, and the war was a distant rumble compared to the immediacy of the jungle's presence. The air was thick with humidity, the kind that clung to your skin and made every breath a labor. Yet, amidst the chaos of war, the Arakan jungles offered an odd sense of normalcy. The routine of survival anchored us amidst the larger storm. The company I was part of had grown accustomed to the rhythm of the jungle. We were a group of men, welded together by the fire of conflict, each of us aware of the other's fears and habits. The jungle was a constant, an unchanging backdrop to our daily struggles. It was easier to surrender to its embrace than to resist it, easier to let its verdant tendrils wrap around us than to fight its immensity. We had learned to read its signs, to interpret its whispers, and navigate its dense undergrowth with the expertise of those who had been hardened by necessity. It was during one of these routine patrols that the first disturbance broke the veneer of normalcy. We had been assigned to scout a section of the jungle that was, according to our intelligence, possibly infiltrated by enemy forces. As we moved deeper into the green labyrinth, the air seemed to grow denser, more oppressive. My senses were on high alert, sharpened by the ever-present danger, yet what I felt was not the usual anxiety of an impending skirmish. It was something more profound, more ancient. The jungle seemed to shift around us, its shadows lengthening and twisting in ways that defied logic. There was a moment, a fleeting glimpse of something that my mind could not fully comprehend. It was a shape, a movement at the periphery of my vision, slithering between the trees with an unnatural grace. I dismissed it initially as a trick of the light, a manifestation of my weary mind, until I saw it again. This time, others saw it too, a collective recognition of an entity that did not belong to this world. It was as if the jungle itself was harboring a secret, a hidden presence that had grown tired of remaining unseen. Our patrol continued, but the atmosphere had shifted. The men were uneasy, their usual banter replaced by tense silences, punctuated by furtive glances between the trees. We all sensed it now, an undercurrent of something watching us, something malevolent and ancient. We pressed on, driven by duty and an unspoken agreement to unravel the mystery that had enshrouded us. Each step felt like a descent into madness, the jungle closing in around us with a predatory hunger. The escalation of events was as insidious as the creeping vines that tangled our path. 2 of our men vanished without a trace, swallowed by the jungle with barely a whisper. Their disappearance was met with a grim acceptance, for we all knew that the jungle was not a forgiving adversary. Yet, there was something else at play, a deeper, more sinister force at work. We began to speak of the jungle in hushed tones, as if fearing that our words might summon its wrath. Each night as we made camp, the darkness would settle like a living entity, blanketing us with an impenetrable shroud. The usual nocturnal calls of the jungle were absent, replaced by an eerie silence that pressed down on us with a suffocating weight. It was during these nights that the dreams came, visions of an incomprehensible horror lurking just beyond the veil of sleep. I saw shapes, twisted and grotesque, writhing in a darkness more profound than any I had ever known. They whispered my name, beckoning me to join them in their eternal embrace. The climax came with the suddenness of a lightning strike. We had made camp near a river, hoping that its presence might offer some reprieve from the oppressive heat. As night fell, the air hummed with a strange energy, a vibrational pulse that resonated in my bones. It was then that the entity revealed itself, a monstrous form that defied the boundaries of reality, emerging from the jungle with a fluidity that was both beautiful and terrifying. It was as if the very fabric of the world had torn open to release this abomination, a being of shadows and whispers, its presence warping the space around it. Panic ensued, our discipline unraveling in the face of this eldritch horror. Men screamed, their minds shattering under the weight of its gaze. I stood frozen, a prisoner of my own terror, as it reached out with tendrils of darkness, each one a promise of oblivion. There was no escape from its grasp, no sanctuary in which to hide. It was as if the jungle itself had become an extension of the entity, its roots and vines lashing out to ensnare us. In that moment of despair, a clarity emerged. I understood that this entity was not of our world, not a creature born of flesh and blood. It was a manifestation of the jungle's deepest nightmares, a sentinel guarding the threshold between reality and an unfathomable abyss. As it loomed over us, I felt a strange peace settle within me, a resignation to the inevitable. The entity receded as abruptly as it had appeared, the jungle releasing us from its cryptic hold. We were left with the echoes of its presence, the jungle returning to its indifferent symphony. Our numbers were fewer, the survivors burdened with the haunted knowledge of what we had witnessed. Yet, the jungle was unchanged, its mysteries intact, its secrets guarded by an eldritch custodian. In the days that followed, the lingering fear took root in our minds, an insidious presence that shadowed our every step. The jungle was no longer a mere backdrop to our war. It had become an active participant, a sentient force with its own agenda. We spoke little of what we had encountered, the words heavy with the weight of disbelief. Yet, we all knew that the jungle held on to its secrets, waiting patiently for the next unwary soul to wander into its depths. I returned to the front lines eventually, but the memory of the jungle and its nightmare never left me. In the quiet moments, when the world around me grew still, I could feel its presence, a constant reminder of the boundaries between sanity and madness. The jungle was alive in ways that defied comprehension, its heart beating in time with an ancient rhythm that resonated through my very being. As I sit now, penning these reflections, I am struck by the sense of inevitability that pervades my memories. The jungle was never just a landscape. It was a living, breathing enigma, a repository of truths that mankind was never meant to uncover. And though I have left its shadow, the jungle remains a part of me, its whispers a constant echo in the corridors of my mind. In the heart of the Amazon, where the dense canopy keeps secrets from the sun and whispers of the wind carry the echoes of forgotten legends, I embarked on a journey that would forever alter my perception of reality. As an ethnobotanist, I was drawn toward the uncharted depths of the jungle, intrigued by stories of a plant that could cure any ailment, a botanical marvel shrouded in the myth of divine origins. Growing up, tales of the jungle god, the last of its kind, were bedtime stories that lulled me into dreams of adventure. Now, standing at the edge of the world's green lung, those stories felt like a calling. The first few days were a blur of routine. My guide, Miguel, a local with a deep knowledge of the forest, led us through the underbrush with the deftness of someone born to it. Beneath the oppressive heat and the symphony of the jungle's creatures, I felt a sense of normalcy, even peace. I documented every plant we encountered, careful not to disturb the delicate balance of the ecosystem. Our camp was a humble setup, nestled beside a clear, burbling stream, the sound of which lulled me into a sense of security each night. It was during one of these tranquil evenings, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and red, that Miguel spoke of the God's Fall. His voice held an eerie reverence as he recounted the legend. Long ago, he began, a deity roamed these forests, a guardian spirit who took on the form of a great beast. As humans encroached upon its domain, it withdrew deeper into the jungle, and with it, the power it bestowed upon the land began to wane. But the god was said to have left behind a part of itself in the form of a rare plant, one that could heal mortal wounds and grant visions of the divine. I listened, captivated by his words, my skepticism tempered by the wonder of the place. The rational part of me dismissed it as folklore, yet a small, insidious seed of curiosity took root. That night, as I lay in my tent, the jungle seemed to breathe around me, each rustle and chirp a reminder of the mysteries it held. The first disturbance came when Miguel disappeared. It was early, before dawn, when I noticed his absence. His hammock lay empty, swaying slightly as if he had just left. I waited, assuming he had gone to answer nature's call. But as the hours stretched and the sun rose, worry set in. I ventured out, calling his name, my voice swallowed by the jungle. There was no response, only the indifferent chorus of life that continued around me. I retraced our path from the previous day, hoping to find some clue. Instead, I stumbled upon something far more unsettling, a clearing, untouched by the chaos of the forest, its center dominated by a massive stone, an altar perhaps, weathered by time, but still imposing. The air here was different, charged with an energy that prickled my skin, and at the base of the stone, I found a scattering of Miguel's belongings, his canteen, a small journal, but no sign of him. Panic began to seep in, a cold sweat breaking across my brow. I was alone, truly alone, the realization as suffocating as the humid air. I returned to camp, hoping against hope that Miguel would be there, waiting with an explanation. But the camp was as I left it, untouched and silent. With the sun setting once more, I made the decision to stay put, lighting a fire in the hopes it would guide Miguel back to me. Sleep was elusive, my mind a cacophony of fear and logic. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched, the hairs on the back of my neck standing at attention. Every crack of a branch, every rustle of leaves sent my heart racing. The following day, the forest felt different, more alive, as if aware of my presence, scrutinizing my every move. I set out again, driven by the need to find Miguel and an inexplicable draw toward the altar I had discovered. The path seemed to unfold before me, urging me forward. As days turned into a week, my routine became a quest. I spent long hours scouring the jungle, only to return to the altar, now a focal point of both my hope and dread. The journal I found was a trove of notes, sketches of plants, and entries in Miguel's neat handwriting, detailing observations and musings about the jungle. But the last entry spoke of a dream of transformation, and a beckoning call deeper into the heart of the forest. The transformation began subtly. I first noticed it in the way the jungle seemed to respond to my thoughts. Plants would part as I approached, animals watched but did not flee, and the air buzzed with an energy that I could feel in my bones. I chalked it up to exhaustion and stress, yet each day the sensation grew stronger, more insistent. Then came the visions, fleeting at first, like glimpses through a fogged window, shapes and shadows that danced in my peripheral vision. But with each night, they grew clearer, more vivid. I saw the god of the jungle, a creature of immense power and grace, its eyes pools of wisdom and sorrow. It walked with purpose through the forest, its presence a catalyst for life, each step leaving trails of green and vibrant growth. The climax of my experience came during a storm. The air was thick with the promise of rain, the sky a tumultuous canvas of dark clouds. I stood at the altar, a silent witness to nature's fury. Lightning split the sky, illuminating the clearing in stark relief, and in that moment, I felt a surge of energy so profound it brought me to my knees. The jungle god stood before me, no longer a figment of dreams, but a tangible presence, its eyes meeting mine with an understanding that transcended words. The transformation was complete. I felt the boundaries of my being dissolve, merging with the essence of the forest. I saw through its eyes, felt through its senses, my humanity a distant memory. The god's fall was not a demise but a passing of the mantle, a cycle of rebirth in which I was now entwined. When the storm passed, the world was changed. I was changed. The jungle was no longer a mere collection of flora and fauna. It was a living, breathing entity, its consciousness intertwined with mine. Miguel was gone, perhaps never to return, yet I understood now. The call he had followed was the same that had led me here, a summons not to heal, but to become. In the days that followed, I remained at the altar, guarding it as a sentinel of the new order. I no longer needed sustenance. The jungle provided all I required. Time lost its meaning, each day blending into the next, a seamless flow of existence. The lingering fear, however, was not for myself, but for the world beyond the jungle. I had witnessed the transformation, felt the power of the god within me, and understood its fragility. The world outside crept ever closer, its reach threatening to disrupt the delicate balance we had achieved. I feared for them, for those who would come seeking answers, only to find the same fate. Yet, I knew that should another soul be drawn to the heart of the jungle, they too would find a path, a transformation that would change everything. The jungle kept its secrets, and I, now a part of it, held them close, knowing that some mysteries were meant to remain hidden, their truths a quiet echo in the symphony of life. The first time I arrived at St. Daniel's Mental Hospital, the sun was casting a gentle, warm glow over the red brick facade of Century Manor. The building stood ceremoniously, as if no time had passed since its closure decades ago. The windows, though dusty and some shattered, still seemed to gaze out thoughtfully at the world beyond. I had always been drawn to places like this, relics of the past that whispered stories of what used to be. That day, I was not just a visitor. I was an investigator, tasked with documenting the history and the mystery surrounding this infamous asylum. I entered through the main doors, which creaked with a sound that echoed through the empty halls, like a whisper. The air was cold, despite the warmth of the autumn afternoon outside, and as I walked through the foyer, I could almost sense the presence of those who had once inhabited this place. But it was just a building, I told myself, a relic of a time when mental health was misunderstood, and treatments were as much about confinement as they were about care. The first few days at Century Manor were spent cataloging the artifacts left behind: patient records, medical equipment, and personal belongings, all scattered as if everyone had left in a hurry. It was fascinating to piece together the lives that had once revolved around these rooms. Each object held a story, and each story was a step deeper into the heart of the manor. Yet, despite the eerie tingle in the air, everything felt normal enough, until the disturbances began. It started subtly, a misplaced object or a flickering bulb, things I attributed to the decrepit state of the building. One evening, as I was packing up to leave, I noticed a chair that had been moved across the room. At first, I brushed it off as a trick of the mind. Surely I hadn't noticed it earlier. But then there were the sounds. In the dead silence of night, I began to hear whispers, faint and unintelligible, as if a conversation was happening just out of earshot. I assured myself it was the wind playing tricks in the old ducts, or perhaps the settling of the building's foundation. However, when the whispers turned into clear voices, my rational explanations began to falter. I was working late in the office one night when I heard a gentle humming resonate through the hallway. It was a mournful melody, one that seemed to rise and fall with a sorrowful cadence. I stepped out to investigate, my footsteps merging with the sound, creating an eerie duet. Yet, as I reached the corridor, the humming ceased, leaving only the silence to fill the void, a silence that seemed more unnerving than the sound itself. Determined to get to the bottom of these occurrences, I set up recording equipment throughout the manor. I wanted to capture whatever was happening, to prove to myself that there was a logical explanation. For several nights, the equipment recorded nothing unusual, but the air felt thicker, as if the building held its breath, waiting. And then, one morning, as I reviewed the footage, I saw it. A shadow, moving with purpose across the room, devoid of any source or bearer. It was a figure, and it seemed to pause, watching the camera, before dissolving into the darkness. The escalation continued, with doors slamming shut on their own, and once clear mirrors fogging over with messages that vanished as soon as I tried to decipher them. The most chilling was a simple, haunting phrase: "Help us." It was then I felt the true weight of the manor's history press down upon me. The ghosts of St. Daniel's were not just figments of a troubled mind. They were real, and they were reaching out. My nights became sleepless, filled with the constant anticipation of more messages, more signs. I roamed the halls with a flashlight, seeking out the voices that called to me. I began to understand their stories, fragments of pain and longing trapped within the walls. There was the nurse, whose regret over a patient's death kept her tethered to this world, and the patient who never stopped searching for a freedom they never knew. The climax of these encounters came on a stormy night, when the manor seemed to come alive with an energy it had never shown before. The wind howled through the broken windows, and the rain pounded against the walls like a heart-seeking entry. It was then that I saw her, a woman in a white gown, standing at the end of the hallway. Her face was a blur, her features washed away by the rain and shadows, yet her presence was unmistakable. "Please," she whispered, her voice carried by the wind, "help us find peace." I reached out to her, but as I took a step forward, she vanished, leaving me alone with my outstretched hand. The energy in the room dissipated, leaving a palpable silence, as if the building itself had paused to mourn her loss. In the days that followed, I continued my work with a renewed sense of purpose. I began to document not just the physical artifacts, but the tales of those who lingered, hoping that by telling their stories, I could offer them the peace they sought. Yet, even as I prepared to leave Century Manor, I knew the echoes of its past would never fully fade. The whispers and shadows had become a part of me, a lingering fear that the world beyond the visible was more complex than I had ever imagined. Century Manor taught me that the history we see is only a fraction of what truly exists. The ghosts of St. Daniel's remained, not as malevolent spirits, but as remnants of lives interrupted. They were the echoes of emotions too strong to be quelled by time, calling out to anyone who would listen and understand. As I closed the doors to the manor for the last time, I felt their presence like a gentle breeze, a reminder that some stories never end. They simply await the next teller. And so, the haunting of Century Manor continued, a tale etched into the very fabric of its being, as eternal as the bricks and mortar that housed it. The old farmhouse stood alone in a sea of windswept fields, a solitary structure where nature seemed to reclaim its place, slowly but surely. Its weather-beaten wood creaked with every gust, and the once vibrant paint had peeled away, leaving the bare bones of the place exposed to the elements. Despite its dilapidated state, there was a strange allure to it, an invitation whispered on the wind, drawing me in. I had purchased the property on a whim, enamored by its isolation and the quiet it promised. I'd grown weary of the city's relentless noise, the clamor of people and machines that never ceased. Here, amidst the rustling cornstalks and the occasional call of a distant bird, I found the peace I craved. The farmhouse, despite its appearance, offered a refuge, an escape from the ceaseless demands of modern life. The first few weeks were uneventful. I busied myself with minor repairs, brushing off the cobwebs and musty smells that clung to every corner. The silence was profound, almost tangible. It wrapped around me like a heavy quilt, each room filled with echoes of a time long past. I often found myself standing by the window, gazing out at the horizon where the fields met the sky, feeling an inexplicable sense of contentment. But then, the first disturbance came. It was subtle at first, A shadow glimpsed from the corner of my eye, the kind that flits away the moment you turn to face it. It happened only occasionally, and I dismissed it as a trick of the light, the way shadows dance under the waning twilight. Yet, as days turned to weeks, these occurrences grew more frequent. The shadows took on forms, fleeting, indistinct, but undeniably there. One evening, as I sat reading in the small parlor, I heard it, a soft, mournful sigh. It was the sound of despair, a whisper that sent a chill racing down my spine. I looked up, heart pounding, eyes scanning the room for the source. Nothing, only the gentle creaking of the floorboards in response to the evening breeze. I shook it off, convincing myself it was just the house settling, that old structures had their own language, their own stories to tell. Yet, the disturbances continued. Objects would move from their places. A book, a cup, my reading glasses. Things I was certain I left in one spot would appear elsewhere, as if nudged by unseen hands. I tried to rationalize it, blaming my own forgetfulness, but a seed of doubt took root in my mind. I found myself on edge, every creak and groan of the house feeding into a growing unease. The escalation was gradual, but undeniable. The sighs turned to whispers, unintelligible yet laden with emotion. I would awaken in the middle of the night, my room filled with a suffocating presence, as if the air itself was watching, waiting. I began to see them, the shades. They would appear in moments of solitude, hovering on the periphery of my vision. Translucent figures, their features blurred, obscured by time and sorrow. They never approached, but their presence was inescapable, an oppressive weight that grew heavier with each passing day. It was during one such night, a storm raging outside, that the climax of this haunting unfolded. Lightning cast stark, fleeting illuminations through the windows, and the rain battered against the walls with a fury that seemed almost sentient. I was in the kitchen, preparing a late supper, when I felt it. A cold breath against the back of my neck. I turned sharply, heart hammering in my chest, and there they were. Not shadows, not fleeting glimpses, but fully formed apparitions standing in the doorway. There were 3 of them, a man, a woman, and a child. Their eyes held a depth of sorrow and longing that transfixed me, rendering me immobile. The room seemed to fall away, the only thing anchoring me to reality, the intensity of their gaze. They said nothing, yet their story unfolded in my mind, a family torn apart by tragedy, their lives snuffed out long before their time. The farmhouse had been their home, and now it was their prison. As suddenly as they appeared, they were gone, leaving me alone in the oppressive silence. But something lingered, a sense of understanding, of connection. The storm outside had abated, leaving a calm in its wake, but the whispers remained, softer now, almost a lullaby. I realized then that the house was never truly mine. It belonged to them, these unresting souls, bound to the land by a past I could never fully comprehend. In the days that followed, the fear subsided, replaced by a solemn acceptance. The disturbances continued, but they no longer filled me with dread. Instead, They felt like a communion, a bridge between the living and the dead. I came to cherish the whispers, the touches, and the shadows as part of the house's identity. My presence there was a part of that story, a witness to the eternal dance between the past and the present. Yet, a lingering fear remained, an understanding that one day I too might become part of this haunting tableau. The house, with its secrets and its stories, would continue to stand long after I was gone, a testament to the inexorable passage of time and the restless nature of lost souls. In this place, solitude was not an absence, but a presence, a reminder that we are never truly alone. And so I remain, the caretaker of a legacy that is not mine, watching over the fields and the spirits they harbor. I listen to their whispers in the night, and I find a strange comfort in their company, knowing that in this quiet corner of the world, the past is never truly past, and the souls that wander here will forever be unresting. The farmhouse stood silent and forgotten on the crest of a hill, surrounded by tangled weeds and gnarled trees that clawed at the sky. It had once been a place of life and laughter, a refuge from the world. But now it was a relic, its glory days buried beneath dust and neglect. The paint on its wooden boards had peeled away, revealing the gray beneath, and its windows were like eyes that watched without seeing. I had always been drawn to places like this, places where the past lingered like a whisper on the wind. Maybe it was the quiet, or the stories such places seemed to hold, tales woven into the very fabric of their walls. I first came upon the old farmhouse while wandering the fields one autumn afternoon, the air crisp and the sky a deep, endless blue. There was a certain magnetism to it, an allure that beckoned me closer. I paused at the edge of the overgrown drive. My curiosity piqued and felt a strange sense of homecoming. I imagined the lives that had once unfolded here, the births, the celebrations, the quiet evenings by a crackling fire. It was easy to envision, and even easier to entertain, the thought of stepping through its creaking doors, to explore what memories might still linger. As I approached, the wind picked up, rustling the dry leaves and sending a shiver down my spine. The air seemed to thicken, the atmosphere charged with something I couldn't quite put my finger on. I brushed it off as the chill of the season, an overactive imagination, fueled by too many late-night ghost stories. But even as I told myself this, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was not alone, that the house itself was watching my every move. The first disturbance came as I crossed the threshold. The door, heavy and weather-beaten, groaned open on its hinges, a sound that echoed in the empty hollows of my mind. The interior was as expected, dark, musty, the stale air thick with the scent of decay. Dust motes danced in the shafts of light that pierced through gaps in the boarded windows, and the silence was profound, almost sacred. I wandered through the rooms, each one telling its own story. The parlor, with its faded floral wallpaper peeling like the skin from a forgotten fruit, spoke of genteel gatherings long past. The kitchen, with its iron stove and empty cupboards, whispered of meals prepared and shared, the clatter of dishes, and the warmth of a family. It was in the upstairs bedroom where I first felt it, the palpable coldness that wrapped around my shoulders like a shawl. At first, it was subtle, a barely there chill that could have been a draft. But as I stood there, looking at the bed, its frame still intact beneath a thick layer of dust, the cold intensified, sinking into my bones. I felt an urge to leave, an instinctual warning, but stubborn curiosity anchored me in place. As the days turned to weeks, I found myself returning to the farmhouse, unable to resist its silent pull. Each visit revealed more of its secrets, subtle clues left behind by those who had once called it home. A child's toy, forgotten and faded beneath a bed. A photograph, its edges curled with age, depicting a family frozen in time, their expressions solemn yet kind. I was piecing together a history, a narrative of love and loss, and it fascinated me. But with each visit, the disturbances grew more frequent, more intrusive. It began with the sounds, footsteps overhead, the creaking of the old wooden floorboards under a weight I couldn't see. Then came the whispers, soft and indistinct, like the murmur of a distant conversation I was not part of. I would stand in the parlor, heart pounding, straining to make out the words, but they always eluded me, slipping away like smoke through fingers. One evening, as twilight descended and shadows lengthened, I saw her. A figure standing by the window, backlit by the waning light, her form blurred and insubstantial. She was there for just a moment, a heartbeat, and then she was gone, leaving only the faintest impression in my mind. I felt no fear, only an overwhelming sadness, as if I had glimpsed something tragic and irrevocable. The escalation was gradual, but undeniable. What began as curious visits turned into a compulsion. I spent hours in that house, drawn to its secrets like a moth to flame. The sounds grew louder, more persistent, and I began to sense not just one presence, but many. It was as if the house was filled with the spirits of those who had lived and died within its walls, each one clamoring for attention, for acknowledgement. I started to lose track of time, the boundary between the living and the dead blurring in the dim light of the farmhouse. Sleep eluded me, my dreams haunted by faces I did not know, voices calling out in anguish. I learned to navigate the house by instinct, moving through its rooms with a familiarity that was not entirely my own. The ghosts had become part of my world, or perhaps I had become part of theirs. The climax came on a stormy night. The wind howled outside, rain lashed against the windows, and the old house groaned and shifted like a ship in a storm. I was in the parlor when it happened, a presence descending upon me with the force of a tidal wave. It was her again, the woman by the window, only now she was close, her face pale and drawn, eyes wide with sorrow. She reached out, a silent plea in her gaze, and I felt her anguish wash over me like ice. I could sense the others too, shadows gathering in the corners, their whispers rising to a crescendo. They had a story to tell, a story of betrayal and loss, of a family torn apart by greed and tragedy. The woman had been the matriarch, beloved and respected, her life cut short by a deceitful act that had doomed them all to this restless existence. As her presence enveloped me, I understood what they wanted: to be heard, to be remembered, to find peace in the acknowledgement of their suffering. It was a burden I felt unworthy of bearing, yet in that moment, I could not turn away. I spoke their story aloud, my voice trembling with the weight of their pain, and as I did, the house fell silent, the oppressive atmosphere lifting like a shroud. But the fear did not leave with them. It lingered in the shadows, in the corners of my mind, a reminder of the thin veil between worlds. I left the farmhouse that night, the rain washing away the last vestiges of daylight, my heart heavy with the knowledge of what lay beyond the realm of the living. The house remained as it was, an eternal guardian of secrets best left undisturbed. In the weeks that followed, I tried to return to normalcy, to forget the ghosts and their tragic tale, but it was impossible. They haunted my thoughts, their whispers echoing in the quiet moments, reminding me of promises made and debts unpaid. I felt their presence in the rustle of leaves, the creak of floorboards, in every shadow that stretched across my path. The farmhouse stood empty again, its doors closed, its windows dark, yet I knew it was not truly abandoned. Unseen and unstoppable, the souls remained, bound to the earth by the weight of their unfinished story. I was but a passing visitor in their endless night, a brief flicker of warmth in a world gone cold. And though I had left the place behind, I understood that I carried a part of them with me, a part of their sorrow etched into my soul. In the end, the house on the hill was more than just a building. It was a testament to the enduring nature of love and grief, a reminder that some stories never die. They linger like shadows at the edge of the light, waiting for someone to listen, and as long as they waited, the farmhouse would stand, a silent witness to the unresting souls within its walls. It was a late autumn afternoon when I arrived at the old farmhouse. The sun hung low in the sky, casting elongated shadows across the wide fields that stretched out in every direction. The air was crisp, with a biting chill that hinted at the winter to come. I had inherited this place from a distant relative I barely knew, a great uncle whose existence I had only discovered upon receiving the letter from the solicitor. The farmhouse stood in isolation, an unremarkable structure of weathered wood and peeling paint, its windows dark and uninviting. As I stepped out of my car, I took a moment to absorb the scene. The land was vast and empty, save for the twisted remains of an old barn and some overgrown patches of what might once have been a garden. The silence was profound, almost palpable, as if the world itself was holding its breath. It was a place that seemed untouched by time, frozen in a state of elegant decay. I made my way to the front door, the wooden boards creaking underfoot like voices whispering secrets from the past. The key turned with a reluctant click, and the door swung open with a groan, revealing a hallway dimly lit by the last rays of sunlight filtering through dusty windows. The air inside was stale, carrying the scent of old wood and neglect. I flicked the light switch, but nothing happened. Of course, the electricity would have been cut off long ago. As I explored the rooms, I found them sparsely furnished. each piece covered with a shroud-like sheet, adding to the air of abandonment. A sense of unease crept over me, a feeling that I was intruding upon something long forgotten. Yet, there was nothing overtly sinister about the place, nothing that would suggest it was anything other than an ordinary deserted farmhouse. It was not until the first night that I began to sense something was amiss. Lying in the old iron bed, I stared up at the patchwork of shadows cast by the moonlight through the window. The silence that had seemed so comforting during the day now felt oppressive, as though the house was holding its breath, waiting for something. I heard it then, a faint rustling sound, like the soft brush of fabric against fabric. It drifted through the air, seeming to come from nowhere and everywhere, all at once. I sat up, straining to hear, my heart thudding in my chest. There it was again, more distinct this time, a murmur, barely perceptible, like distant voices carried on the wind. I told myself it was nothing, just the creaks and groans of an old house settling into the night. But deep down, I knew that was not true. There was something here with me, something unspeakable beneath the veneer of normalcy. The disturbances continued over the following days. During the daylight hours, the house appeared unchanged, its secrets hidden beneath layers of dust and neglect. But at night, the atmosphere shifted, growing tense and electric. The whispers returned, sometimes accompanied by the sensation of a cold breeze brushing past me, even though all the windows were tightly shut. Objects would be found out of place, moved from where I had left them, though I had been alone in the house. I began to feel a presence, an awareness that clung to the shadows, watching me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. There was a heaviness to the air, as if the house was filled with unseen eyes, tracking my every movement. I could feel them, those unresting souls, trapped between this world and the next, their anguish resonating within the very walls. My sleep was plagued by nightmares, vivid and disturbing. I dreamed of spectral figures drifting through the rooms, their faces obscured by veils of shadow. They would reach out to me, their fingers like tendrils of mist, beckoning me to join them in their endless dance of despair. Each morning I awoke drenched in sweat, the echoes of their ghostly cries ringing in my ears. The final night was the worst. The air was thick with anticipation, charged with a sense of impending doom. I lay awake, unable to shake the feeling that something was drawing near, something that could not be stopped. The whispers began again, more insistent this time, rising and falling like the tide, a chorus of lamentation that pulled at my soul. I rose from the bed, compelled by a force I could not resist. The house seemed to pulse with energy, each room a labyrinth of echoes and shadows. As I wandered through the darkened halls, the voices grew louder until they were a cacophony, filling my mind with their desperate pleas. It was then that I saw them, the ghosts of the past emerging from the shadows. Their forms were insubstantial, flickering like candle flames in a draft, yet their presence was undeniable. They surrounded me, a swirling mass of despair and longing. I could see their faces now, contorted with sorrow, their eyes empty and pleading. Their mouths moved in silent supplication, but I could hear their words, clear as a bell. They spoke of betrayal and loss, of lives cut short and dreams shattered. They were the souls of those who had once lived here, trapped by the weight of their unfinished business, unable to move on. And they wanted me to understand, to share in their grief. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. I was not just an intruder in their home. I was a part of this story, bound by the same ties that kept them here. The house had claimed me, just as it had claimed them, and there was no escape. The climax came with the dawn, the first light of day breaking over the horizon. The ghosts began to fade, their forms dissolving into the morning mist, yet their presence lingered, a shadow that would never leave. I stood there, alone in the silence, my heart heavy with the weight of their sorrow. As the days turned into weeks, the farmhouse became a place of both solace and torment. I had come to understand the restlessness of the souls trapped within its walls, their yearning for release, a constant undercurrent in my thoughts. Though the hauntings had ceased, their echoes remained, a reminder of the thin veil that separated my world from theirs. I could never truly leave the farmhouse, not in spirit, for it was a part of me now, as I was a part of it. The unresting souls had found a place within my heart, their whispers a permanent fixture in the quiet of the night. And while the world outside moved on, I remained bound to this haunted place, a guardian of its secrets, forever listening to the echoes of the past. I first laid eyes on the old farmhouse during one of those long drives meant to clear my mind. I often found solace in the back roads that snaked through the countryside, the rolling fields, and the distant line of trees that framed the horizon. It was an overcast day, the sky a dull gray, casting a muted light over everything. The air was heavy, carrying the scent of rain that never seemed to come. The farmhouse stood on the edge of a forgotten road, set back from the cracked asphalt by a wide swath of overgrown grass. To the casual observer, it was just another relic of a bygone era, its once white paint now peeling and faded to a dull, ghostly gray. Shutters hung at odd angles, and an old swing set, its chains rusted, creaked softly in the breeze. There was something about it that drew me in. Perhaps it was the quiet desolation, or the way it seemed untouched by the passage of time. I parked my car on the shoulder of the road and walked up the gravel path leading to the front porch. The boards creaked under my weight, and I hesitated for a moment, listening. There was only the sound of the wind whispering through the trees and the distant call of a crow. Inside, the air was stale, carrying the scent of dust and decay. The house, though empty, seemed to hum with a strange energy. I wandered through the rooms, each one a time capsule filled with the remnants of a life once lived. Old furniture covered in white sheets, a piano in the corner of the living room with yellowed keys, and a collection of faded photographs that lined the mantelpiece. It was in this state of reflective calm that I first felt the disturbance. As I stood in what must have once been a child's bedroom, I heard it, the faintest sound of laughter, like the echo of a memory not quite forgotten. It was soft, almost imperceptible, but it sent a chill down my spine. I turned quickly, expecting to find someone behind me. but the room was empty. The sound had faded, replaced by the rhythmic tapping of rain against the window. I tried to rationalize it, a trick of the mind, perhaps, brought on by the isolation and the eerie stillness of the place. Yet, a part of me couldn't shake the feeling that I was not alone. I made my way back to the car, the echo of that laughter still ringing in my ears, and drove away, telling myself it was nothing. Days turned into weeks, and the memory of the farmhouse lingered in the back of my mind, a haunting presence I couldn't quite dismiss. I found myself returning to that same road, drawn inexplicably to the place despite my better judgment. Each visit revealed more subtle disturbances, a shadow in the corner of my eye, a whispered word on the edge of hearing. On my third visit, I decided to dig deeper. I brought along a camera, hoping to capture evidence of what I felt, but could not see. As I moved through the house, the air seemed heavier, charged with an unseen force. It was as if the house itself was breathing, alive in some unfathomable way. In the basement, I found remnants of old newspapers, their headlines barely legible. They spoke of a family tragedy, a fire that had claimed the lives of the residents decades ago. There was something about the story that resonated with the sensations I had felt in the house. The laughter, the shadows, the whispers. Were they echoes of those trapped by the flames, unable to find peace? The idea of restless spirits seemed preposterous, a notion fit for horror novels rather than reality. Yet, standing in that dark, musty basement, I couldn't help but feel their presence. It was as if the house was a liminal space, a boundary between the world of the living and the realm of the dead. My heart pounded in my chest as I ascended the stairs to the ground floor. The house was different now, charged with an intensity that was almost palpable. As I stepped into the living room, I saw it, a figure standing by the window, its form indistinct, like a shadow made of smoke. I froze, instinct screaming for me to run, but I was rooted to the spot. The figure turned slowly, its face obscured, but I felt its eyes on me, piercing through the veil of fear. A voice, soft and sorrowful, filled the room. Why do you disturb us? The question lingered in the air, heavy with accusation and despair. I stumbled back, my mind racing to comprehend the incomprehensible. The air vibrated with energy, and the room seemed to twist and warp around me. It was as if the house itself was crying out, filled with the pain and rage of those who could not move on. In a blind panic, I bolted for the door, the echo of that sorrowful voice trailing after me. Outside, the sky had darkened, the storm that had been threatening now, unleashed in full fury. Lightning split the sky, and the wind howled with a ferocity that matched the chaos within. I drove away, my heart racing, the farmhouse disappearing in the distance like a specter fading into the mist. But even as I put miles between us, the presence lingered, a weight pressing down on my soul. Days passed, but the memory of that encounter haunted me. Sleep was elusive, my dreams filled with shadows and whispers. I found myself drawn to the farmhouse, unable to resist its pull. It was as if the spirits had reached out, tethering me to their sorrow, refusing to let go. On my final visit, the air was thick with anticipation. The house loomed ahead, its silhouette stark against the stormy sky. I stepped inside, the door creaking ominously behind me. The air was charged, electric with the presence of those who dwelled within. The shadows moved, forming the indistinct shapes of figures long gone. They surrounded me, their presence felt rather than seen. I stood in the center of the room, heart pounding, as the whispers grew louder, a cacophony of voices overlapping and intertwining. In that moment, I understood. The house was not merely haunted, it was a vessel, a prison for souls unable to move on. Their stories, their pain, were etched into its very walls, calling out for release. I spoke into the void, my words swallowed by the darkness. "What do you want from me?" The voices quieted, and one rose above the rest, a child's voice, filled with longing. "Remember us." With those words, the air shifted, the tension easing as if a burden had been lifted. The shadows receded, and the oppressive weight of the house diminished. I stood there, breathing deeply, the air now still and calm. The presence was still there, but its anger had faded, replaced by a quiet sadness. I left the farmhouse for the last time, the rain falling softly around me. As I drove away, I glanced back one final time. The house stood silent, its secrets still hidden within its walls, but its hold on me finally broken. The experience lingered, a shadow on the edge of my consciousness, but I felt a strange sense of peace. I had given the spirits what they sought, a promise that their stories would not be forgotten. As the road stretched out before me, I felt a weight lift, the sense of being watched fading with each passing mile. Yet deep down, I knew the farmhouse would always be there, waiting, a testament to the unresting souls trapped within. And in quiet moments, when the world was still and the shadows long, I would hear their whispers, a reminder of the unseen that lingers just beyond our comprehension. When I first came upon the abandoned farmhouse, it stood amidst a sprawling sunlit field, a silhouette of forgotten times. The sky, an endless expanse of blue, stretched above it, punctuated occasionally by the cries of distant birds. The farmhouse seemed to belong to another era, with its peeling white paint and sagging roof. Yet there was a certain peace about it that drew me in. It was a place I stumbled upon during one of my aimless drives, a habit I had taken to in search of tranquility amidst the chaos of my daily life. The surrounding landscape was a quilt of golden grains, gently swaying in the breeze, their whispers barely audible over the chirping of cicadas. I felt strangely at home here, in this pastoral solitude. Curiosity led me to wander closer, past the rusting remnants of farming equipment that lay scattered like forgotten toys. The front door creaked open under the slightest pressure, as if welcoming me into its folds. Inside, the air was cool and still, undisturbed by human presence for what seemed like decades. Dust motes danced lazily in shafts of light that pierced through the boarded windows. I wandered from room to room, each space filled with the musty scent of aged wood and memories long since faded. In the living room, a grand fireplace stood as the centerpiece, its stonework blackened by countless fires that had once warmed the souls inhabiting this house. Above it, a wooden mantel supported a collection of photographs, their frames tarnished with time. Faces of a once happy family smiled down, their eyes holding secrets of a life now lost. I traced a finger across one of the frames, disturbing the dust that had settled like a protective veil over the images. As I lingered, I couldn't help but feel a sense of unease creeping into my bones. It was as though the house itself was watching me, its silence pregnant with untold stories. The feeling was fleeting, overshadowed by the allure of this forgotten sanctuary. Still, I decided to leave, though I promised myself I would return. There was something about the house that called to me, a whisper on the edge of consciousness that promised revelations. In the following weeks, I became a regular visitor. I brought with me a notebook and a camera, hoping to capture the essence of the place. Each visit revealed new details, subtle changes in the atmosphere that I couldn't quite put my finger on. The farmhouse had become a part of my routine, a refuge from the relentless pace of modern life. It was during one such visit that I first noticed the disturbance. It was a brisk autumn afternoon, the sky marbled with gray clouds threatening rain. I had settled in the living room, leafing through my notes, when I heard it. A soft, almost imperceptible music. At first, I dismissed it as the wind playing tricks, but the melody persisted, weaving through the halls like a ghostly symphony. It was a haunting tune, both beautiful and melancholic, drawing me deeper into the house's embrace. I followed the sound to a room at the end of a narrow corridor. The door was slightly ajar, and as I pushed it open, the music ceased abruptly, leaving behind an unsettling silence. The room was empty, save for a single rocking chair that swayed gently as though someone had just vacated it. I stood there, heart pounding, trying to rationalize what I had experienced. That night, as I lay in bed, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had awakened something within the house. My dreams were plagued by visions of the farmhouse, its once inviting presence now overshadowed by a sense of foreboding. I saw the family from the photographs, their spectral forms wandering the halls, searching for something lost. I woke in a cold sweat, the echoes of their cries lingering in my mind. The next day, I returned to the farmhouse, driven by a desire to understand the source of my unease. The air was heavy with anticipation as I crossed the threshold, the familiar creaks and groans of the old wood echoing my own apprehension. The house was different now, its silence charged with an energy that prickled at my skin. In the kitchen, I found the table set for dinner, plates and utensils laid out as though expecting guests. This was new, a detail I knew had not been there before. The sight sent a chill down my spine, yet I couldn't bring myself to leave. Instead, I wandered through the house, each step accompanied by the feeling of being watched. In the upstairs hallway, I paused before a mirror. My reflection stared back, weary and unnerved. As I turned away, I caught a glimpse of movement in the glass, a shadow that flickered and disappeared. It was then that I understood. The house was not empty. It was inhabited by the remnants of those who had lived and died within its walls. The days that followed were a blur of restlessness and mounting dread. I couldn't escape the feeling that the spirits of the farmhouse were reaching out to me, their presence growing stronger with each visit. I became obsessed, returning to the house time and again, hoping to uncover the truth behind its haunting. One evening, as twilight descended, I found myself drawn back to the room with the rocking chair. The air was thick with tension as I crossed the threshold, the familiar melody playing softly in the background. I felt a chill pass through me as the chair began to rock, its motion deliberate and unnerving. Before I could react, the door slammed shut behind me, trapping me in the room. Panic surged through me, but as I struggled to open the door, a voice whispered in the darkness, a child's voice, pleading and forlorn. It spoke of a tragedy, of lives cut short and dreams shattered. The desperation in its tone tugged at my heart, and I realized that the spirits sought closure, a release from their endless wandering. In that moment, I understood my role. I was the bridge between the living and the dead, the one who could bring peace to the unresting souls. With a resolve born of empathy, I set about uncovering the history of the farmhouse, piecing together the fragments of its past. Through old records and local tales, I learned of the family that had lived there, a prosperous farmer, his wife, and their 2 children. Their lives were marred by a series of misfortunes, culminating in a tragic fire that consumed the house and claimed their lives. The details were sparse, but the weight of their sorrow was palpable. Armed with this knowledge, I returned to the farmhouse one final time. The spirits awaited me, their presence a palpable force that filled the air. I spoke to them, recounting their story with compassion and understanding. As I did, the house seemed to sigh, its tension easing as the spirits found solace in my words. The melody played once more, a final, lingering note that resonated in the quiet. The rocking chair stilled, the shadows retreated, and the oppressive silence lifted. I felt a sense of peace settle over the farmhouse, as though the souls within had finally found rest. As I left the farmhouse for the last time, I knew that I had been changed by the experience. The haunting had been more than a brush with the supernatural. It was a reminder of the connections that bind us, both in life and beyond. The farmhouse stood as a testament to those bonds, a silent witness to the stories of those who had come before. Even now, as I drive past the field where the farmhouse once stood, I feel its presence, a quiet whisper on the wind that speaks of the past and the enduring nature of the human spirit. The memories linger, a gentle reminder of the unresting souls who had once called it home. And though the house is gone, its story continues, etched forever in the fabric of time. The farmhouse stood at the edge of an expansive field, its windows like sunken eyes that had seen too much. Over the years, it had acquired a reputation in the small town of Marrowville. The stories varied, tales of shadows moving without cause, whispered conversations with no participants, and music drifting through the air when the world around it was silent. My interest in the farmhouse wasn't born out of mere curiosity. It was necessity. After my parents' sudden passing, I had inherited the place. It was far from a prime real estate opportunity, and with funds dwindling, I decided the time had come to either sell it or at least see if there was anything of value left. On a brisk autumn morning, under a sky painted with the muted colors of a fading season, I set out to explore the depths of my inheritance. The road to the farmhouse was riddled with whispers of leaves that seemed to move of their own volition, the crunch of gravel underfoot offering a rhythm to my otherwise silent journey. I had visited the farmhouse a few times as a child, but memories of those visits were hazy and fragmented, like a half-remembered dream. My parents never spoke much about it, and now I was the sole keeper of whatever secrets it might hold. The first day I arrived, the house was just as I remembered it, if not more decrepit. The paint had long since peeled away, and the wooden boards groaned under the weight of time. As I pushed open the front door, a chill crept up my spine, not from the cold, but from something intrinsic and unsettling. The air was thick with stagnation, a testament to years of neglect. I wandered through the rooms, each layered with dust that seemed to dance in the shafts of light cutting through the windows. It was curious how some parts of the house still retained a semblance of their former beauty. The parlor, though unfurnished, had ornate moldings, and the fireplace still bore the mark of artistry in its stonework. Yet, there was a tangible sense of something else, an undercurrent of unease that tugged at the edges of my consciousness. As evening approached and the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, I settled into what might have once been a dining room. I had brought a sleeping bag and some supplies, planning to stay the night. Despite the unsettling aura of the place, I was determined to uncover whatever lingered here. It was in the gathering darkness that the first disturbance occurred. It started as a soft melody, a tune that was both unfamiliar and strangely nostalgic. At first, I thought it was a trick of the wind, perhaps the melody of leaves brushing against one another. But as I concentrated, the sound became clearer, emanating from somewhere deeper within the house. Entranced, I followed the music, descending a flight of stairs into the basement, a place I had avoided earlier due to its oppressive aura. The melody grew louder, almost beckoning me to come closer. As my eyes adjusted to the dim light, I saw an old gramophone in the corner, its handle turning slowly as if guided by an invisible hand. I approached cautiously, the music wrapping around me like a siren's call. The room was filled with an array of forgotten objects, old furniture, trunks filled with garments from an era long past, and an assortment of family portraits, their faces obscured by age and dust. What struck me most, however, was the gramophone itself. It was impossible for it to play without someone winding it. Yet here it was, spinning a hauntingly beautiful tune. My hands shook slightly as I reached out to touch the gramophone, feeling the cold metal beneath my fingers. As quickly as the music had begun, it stopped, leaving a silence so profound that it seemed to echo. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, the air around me pulsating with an intangible energy. When I finally turned back, my breath caught in my throat. The portraits on the walls had changed during my brief distraction. The figures in the frames seemed clearer, their eyes fixated on me with an unsettling intensity, expressions frozen in a tableau of silent screams. I stumbled backward, nearly tripping over a stack of old books. Something had shifted. An invisible line crossed, and though the music had ceased, the feeling of being watched intensified. In the following days, my exploration of the farmhouse became a routine of sorts. Each morning I would wake to the sound of silence, and as the day progressed, the house's eerie presence grew more palpable. Objects seemed to move on their own accord. Chairs that I'd left pushed against the table would be found in the middle of the room. Curtains that had been drawn were now open, swaying gently as if caressed by unseen hands. My nights were plagued by unsettling dreams, visions of people I had never met, their voices a cacophony of whispers that spoke of longing and despair. It was as if the farmhouse itself was trying to communicate, to convey a message that was just beyond my grasp. I spent hours in the library, poring over old journals and letters, piecing together fragments of a story that seemed embedded in the very walls. One particular evening, as a storm raged outside, I found myself drawn back to the basement. The sense of foreboding had become a part of me, an ever-present shadow that I could neither shake nor fully understand. The gramophone now stood silent in its corner, yet the basement felt alive with a tense energy. As lightning illuminated the room, I noticed something new, a small door, half hidden behind a stack of crates. It intrigued me, this secret passage that had escaped my notice. With a hesitant push, the door creaked open, revealing a narrow corridor that led further into darkness. My heart pounded in my chest, a mix of fear and curiosity propelling me forward. The corridor opened up into a small chamber, and as I stepped inside, the air grew colder, my breath visible in the dim light. In the center of the chamber stood an ornate mirror, its surface covered in a layer of grime. As I wiped it clean, a flash of movement caught my eye, and I realized the reflection was not my own. In the mirror, the room appeared different, filled with people dressed in clothes from another era. They moved about, seemingly unaware of my presence. A young woman with long dark hair caught my gaze, and for a moment, our eyes locked. Her expression was one of deep sadness, and as she opened her mouth to speak, a soundless scream erupted, the agony of it resonating in the pit of my stomach. I stumbled backward, breaking the connection, the chamber now as it was before, empty save for the mirror. Yet the memory of her face lingered, a ghostly imprint that refused to fade. It was then that I realized the truth. The house was not merely haunted, it was a prison, a purgatory for souls unable to find peace. The days that followed were a blur, each one blending into the next. I became consumed by the need to understand, to somehow free the souls trapped within those walls. I delved into the farmhouse's history, discovering a narrative of tragedy and loss. It was once the home of a prosperous family, the Hawthorns, who had met a series of unfortunate fates. The details were murky, but it was clear that something terrible had happened, leaving an indelible mark on the house. My own connection to the house became increasingly fraught. The line between the living and the dead blurring as nights of fitful sleep were filled with haunting visions. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, until they became a constant companion, a chorus of voices that echoed in the corners of my mind. On the final night, as another storm descended, I found myself back in the basement, standing before the mirror. Desperation clung to me like a second skin, and in the depths of the glass, I saw the young woman again, her eyes pleading with silent urgency. I reached out, my fingers brushing against the cold surface, and the room around me dissolved. I was no longer in the basement, but in the past, an observer to the events that had bound the souls to the farmhouse. I watched as the family, unaware of the darkness lurking within their home, fell victim to unseen forces. The young woman, Maria, was at the center of it all, her spirit the most tormented. It was her sorrow, her anguish, that resonated most deeply, a tragedy that had echoed through time. As the vision unfolded, I understood the truth. The house was a vessel, a conduit for the unresting souls, and I, inadvertently, had become a part of its cursed history. The realization hit me with a force that left me breathless, and as the vision faded, I was pulled back into the present, standing alone in the basement once more. Though I longed to help, I knew there was little I could do. The house's power was beyond my understanding, its secrets buried beneath layers of time. Yet, as I gazed into the mirror one last time, I felt a shift, a subtle change in the air. The souls were still there, but their presence was less oppressive, as if acknowledging my efforts, my empathy. I left the farmhouse with a heavy heart, the weight of its history a burden I would carry. Though I had not freed the souls, I had, in some small way, made peace with their existence. The farmhouse remained a sentinel of mystery, its windows watching the world with silent, knowing eyes. Back in Marrowville, the stories continued. Whispers of the haunted farmhouse passed from one generation to the next. Yet, for me, the experience was a reminder of the blurred lines between past and present, the living and the dead. The farmhouse was a place where time stood still, where memories lingered like shadows, waiting to be acknowledged. And though I had left, a part of me remained, bound to the house by an invisible thread, a connection that transcended the confines of mortality. The unresting souls of the farmhouse were a part of me now, their stories etched into my own, a testament to the enduring nature of memory and the human spirit. I remember the day I dared my best friend, Sam, to ruin my life. It seemed innocent enough, a mere challenge tossed flippantly between two bored souls, attempting to outdo each other in a series of escalating dares. It was a chilly autumn afternoon, the kind where the sun barely warmed your skin, and the leaves swirled in unpredictable patterns across the neighborhood streets. We were sitting on the cracked steps of the old park pavilion, an area long abandoned by the city and its residents, save for the occasional wanderer or curious teenager. Our bond had been forged over years of shared secrets, whispered confessions, and the laughter of long summer nights. We were inseparable, or so I thought. "Come on, I dare you," I said, grinning as I leaned back on my elbows, feeling the rough concrete scrape against my jacket. Sam's eyes, usually so bright and mischievous, seemed to darken momentarily as he considered my challenge. It was a game we played often, daring each other to do stupid things, harmless pranks or benign acts of defiance. But life had grown mundane, and the stakes needed raising. "I dare you to try and ruin my life," I repeated, thinking it a silly notion, something that could never truly happen. He laughed then, the sound echoing in the quiet park. But there was something unsettling in the way his lips curled into a smile, a hint of calculation I hadn't noticed before. "All right," he said, his voice smooth and unperturbed. Weeks passed, and the dare became a distant memory, overshadowed by the routines of school, work, and the mundane details of daily life. But slowly, imperceptibly, things began to change. It was subtle at first. Little things went missing, my keys, my wallet, only to turn up in strange places I was certain I hadn't left them. I blamed it on my own forgetfulness, the scatterbrained tendencies I'd always had. Then, the whispers started. People I'd known for years would look at me differently, their eyes lingering just a bit too long, their conversations halting as I approached. Rumors of things I'd supposedly said or done in drunken stupors, moments I had no memory of, circulated among my friends and colleagues. I laughed it off, attributing it to the natural ebb and flow of social circles. But doubt began to creep in, insidious and unwelcome. Sam remained a constant presence through it all, his demeanor unchanged, supportive even. He would listen patiently as I vented my frustrations, offering reassurances that everything would blow over. "People are just being weird," he'd say, his tone light and dismissive. I took comfort in his words, clinging to the familiarity of our friendship, blind to the carefully orchestrated chaos he was weaving around me. As the weeks turned into months, the disturbances became more pronounced. My boss called me into his office one morning, a grave expression etched across his features. "We've had some complaints," he said, sliding a folder across the desk. Inside were emails sent from my account, laced with inappropriate comments and criticisms of my colleagues. I was stunned, the breath knocked from my lungs as I protested my innocence. "It wasn't me," I insisted, the words tasting bitter and hollow. But there it was, irrefutable proof of my supposed misconduct. I was given a warning, a notice that should anything else occur, I would be terminated. I left the office in a daze, my mind racing as I tried to piece together how this could have happened. I changed my passwords, increased my security settings, convinced that some malicious hacker must have been behind it. Yet, the suspicion lingered, a shadow that loomed over every interaction, every sideways glance from my coworkers. It wasn't until I found myself at the abandoned warehouse that I began to see the full picture. The warehouse had been a place of refuge in our youth, a sprawling structure on the outskirts of town, its walls covered in graffiti, its floors littered with debris. Sam and I had spent countless hours there, exploring its dusty corridors, concocting grand adventures from its forgotten relics. But now it stood silent and foreboding, a monument to the past, its shadows stretching long and dark in the fading light of an overcast afternoon. I'd gone there searching for answers, driven by a restless compulsion I couldn't quite explain. As I wandered through the echoing halls, memories of laughter and shared secrets flooded back, a bittersweet nostalgia tinged with an unease I couldn't shake. It was then that I heard the footsteps, soft and deliberate, the sound barely discernible above the whisper of the wind through broken windows. "Sam," I called, my voice echoing eerily in the vastness. There was a pause, a moment of breathless anticipation before he emerged from the shadows, his expression unreadable. "I knew you'd come," he said quietly, as though it were the most natural thing in the world. "Why?" I asked, the single word laden with the weight of all my confusion and betrayal. He smiled then, a slow, deliberate curve of his lips that chilled me to the core. "You dared me," he replied simply, as though that explained everything, as though that absolved him of the chaos he had inflicted. A chill ran through me, the realization settling like a stone in the pit of my stomach. He had been behind it all, the missing items, the rumors, the emails, every piece of my carefully constructed life slowly dismantled by his hand. "But why, Sam? We're friends." He shrugged, a casual motion that belied the intensity in his eyes. "Because I could," he said, the words so matter-of-fact that it took a moment for their full implication to sink in. "You wanted excitement, something out of the ordinary. I gave it to you." Anger flared within me, a hot, consuming fire that quickly gave way to a chilling sense of helplessness. "You call this excitement?" I asked, gesturing to the emptiness around us, to the shell of my former life. "You've always underestimated me," he replied, a hint of bitterness creeping into his tone. "But now you see. I can shape your world, twist it, until you don't recognize it anymore." His words hung in the air, heavy with the truth I'd been unwilling to see. I'd underestimated him, dismissed his cunning and intelligence, content in the belief that our friendship was unbreakable. But here we were, standing amidst the ruins of our past, a chasm of deceit and betrayal stretching between us. "What now?" I asked, my voice barely audible above the roaring silence. He stepped closer, his presence overwhelming, a magnetic force that compelled and repelled in equal measure. "Now, you decide," he said softly, his eyes locked onto mine. "Do you fight back, or do you let me win?" I stood there, caught in a web of my own making, the architect of my own downfall. The dare had been a jest, a careless challenge to a friend I thought I knew. But Sam had seen it for what it truly was, an opportunity, and he had taken it with both hands, molding it into something that exceeded my darkest imaginings. In the days and weeks that followed, I tried to rebuild, piecing together the fragments of my life with trembling hands. Sam remained a constant presence, an enigmatic figure on the periphery, watching with an intensity that unnerved and unsettled. But he never interfered further, content to let me navigate the mess he had created. I learned to be wary, to second-guess every decision, every interaction, the specter of his influence always looming. Trust became a fragile, elusive thing, a distant memory I clung to even as it slipped through my grasping fingers. And though I vowed to never let anyone wield such power over me again, the fear remained, a lingering shadow that followed me relentlessly. Sometimes I would find myself back at the warehouse, standing amidst the echoes of my past, yearning for the simplicity of what once was. But innocence, once lost, can never be reclaimed. The dare had been fulfilled, and with it came the understanding that some doors, once opened, can never be closed. I still see Sam from time to time, a ghost from a life that no longer feels like my own. His smile remains unchanged, warm and inviting, a facade that belies the depths beneath. But I know better now. I know that beneath his charm lies a mind capable of unspeakable manipulation, a mind that had once thrived on the challenge of my destruction. In an odd way, I suppose I should thank him. He showed me the fragility of trust, the ease with which it can be twisted and torn. He taught me to be cautious, to guard my heart and mind against the subtle machinations of those who would do me harm. But the cost was high, and the innocence of my youth lies buried beneath the weight of his betrayal. The warehouse stands as a testament to my folly, a silent witness to the dare that changed everything. I no longer visit it as often, the memories too painful, the echoes too loud in the quiet of my thoughts. But it remains, a constant reminder of the power of words, the peril of careless challenges in the hands of those we think we know. And so I continue on, navigating the uncertain waters of a world forever altered by a single, seemingly harmless dare. Sam succeeded in his challenge, but I am left with the pieces, the shards of a life I must rebuild, one careful step at a time. And though the fear lingers, I carry with me the knowledge that I will never make the same mistake again. It started as a foolish dare on an unremarkable autumn afternoon, the sky grayed by a reluctant sun that barely pierced the dense canopy of clouds. I was sitting across from my best friend, Samuel, at a weathered picnic table in the park of the small town we both called home. There was nothing particularly special about our town, just a collection of modest houses, a grocery store that closed too early, and streets that echoed with the silence of the mundane. We were on the cusp of turning 20, just young enough to feel invincible, yet old enough to know that feeling was a lie. Perhaps it was the boredom that led me to propose the dare. Or maybe it was the subtle, unspoken competition that had always simmered beneath the surface of our friendship, like a dark current in an otherwise placid lake. We both knew it was there, but we never acknowledged it, until that day. "I dare you," I said, a grin playing on my lips, "to ruin my life." Samuel chuckled, a sound that was both amused and incredulous. "Ruined how?" he asked, propping his elbows on the table. The wind rustled the leaves above us, a whispering chorus that seemed to hang on my every word. "I don't know," I shrugged, feigning nonchalance. "Make me question everything. Pull the rug out from under my feet. You know, really make me regret ever daring you." His eyes narrowed slightly, the gleam of a challenge lighting up his expression. "You sure about that?" he asked, his voice tinged with something that might have been concern, or perhaps anticipation. Absolutely, I replied, returning his gaze with unflinching confidence. The moment passed with a lingering sense of foreboding, one I dismissed too easily, as youth often does. At first, nothing happened. Days slipped into weeks, and our lives unfurled in their predictable monotony. We went about our routines with the ease of actors on a stage, playing roles we had long since mastered. Samuel continued his job at the local hardware store, while I balanced a part-time gig at the library with night classes at the community college. We still met in the park sometimes, but the dare was like a half-forgotten joke, until the first disturbance made its unsettling appearance. It was small, almost laughable, how it began. I found a note in my mailbox, written in handwriting, that looked eerily like my own. It was a short, cryptic message. "You're not who you think you are." I laughed it off at first, thinking it was some prank Samuel had concocted. But when I asked him about it, he merely raised an eyebrow and denied any involvement. Over the next few weeks, the notes continued to appear, each one more unnerving than the last. "Everything you know is a lie," one read. Another said, "Trust no one, not even yourself." These weren't just idle words on a page. They crawled into my mind, nesting in the quieter corners of my thoughts, where they bred doubt and unease. Then came the photographs, images of myself that I had never seen before. They depicted me in various locations across the state, standing outside a diner in a town I had never visited, sitting on a bench in a park that wasn't our own, and even in the middle of a bustling street market that I couldn't recall ever attending. My face was unmistakably mine, yet the scenarios were unrecognizable. It was as if pieces of an alternate life were being sewn into the fabric of my reality. I confronted Samuel again, but he maintained his innocence, his demeanor so convincingly sincere that I began to doubt whether he had anything to do with it at all. Yet the question lingered like a shadow. If not him, then who? The escalation was subtle, but relentless. My phone calls were intercepted by static-filled voices that whispered my name. My reflection in the mirror would sometimes blink back at me when I hadn't moved. And worst of all, people began acting strangely around me. Friends treated me with a cautious distance, as if I were a stranger slipping into the skin of someone they used to know. Even my mother, during one of our rare visits, looked at me with an expression of uncertainty, as though she were searching for something familiar in my eyes and finding only a void. The real tipping point came one night when I received a call from an unknown number. The voice on the other end was mine, distorted and alien, speaking words I couldn't understand. It felt like an echo from a dream, one that left me reeling with disorientation when I awoke. I was losing my grip on reality, spiraling into a madness that was as insidious as it was consuming. Desperate for answers, I decided to trace the origins of the photographs. I traveled to the places they depicted, hoping to find some clue that would untangle the web of confusion. My first stop was the diner, a small establishment in a neighboring town. As I stepped inside, the clatter of cutlery and murmur of conversation were familiar, yet foreign. The waitress, a woman with tired eyes, greeted me with a nod, and I felt a flicker of recognition pass across her face. "You look like you've seen a ghost," she said, handing me a menu. "Have I been here before?" I asked, my voice barely audible over the din. She paused, glancing at me with a mixture of curiosity and pity. "I see a lot of faces, hun, but yours, there's something about it." Her words only deepened the mystery. I left the diner with more questions than answers, my mind a labyrinth of doubt and paranoia. Each subsequent location offered the same frustrating lack of clarity, with people who seemed to recognize me, but provided no real insight into why. The climax of this bizarre journey came one evening as I was driving back to my town, the road unfurling before me like a ribbon of uncertainty. The sky was a bruised purple, the horizon bleeding into night. I was exhausted, my mind stretched taut like a string on the verge of snapping. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the headlights, standing in the middle of the road. I slammed on the brakes, the tires screeching in protest. The car skidded to a halt, mere inches from the figure, and as I sat there, heart pounding, I saw that it was Samuel. He stood there, drenched in the eerie glow of the headlights, his expression a blend of triumph and apology. I stepped out of the car, the cool night air biting at my skin. "What the hell are you doing, Sam?" I demanded, my voice tinged with a fear I couldn't fully articulate. He smiled then, a weary, almost resigned smile. "I did it, didn't I? I ruined your life." Words failed me. The enormity of what had transpired settled over me like a shroud. He had orchestrated everything, from the notes to the photographs, the voices and the reflections. It had all been an elaborate game, a manipulation of reality so deftly executed that I had been unable to discern the boundary between truth and illusion. "Why?" I asked, struggling to comprehend the depth of his betrayal. "Because you dared me," he replied simply, as if that were reason enough. In that moment, I understood the truth of our friendship. The competition that had simmered beneath the surface had finally boiled over, consuming us both. I realized that he had needed to prove something, not just to me, but to himself, and in doing so, he had unraveled the very fabric of my existence. We stood there in silence, two silhouettes against the darkness, bound by a history that now seemed irreparably tainted. I wanted to hate him, to scream and curse and demand retribution, but all I felt was an overwhelming sense of loss, as if something precious and irreplaceable had slipped through my fingers. Eventually, Samuel turned and walked away, disappearing into the shadows that lined the road. I watched him go, knowing that our friendship had been irrevocably altered. The rules of the game had changed, and in the end, there were no winners, only survivors. In the days that followed, life resumed its normal rhythm, but the lingering fear remained. It seeped into the cracks of my daily routine, a reminder of how easily the familiar could become strange and the secure could unravel. I had dared him to ruin my life, and he had succeeded beyond my wildest imaginings. Now, every time I pass a mirror, I hesitate, bracing myself for the possibility that the reflection might blink back, that it might hold a secret I have yet to uncover. Every anonymous letter in the mail, every unknown number that flashes on my phone screen sends a shiver down my spine. trust once so freely given is now a scarce commodity, hoarded and guarded with vigilance. And though the game is over, the specter of its aftermath lingers, a constant companion in the shadows. I find myself questioning everything, every assumption, every certainty I once held dear. The world I knew has shifted, and the ground beneath my feet feels perilously unstable. Perhaps one day I'll find a semblance of peace, a way to reconcile the threads of my fractured reality. But until then, I live with the knowledge that what began as a simple dare has become a haunting reminder of how fragile our lives truly are, and how close we are to the edge of the unknown. I always thought of myself as a person who savored the ordinary. I had built a life meticulously structured around predictability, a life with few surprises, and I liked it that way. My job was in an office with beige walls and the comforting hum of computers. My apartment was a small but cozy nook in a mid-sized city where I knew my neighbors, but not well enough to be involved in their drama. My best friend Ethan was a stark contrast to me, adventurous, daring, with a propensity for chaos that somehow never seemed to disrupt his life, but added spice to mine. We had known each other since childhood, and our friendship had always been a gentle tug of war between my need for stability and his craving for thrill. It was over a mundane dinner in a bustling little diner, with the predictable clatter of cutlery and the faint aroma of roasted coffee beans hanging in the air, that Ethan proposed the dare. "Why don't we spice things up a bit?" he teased, his eyes gleaming with mischief. "I dare you to let me ruin your life." I laughed it off at first. The idea seemed preposterous, a jest to fill the silence between bites. But Ethan pressed on, his voice weaving tales of how stepping outside my comfort zone could lead to the most unexpected and exhilarating experiences. In hindsight, I should have known better than to underestimate Ethan's flair for the dramatic. The first few days after accepting the dare, nothing happened. Life continued its rhythmic, predictable pattern. I was almost convinced Ethan had forgotten our agreement, and I chided myself for ever believing he would invest time in such a benign prank. But then, subtle changes began to unfold. It started small. My car keys would disappear for hours, only to reappear in the very spot I swore I left them. Emails would vanish from my inbox. Appointments I don't remember booking would pop up on my calendar. Always inconvenient, albeit slightly annoying, places. It was an innocuous Friday afternoon when the first real disturbance occurred. I was at work, churning through another report, when a call came through from HR. They asked why I had submitted my resignation letter. My heart skipped a beat, my confusion quickly morphing into a cold, creeping unease. I hadn't resigned. I hadn't even considered it. Yet, there it was, my digital signature neatly affixed at the bottom of a well-composed resignation letter. The HR manager was understanding, almost amused, correcting the error without much fuss. I laughed it off awkwardly, but a knot had begun to form in the pit of my stomach. I called Ethan that night, intending to joke about how far he'd gone with the dare. "You're behind the resignation, aren't you?" I chuckled, masking the undercurrent of tension in my voice. But Ethan merely laughed. "Do you really think I'd go that far?" he asked, his voice a blend of humor and something else I couldn't quite place. He sounded genuinely amused, almost as if he were watching a particularly engaging episode of his favorite show. I was left feeling uncertain, the first tendrils of doubt weaving their way into my thoughts. The disturbances escalated over the next few weeks. I would find myself locked out of my own apartment, discover items misplaced in the oddest of places, and receive calls for job interviews I never applied for. Strangers approached me, greeting me warmly as if we had known each other for years, yet I couldn't place their faces. Each incident was small in isolation, but together they formed a tapestry of disruption that began to fray the seams of my carefully woven life. Ethan, always one step ahead of my suspicions, continued to play the role of the bemused best friend. He was supportive, sympathetic even, always quick with a joke to lighten the mood or a suggestion to help me regain control. Yet, with each interaction, a part of me began to question his involvement. Could he truly be orchestrating this elaborate charade? And if so, why? My world began to shift more drastically when I found myself embroiled in a police investigation. It was an overcast Tuesday when two officers knocked on my door, asking about a recent break-in at a nearby store. They had security footage showing someone who looked remarkably like me. I was bewildered, my protests falling on polite but skeptical ears. I had been home that night, alone with a book and a steaming cup of tea. Ethan was the only person I had spoken to, recounting my night in a lengthy phone call that now felt like a tenuous alibi. As the days stretched into weeks, my life became a constant cat and mouse game. A shadow seemed to loom over every aspect of my existence, a shadow that bore an uncanny resemblance to my own. I began to second-guess myself, questioning my own memory, my sense of reality. It was as if I were living in a house of mirrors, each reflection slightly skewed, distorting the image I had of my own life. The climax of this bizarre, nightmarish game came one night when I returned home to find my apartment door ajar. The room inside was a chaos of overturned furniture and scattered belongings, my sanctuary transformed into a scene of violation. Amidst the mess, a single piece of paper lay on the coffee table, stark against the otherwise disorderly environment. It was a note, penned in a handwriting that was eerily similar to my own. "This is what you wanted, isn't it?" it read. In that moment, everything crystallized. The sense of being watched, the feeling of losing control, the creeping suspicion that my life was no longer my own. It wasn't just Ethan's dare that had spiraled out of control, but my own desire to step beyond the boundaries of the ordinary, to flirt with the chaos I had always avoided that had led me here. I called Ethan, my voice a whisper of panic. "This has gone too far. You need to stop." There was a pause, a heartbeat of silence that stretched into eternity before he responded. "I haven't done anything, Han," he said, his voice laced with a sincerity that chilled me to the bone. But if you're scared, I'm here. And that was the most terrifying realization of all, that perhaps Ethan was telling the truth. That maybe the person orchestrating this intricate game of psychological manipulation wasn't him, but a darker part of myself, unleashed by my own subconscious desires, my own yearning for something beyond the mundane. In the days that followed, I tried to piece together the fragments of my life. I moved to a new city, cutting ties with the familiar, hoping to leave behind the shadows that seemed determined to follow me. But even now, in moments of quiet reflection, I catch glimpses of that shadow lurking at the edges of my existence, a reminder of the dare that had once sounded so harmless. Ethan and I still talk, though less frequently. Our conversations are tinged with an unspoken understanding, a shared knowledge of the game we played and the boundaries we crossed. I continue to live in that uneasy balance between ordinary and extraordinary, haunted by the lingering fear of losing myself again, of finding that my own reflection has become a stranger. It's a fear that whispers in the darkness, a subtle reminder that sometimes the most terrifying monsters are those we create within ourselves. I've always been one to push boundaries, to test the limits of what's possible with a reckless, almost arrogant disregard for the consequences. Perhaps that's why I dared my best friend, Jonathan, to ruin my life. It started as a joke. We'd been friends since childhood, bound by shared secrets and the kind of loyalty that only exists in storybooks. We were sitting in a dimly lit bar, the air heavy with the scent of spilt beer and stale smoke, the world outside reduced to shadows and passing headlights. The idea was simple, absurd even. How far could one go to dismantle the structures of another's life? Jonathan took a long sip of his drink, his eyes thoughtful, considering. "You always say that nothing can shake you," he said, his voice barely audible over the background clatter. "But what if I tried?" There was a hint of something in his tone, challenge mingled with curiosity. I laughed, dismissing it as just another one of our silly hypotheticals. "Go ahead," I said, raising my glass in a mock toast. "I dare you." For weeks, nothing happened. Life continued in its predictable pattern. Work filled my days, a repetitive cycle of meetings and paperwork, punctuated by the occasional night out or weekend adventure. Jonathan and I saw each other often, sharing stories and dreams in the comforting embrace of familiarity. I had almost forgotten about the dare, relegating it to the dusty corners of my mind, where all idle thoughts eventually settle. Then, the first disturbance occurred, a minor inconvenience that I barely registered as a sign of what was to come. One morning, I found my car missing. It was an old, battered thing, more rust than paint at this point, but reliable nonetheless. Panic flared briefly before I remembered Jonathan's cryptic smile when I last spoke about my reluctance to buy a new one. "Time for an upgrade," he'd said, and I had shrugged it off. The police report I filed felt more like a formality than anything else. Days later, my phone began receiving strange calls at odd hours. There was never anyone on the other end, just silence broken occasionally by a soft, distant rustling. It unsettled me, but I dismissed it as a prank, the kind of juvenile tricks kids play when they discover they can make anonymous calls. I mentioned it to Jonathan over drinks. He listened, nodding with an expression of mild interest, offering no solutions or advice. His lack of concern was comforting, normalizing the unnerving events until I barely thought about them. But as these disturbances escalated, the sense of normalcy began to fray. My emails were hacked, my social media accounts filled with strange, cryptic messages. Friends texted me, confused by odd remarks or requests they claimed I'd sent. I found myself surveilled in a way that felt both intimate and invasive, as if someone had slipped beneath my skin and peered out through my eyes. I confronted Jonathan one evening, half laughing, half serious. "Is this you? You said you'd try to ruin my life." He met my gaze with an enigmatic smile. "You told me to," he replied simply, and then changed the subject. His ambiguity was infuriating, yet part of me admired his commitment to our game. Still, I felt a chill at the thought that my oldest friend could orchestrate this chaos with such precision. Then came the climax, the moment where the thin veneer of control shattered entirely. It was a quiet evening, the sky a deep blue that stretched endlessly into the horizon. I was driving down a familiar road that cut through the forest, the dense canopy above filtering the fading light into long, clawing shadows. My headlights traced the winding path, and for a moment, I was lost in the rhythm of the drive, the hum of the engine a soothing counterpoint to my frayed nerves. But then I saw it, a figure stepping out from the trees, illuminated briefly in the piercing beam of my lights. I slammed on the brakes, the car skidding to a halt, heart hammering in my chest. Jonathan walked toward me, calm and composed, as if this were the most natural thing in the world. He opened the passenger door and slid in, his face unreadable. "You're ruining my life," I said breathlessly, the words tumbling out in a rush. "You're actually doing it." He turned to me with a slow, deliberate smile. "No, you're ruining it yourself. I'm just showing you how easy it is." His gaze was steady, unwavering, and I felt a tremor of fear beneath the surface of my anger. We drove in silence, the tension between us a palpable force. I knew this road, and yet it seemed different, each twist and turn unfamiliar, as if seen through new eyes. The trees closed in around us, an impenetrable wall of darkness, and the night air was thick with the promise of rain. Jonathan's revelations came in quiet, measured tones. He spoke of the vulnerabilities I'd exposed, the careless ease with which I'd entrusted him with the keys to my existence. Each word was a carefully placed brick in the growing edifice of my paranoia, until I felt the weight of it suffocating me. The realization that I was complicit in my own downfall, that I'd handed him the tools to dismantle my life, gnawed at me with relentless persistence. When we finally reached the end of the road, he got out without another word, disappearing into the shadows, leaving me alone with the echoes of his accusations. I sat there, the engine idling, the forest silent once more. I could feel the boundaries of my reality shifting, the ground beneath my feet as uncertain as my thoughts. I knew that I would not see Jonathan again, not in the way I had before. In the days that followed, I tried to reclaim my life, to piece together the remnants of my former certainty. But Jonathan had been right. It was too easy to unravel the fabric of what I had taken for granted. My job slipped away, my relationship strained under the weight of suspicion and doubt. Even the familiar comforts of my home felt illusory, as if reality had become a fragile construct, awaiting the slightest pressure to crumble. The lingering fear is the worst part. The sense that at any moment, everything could fall apart again. I find myself questioning every interaction, every gesture. How much of my life is still within my control, and how much is influenced by the invisible hand of an absent friend? I wonder if I am still playing his game, or if it has become my own, an endless cycle of self-destruction. Each day, I drive that same forest road, half expecting to see him step from the shadows once more. The fear that he will and the fear that he won't are equally potent, binding me to the path I set in motion with a careless dare. And so, I am left with this haunting realization. I dared my best friend to ruin my life, but in doing so, I gave him the power to show me that it was never truly mine. The day began like any other. The gentle hum of the coffee maker filled the air as I, Xander, sat in my cozy kitchen, the morning light filtering through the blinds. The familiar scent of freshly brewed coffee promised a day of routine and simplicity, a day just like the hundreds before it. I had always found comfort in the predictability of my life, my job, my friends, my solitary evenings spent reading in the quiet of my apartment. It was a Saturday, and as was tradition, my best friend, Kyle, would soon arrive. We shared a peculiar bond, one that had weathered the storms of adolescence and transitioned into adulthood with surprising resilience. Our friendship had a playful edge, often fueled by mutual dares and challenges that we dared to propose to each other, mostly out of boredom or a shared desire to escape the mundane. When Kyle arrived, the conversation flowed with ease. We joked, reminisced, and inwardly marveled at how our lives had settled into such routine patterns. In one of those moments where the air felt thick with nostalgia and yearning for the slightest disruption to the monotony, I proposed a dare. It was meant to be harmless, a jest infused with the innocence of our old challenges. "I dare you to ruin my life," I said with a laugh, feeling invincible in the safety of my ordered world. Kyle's expression shifted subtly, a strange glint appearing in his eyes that I couldn't quite place. "All right," he replied, his voice carrying an undertone that made me pause. But then the moment passed, the conversation moved on, and I forgot about the dare as the day slipped away into the folds of memory. The following week, things began to shift. It started with minor inconveniences, the type that easily slipped into the realm of coincidence. My morning alarm failed to sound, making me late for work. Files on my computer seemed to disappear only to reappear in different folders. My email inbox was suddenly flooded with spam, an annoyance, but nothing more. Then the oddities began to escalate. At work, I noticed a change in the demeanor of my colleagues. They seemed colder, more distant. Whispers followed me through the corridors, and curious glances lingered a moment too long. I shrugged it off, attributing it to office politics, or perhaps my own imagination running wild on a slow day. It wasn't until I found myself summoned to a meeting with my supervisor that the reality of my situation began to sink in. She sat across from me, her gaze searching, as she questioned me about emails I had supposedly sent. Emails filled with inappropriate comments and accusations, words I had never typed, sentiments I did not hold. My protests were met with skepticism, the shadow of doubt beginning to cast itself over my once secure position. Leaving the office that day, I felt the first twinge of fear. A creeping unease settled in my chest, a sense that something was terribly awry, though I couldn't quite pinpoint what. That night, I tried calling Kyle, but his phone went straight to voicemail. A part of me wondered if he was involved, but I dismissed the thought as paranoia. Kyle was my friend, my confidant, someone who had always been there, standing by my side. The disturbances continued. My social media accounts were hijacked, filled with posts that painted me in a light that wasn't my own. Friends and family reached out, confused and concerned, questioning my sudden change in behavior. It felt as though I was losing control, my life no longer my own, slipping through my fingers like sand. One evening, driven by desperation, I ventured into my local church. It was a place I hadn't visited in years, but I hoped to find solace, perhaps clarity. I sat in one of the back pews, the silence of the sanctuary wrapping around me as I tried to gather my thoughts. I closed my eyes, seeking an anchor in the chaos that my life had become. "Xander," a voice called softly, and I turned to see Father Matthews approaching. His presence was calm, reassuring. "You look troubled, my son." I nodded, words escaping me as I grappled with the enormity of what I'd been experiencing. I spoke in halting sentences, explaining the bizarre events, the feeling of being watched, manipulated. The father listened with a patient ear, his expression thoughtful. "Sometimes we are faced with trials that test our very spirit," he said after I finished. "It is in these moments we must seek the truth within ourselves and the courage to confront that which seeks to unravel us." Leaving the church, I felt a renewed sense of determination. I decided it was time to confront Kyle, to seek answers and, hopefully, to end the nightmare I found myself living. I drove to his apartment, my heart pounding in my chest with a mix of fear and anger. Arriving at his door, I hesitated, gathering the courage that Father Matthews had spoken of. I knocked firmly, and after a moment, Kyle opened the door, his face an unreadable mask. There was a tension in the air, a palpable shift in our dynamic. "Xander," he greeted, his voice devoid of the warmth it once held. "What brings you here?" I took a deep breath, my resolve hardening. "Kyle, I need to know. Are you behind all of this? The emails, the social media posts, everything that's been happening to me?" He didn't respond immediately, his eyes assessing me with an intensity that made me shiver. Then he smirked, a hint of malice behind his otherwise familiar features. "You did dare me after all." His words hit me like a physical blow. I stumbled back, unable to comprehend the depth of his betrayal. It was true. I had dared him, but never in my wildest nightmares did I imagine he would take it seriously or take it this far. Kyle, why? My voice was a mix of disbelief and betrayal. You live such a tidy life, Xander. So predictable, so boring. I thought you needed a little chaos, a little excitement, he explained, his tone almost casual, as if he were discussing the weather. My mind raced, trying to find reason amidst the madness. This isn't excitement, Kyle. This is my life, my career, my relationships. You've put everything at risk. He shrugged, an infuriatingly indifferent gesture. It was just a game, Xander. You know how we are with games. A game. The word echoed in my mind as I stood there, grappling with the reality that my closest friend had chosen to toy with my life for his own amusement. I felt a cold fury rising within me, a need to reclaim what had been taken, to restore the order that had once been my refuge. I'll fix this, I vowed, more to myself than to him, before turning away, leaving him standing in the doorway with his callous smirk. The next few weeks were a blur of damage control. I reached out to my workplace, to IT departments, to friends and family, explaining, apologizing, trying to rebuild the bridges Kyle had burned. It was exhausting, emotionally draining, but with each small victory, I felt a piece of my life returning. Kyle, however, did not fade into the background. He became a specter, haunting the periphery of my existence. I would catch sight of him in unexpected places. A coffee shop, the library, always watching, always waiting. His presence was an ever-present reminder that the dare, though meant in jest, had set in motion a series of events that could not easily be undone. Despite my efforts, the fear that had taken root during those early days lingered. It was a gnawing anxiety that whispered in the quiet moments, a shadow that loomed over my interactions with others. Trust, once given freely, became a fragile thing, easily shattered and hard to rebuild. The experience changed me in ways I could never have anticipated. My life, once so neatly ordered, was now a tapestry of caution and vigilance. I learned to navigate the world with a wary eye, to question the intentions of those around me, to protect myself from the whims of those who might seek to exploit my vulnerabilities. In the end, Kyle's dare had succeeded in its own twisted way. My life, as I had known it, was irrevocably altered. The chaos he had sown taught me the value of resilience, of standing firm in the face of adversity, even when the source of that adversity is someone you once considered a friend. As the months slipped by, and the wounds of betrayal began to heal, I found myself reflecting on the nature of trust and the fragility of the human psyche. In the calm moments, when the world seemed to settle into a semblance of peace, I realized that my life, though scarred, was still my own. The fear, though it lingered, served as a reminder of the strength I had discovered within myself, the courage to face the shadows and emerge, if not unscathed, then at least whole. I never thought of my life as particularly remarkable. It was, by all accounts, a life of tranquil monotony, easily overlooked among the grand dramas of city existence. My apartment was my sanctuary, a small but cozy one-bedroom nestled within the heart of the bustling metropolis. It was a place of books and quiet reflections, where I could curl up with a well-loved novel and escape into other worlds. My evenings were often spent in solitude, accompanied by the soft glow of a reading lamp and the occasional pitter-patter of rain against the windows. Things had been this way for as long as I could remember, and for the most part, I was content. I had a steady job as a librarian, a modest circle of friends, and a budding relationship with someone who intrigued me in ways I hadn't expected. His name was David, and we met at a literary event a few months prior. We bonded over a shared love of classic literature and soon found ourselves entangled in a gentle romance, full of conversations that stretched long into the night. David was charming in his quietness, a man of few words but profound thoughts. Our time together was marked by a sense of ease, a natural cadence that seemed rare in the world of modern dating. Yet, there was a part of him that remained inscrutable, a secretive depth that piqued my curiosity, but which he never fully revealed. I was drawn to him, enchanted by his mystery, convinced that whatever lay beneath was a treasure worth uncovering. The first disturbance came on a night much like any other. I had invited David over for dinner, a simple affair of pasta and wine shared amidst laughter and soft music. Afterward, as he prepared to leave, he paused at the door and regarded me with an intensity I hadn't noticed before. His eyes, usually so gentle, seemed to bore into me with an urgency that was unsettling. "Stay safe," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. There was an edge to those words, a gravity that weighed heavily in the air between us. I brushed it off, attributing it to a fleeting moment of overprotectiveness, and watched him retreat into the night. That evening, as I prepared for bed, I felt a strange restlessness that kept me from sleep. There was a sense of being watched, a prickling at the nape of my neck that refused to subside. I checked the locks on my doors and windows, reassured myself that it was nothing more than an overactive imagination, and finally drifted into a fitful slumber. Days passed, and the feeling grew more persistent, insinuating itself into the quiet corners of my life. I began to notice things: a book out of place, a curtain slightly askew, the faintest trace of a scent that wasn't mine. These were small things, easily dismissed, but collectively they gnawed at my sense of security, fraying the edges of my calm. The escalation was subtle, a gradual crescendo that unfolded over the course of weeks. David's behavior became increasingly erratic. Our conversations, once a source of comfort, turned tense with unspoken words. He would call at odd hours, his voice tremulous with emotions he kept hidden. "I just wanted to hear your voice," he'd say, a tremor in his tone, "to make sure you're okay." There was a protectiveness to his concern that should have been touching, but instead felt suffocating. I began to question whether I truly knew the man I had let into my life. It was as if he were a puzzle with pieces that refused to fit, an enigma wrapped in layers of contradictions. One evening, as I returned home from work, I was greeted by a sight that stopped me cold. On my kitchen table was a bouquet of white roses, their petals glistening softly in the fading light. There was no note, no indication of who had left them, but I knew with an instinctive certainty that they were from David. I hadn't given him a key, yet somehow he had found his way in. A chill ran through me, threading icy fingers through the fabric of my resolve. I wanted to confront him, to demand answers, but fear held me silent. Instead, I began to scrutinize my surroundings with a heightened awareness, searching for signs of intrusion, for any clue that might unravel the mystery. The climax came without warning, a harrowing revelation that shattered the fragile normalcy of my world. It was a quiet Sunday afternoon, sunlight streaming through my window in golden shafts. I was cleaning, lost in the routine of dusting and tidying, when I discovered the hidden compartment. It was behind the bookshelf, a small alcove skillfully concealed, and within it lay the evidence of his obsession. Photographs of me taken without my knowledge, snippets of conversations recorded in stealth, and a journal filled with meticulous entries about my daily life. Each page was a testament to David's vigilance, his fixation chronicled in painstaking detail. As I stood there, the truth unfurled before me, a tapestry of unsettling revelation. I was not a partner in a mutual romance. I was the object of an affection that had warped into something darker, something born of control and possession. The realization was a visceral blow, a sickening twist of betrayal that left me breathless. I confronted him that evening, the confrontation a blur of accusations and denials. David's calm facade crumbled beneath the weight of his obsession, his pleas for understanding underscored by a madness that defied reason. "I did it for us," he insisted, eyes wild with desperation, "to keep you safe." But there was no safety in such love, only a perilous descent into a chasm from which there could be no return. I severed ties with him that night, my heart heavy with a sorrow that mingled with relief. It was a necessary end, a finality that marked the beginning of a new and uncertain chapter. In the days that followed, the apartment felt both foreign and familiar, a battleground where echoes of the past lingered like ghosts. The fear, though less acute, remained a shadow at the periphery of my consciousness, a reminder of the fragility of trust and the deceptive nature of appearances. I changed the locks, fortified my routines with vigilance, yet the sense of vulnerability persisted. It was as if his presence was an indelible stain, a reminder that even the most seemingly benign connections could harbor darkness. The world, once a place of ordered simplicity, now seemed rife with hidden threats, with truths buried beneath layers of deceit. In time, the scars began to fade, leaving behind a wary resilience. I learned to navigate the complexities of human connections with a cautious heart, to cherish the sanctity of my solitude while embracing the possibilities that life continued to offer. Yet, the lessons of that experience were etched into my being, a quiet vigilance that would forever shape the contours of my trust. And so, I returned to my books, to the solace of words and the refuge of stories that unfolded within the safety of my apartment's walls. The city continued its ceaseless dance beyond my window, a testament to life's inexorable march. But within the quiet haven of my home, I found a renewed strength, an unexpected truth that had been waiting to be discovered all along.